AJ Riley here with Eric Vincent, Dylan Bear, and special guest Don Drysdale for a special edition of Beyond the Box, the draft special. We've been talking to you about it for weeks, and it is finally here, boys.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Yeah, you're not.
We're ready.
We're not.
I'm ready.
I am a
Corner
ball
time.
of nervous energy. I was telling them before
Your
the
glass
show.
case of emotion?
A little bit, a glass case of emotion. Will Ferrell and Anchorman for sure. I'm about as nervous for this draft right now as I was for the game against Green Bay in Week 17.
Ooh, that seems a bit extreme.
I am. I
There were no
have.
stakes when that game kicked.
So before the
But
game,
there was.
well, we didn't know if it was
Okay.
playoffs.
Okay, but I was still nervous for that game because it still meant something
Some on the
for
line.
what that season was.
That's why it's nice not to be a fan. You can be clear-eyed because you guys are never going to lose that. And you guys are 100% going to get a cornerback. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
we are.
Yes,
Yeah.
you are.
Listen,
Respect.
Eric and I, we talked about it on Beyond the Box on Monday and Tuesday. We have mentally and emotionally, some of us spiritually, prepared ourselves for a cornerback
Mm-hmm.
at 6.
At 6, yes.
As much as I hate that.
Yep. Got
Which
my
then
Witherspoon
makes
jersey.
18 that much more important. Eric? how you feeling
Exactly.
tonight, bud?
It's a lot of the line, man. I mean, you keep talking about it. This is the biggest draft, especially for my lifetime in this Lions history. It's going to determine a lot of what they do for the next 5 years. And I don't think they have a lot of room to mess up, man. I'm really hoping they get the right picks right. It's a lot of the line. I'm nervous, as y'all can't tell already. Got my
Don?
solo cup to keep me down.
How you feeling?
I don't know.
You don't know how to feel.
I don't know if nervous is the word or confused.
Yeah.
I've gone back and forth so many times on so many different things with the whole Jalen Carter thing. Yeah, if he's there at 6, we got to take him. If he's there at 6, no way, we got to pass on him, right?
Yeah.
I'm
like-
back and forth on everything with the whole. I mean, Devin Witherspoon. If we're going to take a corner at 6, I don't even want Witherspoon. I'd rather have Gonzalez.
Oh.
Or
why am I
Joey.
gonna draft a guy that's like barely taller than me.
I'm just saying that's not what's going to happen.
60 pounds
It's not.
less. I
5'11", 180.
There's
you know.
also a part of me, though, that says don't believe everything that you hear.
Uh,
And all we've heard is Devin Witherspoon.
That's
Which
true.
makes me wonder if that's purely a smokescreen.
I don't think so.
You don't think so,
I
but
don't
you
at
also
all.
like misery sometimes when it comes to Detroit Lions in the
Sure.
draft.
But the
Chaos
reason
in
is more logical because I think, relatively speaking, to Don's point, if the betting stuff hadn't happened, then Jalen Carter was much more in play, but he's not anymore. You have your pick that you wasted a major amount of collateral on that us three hated.
Yeah.
You
Did not
cannot
like
bet
it.
now add in somebody else that has that problem because he is showing consistently judgment problems. It's not just the one time.
He's the
Well,
best
we-
player in the
went to the
draft.
fight,
Yes, you
too.
can.
We got a bold prediction from Mike Doyle.
All right, Mike.
What Mike say?
Detroit Lions pick Anderson Jr. at 3 or 6.
It would
3
have to
or
be
6?
3.
I think it would have to be.
But I don't even think that's
Might even have to be 2 at this point,
So
based on
just
what we've seen.
I'll
Yeah.
give a little update on the odds here because there are big changes.
already.
Okay.
Right.
Shoot.
So obviously, at number 1, Bryce Young,
Young.
right?
Bryce
Yeah.
Young.
Number 2, C.J. Stroud is now a huge, overwhelmingly minus 2,500.
Which
to be
is
the number
funny
2 pick.
because the
Sounds right.
broadcast was talking about how everybody in the crowd was saying it wasn't happening.
Number 3 pick, Will Anderson, minus 200.
Yeah.
But who cares about the rest? Let's get to the Lions. Number 6 pick, Witherspoon, is now minus 330.
Yep.
It was
Oh,
minus
man.
130 about 2 hours ago. So everybody is on the Witherspoon bandwagon right now, and I might leave right now.
He's a Dick Campbell guy.
But that's if you buy
So
into
am
the
I.
Vegas odds, right?
It's
Like,
not just that. It's just that is going to be your best option.
no,
Yes,
it's not.
But
If-
with how I think
If,
it will go
if
down,
you
it's
choose a
going-
player, if you're choosing a player at 6, it's your best
You're
option.
not trading it. That's not happening.
Your best option at 6 is trading up or back. That, regardless of how the board
We
falls.
agree that I would. If you want Anderson, you have to jump to 3. I just don't see that being viable
Potentially
2
2.
years in a row. No, Houston does it. He's gotta do that.
You think Houston's taking a quarterback?
I don't. I think that they like Anderson that much.
That's why you would have to get the 2.
No, I understand.
But they
I don't
wouldn't
think they're
trade
gonna
out of
trade
2.
out of it
Yeah.
for that. So it's just the way that the board's going to fall. I think that it's just very likely. And the worst part is that people are going to have to be nuanced about it and understand that, yeah, you may not have wanted a corner, but at the situation you'll be in, it may be your only best option. You may not like it, but it may have been the only thing you could have done.
Hey, so Aiden Conley on TikTok wants to know who the Seahawks are going to pick.
Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter, because they can afford to do so.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Pete Carroll's used to this sort of thing.
Or
so I'm
Tyree.
straight up.
I don't.
Tyree.
You know, I don't. I think if anybody falls, it's going to be Tyree Wilson.
Yeah.
Like out of the top 10, most likely.
Yeah, him and well, it depends on how you were viewing Gonzalez, but yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
It's because of his foot. Is it both or just the
Just
one?
one. He
Just
broke
one,
his
right?
foot
Yeah.
towards the end of the season.
Yeah.
And apparently that is creating a lot of hesitation and consternation for a lot of teams.
Yeah.
Could also be something that teams, I mean, everybody has the same medical reports, right? So they all are reading the same thing, but maybe.
But a lot of teams can be either comfortable or not,
Right.
depending on that.
Right.
So, like, I know, wasn't there an issue with that?
Well,
With injuries, and then the Eagles were like, dude, we don't care.
Sure.
We have Fletcher Cox, so
there were a lot of people, too, that were comparing Tyree Wilson to almost the Nakobe Dean. Maybe not as exaggerated as Nakobe Dean was last year,
Yeah,
but you could see a
extreme.
potential slide because, I mean, Nakobe Dean went from, a top 15 pick last year to a third-round pick last
But
year.
it wasn't the news about the extent of the injury like the day before.
Right.
Whereas with this has been known.
Ben, no.
Yeah, AJ almost jumped right out of the window when Nakobe Dean went as far as he did.
I did.
But I want to give a shout out.
And we
real
traded
quick.
up for a wide receiver instead of taking him.
Paul Robinson, welcome back to
Yes,
the
Paul.
Draft Live.
So
It won't be as contentious this year, but welcome back.
we can make it as contentious
We can.
if we need to.
It all depends.
If we need to.
Depends how spicy we need to get.
DraftKings just
Very.
pulled the top 3 picks off the board.
Boom. That's
Oh.
a guarantee.
Ended with Stroud as the number 2.
Hell,
And
Okay.
Anderson at 3.
Anderson at 3, but he wasn't that
that
big
would
of a
be a
favorite.
very Houston thing to do. I have said that they are worse ran than the Lions have been.
So are the Cardinals really not going to trade the number 3 pick then?
Number 2 pick? Or
Look,
3
if
pick.
it's-
yeah.
three.
if it's an
Three.
Anderson thing, why not? Why would you?
They could use it, but
It's a great
Well,
option.
hold on.
They
But
use
but
Anderson.
but the opportunity to build draft capital may be
Right.
more valuable than just Will Anderson.
Draft capital is always extremely overstated, depending on who you have.
Sure.
It's always the question: what worth is it to have Tennessee's 11 and then some other stuff later down the line, and then next year when you have a basically guaranteed star right in front of you?
Well, from my thinking is this, right? You have a team that is not very good, and you're overpaying for an overrated quarterback.
Wow.
So you're going to have to, at some point, tear down around him. And, oh, by the way, that overrated, overpaid quarterback is not playing next year. So would this not be the year to maybe tank, for lack of a better term, grab as much capital as you can, and
Mhm.
then build for 24?
The inverse of that would be, why wouldn't you take the best player now, because you're going to be back here again with a better QB crop, significantly better than this year.
But they're not moving on from Kyler, though.
yeah, they got to ride out.
They're
They
locked
paid him
into
way
him.
too much money.
See, I don't know, because Steve Keim was the one who had him there. You don't know how the GM feels about him. He didn't sign that contract.
Were they going to eat the dead cap space?
I would.
Well, yeah.
I think
I
I think a
would
lot
too,
of
but-
people would. So
A lot of fans, yes. I don't know if the GMs are sitting there thinking
I
they
don't know
can
if
afford to
many
do
owners would be
that.
okay.
Right.
I would eat it for a chance of Caleb Williams. Absolutely, I would have Caleb Williams over Kyler in a heartbeat.
I ain't against that. I've never been on Kyler Murray's bandwagon, so I understand that. But
Yeah,
it's not going to be easy to get
Are
up
they
off
on the
that
clock? Are the
deal.
Panthers on the clock yet?
not yet.
No,
I got
that's
Blue right
It's
here.
got to
Yeah,
be.
they got to take a while. They got to build the dramatics right now.
You can't start it too soon or on time.
Got to be
Right.
faster.
And Brad Holmes gets in trouble for trying to keep them on time
Yeah.
by picking too early.
Right, how long is he going to take tonight? They're
2.5
talking about it on the radio.
I,
2.5 minutes.
I hope he just kind of throws the middle finger to the NFL and just goes as
I would
quick as
love
he
that.
wants.
Yeah,
I
Right?
love that.
That's what the
Well,
villain's about. Be the villain.
Yeah. I mean,
Lions are on the clock. Pick is in.
it's not his money, right? It's Sheila's money, so
Right.
let her spend it. And they seem like they have a good enough relationship where
They
they can
do.
be like, hey, let's just make the
Oh yeah.
NFL
Just
mad,
make it
Absolutely.
right? Because there's nothing better than a mad NFL. They're the worst. We got some comments over there, JB? Who do you guys think the Lions are going to take at 6? And are you comfortable with it being Devin Witherspoon? Because it's going to be.
Have you accepted?
Have you emotionally and mentally
What
have you
prepared
done to
for it to
prepare
be a
yourself?
5'11", 180-pound quarterback with very, very bad measurables?
We got Austin LeBeau.
What up, Austin?
LeBeau. Please don't draft a cornerback or tight end that gives Quinn Trisha flashbacks.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
It's gonna happen.
It,
Also-
Ricky, friend of the show, Ricky,
What up, Ricky?
would like us to draft him.
to draft Ricky.
To draft Ricky?
Well, that might be.
The way you read that is that we're drafting
that.
the commenter. So.
That's exactly what he said. You
Oh,
don't
all
need
right.
to draft Ricky Sanders.
That's still better than Witherspoon.
Hey, listen,
It's a waste.
that might be better than Witherspoon.
Yes.
No.
No disrespect.
Charles Bosnick says, let's see, here we go. Oh, no, not that one. He says, I like defense with the first pick.
Yeah,
Well, that's inevitable.
I think that's inevitable.
Yes.
There's 30% of me that says Skoronski's on the board for the
And
Lions.
30% of you is wrong.
Maybe. He's
Kyle,
versatile
You are
enough.
not, okay, you are not with 6 going to do something like that, which is a luxury. You're not doing it. At 18, you may, but not there.
Why not? They're not.
Because
in-
it's just not the way that you're going to roster construct because you don't need a tackle. And don't give me the versatile thing. He is a tackle. He is not a guard. And even if there was a guard, you're not drafting a guard at 6 either.
He could play it for
No.
a year, though. And then that gives you leverage against Taylor Decker when he's ready for his new deal anyway.
You're not going to draft a dude on that prospect. You are going to fill a
I mean,
need.
he would be a huge guard. 6'4", 315. Like,
He's got short arms
that's
or
pretty
something, right?
massive.
hey, Saucy Dom on TikTok says Anthony Richardson for Lion franchise QB.
Let's go.
Too bad he won.
Yes.
Kyle Hug
I
wants
don't-
us
I just
to-
thought-
I don't think he'll be there. What did Kyle Hug say?
Kyle Hug on YouTube says trade down to get Porter Jr.
You don't need to do that.
Might. I'm not trade down, but you trade back to
No, 'cause
14, 15 because he's
that
not
would be-
getting past Pittsburgh.
Well, sure. Well, no. Pittsburgh needs a tackle desperately. They're going to be perfect candidates at that spot for them at tackle. They're not going to take
There's 3 tackles
Yeah.
that are going to go in the first round.
Jones
right?
is my guess. of
Jones?
who theirs will be.
Yeah, you got Jones, you got
yeah, the paper.
the kid from Tennessee, and then you got Skoronski.
Yep, right.
Paris
I believe.
Yeah, right.
Paris
from
Johnson,
Tennessee.
who's the number 1, then Wright, then
That's Grosky.
Jones.
Yeah,
Okay.
All right.
which could all be off the board by Pittsburgh.
I don't know. So they're
Potentially.
15, right? Or 17.
17. They picked right before the Lions.
All right, we got two comments here. Matthew McDonald from TikTok says, if you guys were GMs, are you picking Richardson or Levi?
Levis and
Levis,
Neither.
Richardson.
to be honest, Richardson,
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
there's the upside
Yes.
argument.
And he doesn't
Lower
put
floor,
mayonnaise in
but
his coffee.
higher.
I don't like Levis.
I mean, I
No.
hate
But I don't.
his
Yeah, I don't like Levis.
Levis is
completion
one of the
percentage,
Colts.
but
I feel like Colts will take him when
Colts
they
is
get
a
a chance.
perfect fit for
Yeah.
Will Levis.
It just
He can
screams
just
Will
go there.
Levis. Yeah.
That's fine with us.
Paul Robinson has a question directly for AJ.
Yeah.
Who's your top 3 picks?
Who do I think? Well, that's interesting because we actually did a mock draft. So let me give you what my mock draft says. I think it goes Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, and then I went a little bit of a shakeup and took Johnson at 3 with the Cardinals because of things that Murray had said and the fact that their offensive line was atrocious.
Fair.
So that's what I would be looking at. Could be a little bit of
Here
Dylan's
comes Roger.
favorite word of wish casting. So
Who's
the
the-
Anderson will fall to us.
is
Are they
that
bullying?
the impersonator guy for Andy Reid who's up there?
It looks like it. What the hell?
Oh,
Is
no,
that what
no,
it is?
that's the guy from Modern Family.
That's the guy from
Oh my God, that's
Yeah,
Eric Stone
yeah,
Street.
Stone Street. He's
Yeah.
a huge Chiefs fan.
Okay,
Yeah, that's who that is.
Are they bullying? Okay, based on that,
it's
they must
very
be
funny
bullying
that I
him.
thought that was an Andy Reid impersonator.
Yeah,
Do we need sound over there?
Nah, I mean a tad.
yeah.
Just so we can hear the call.
Give it a second at least. I want to hear all the boos.
Anytime Roger Goodell gets booed,
Any GM.
it's good for humanity.
What GM is liked? All 4 of them are detestable.
Commissioner?
Yeah,
Yeah, I know. They're all.
Adam
of them,
Silver
all
might
of
be the
them.
most beloved out of that group, but
Yeah,
he's shown to be
he's
hateable
still-
as
he's
well.
hated outside of his own league, though.
Yeah.
Oh, I believe that.
There we
Here
go.
we go.
Come on, dap it
NFL
up. Let's
draft.
go.
Let's just
Showtime.
get the first pick out of the way.
It's not. They're gonna
I know.
Kid,
Right, they
talk
gotta-
about it.
Get the ads
Here
in
we
there.
go.
Who's this?
Rich Reed on Facebook says Wilson easy pick at 6.
Is he from SNL?
I don't
like
know.
that better, but
I
I
do
just
too.
don't think so.
I do
Mhm.
like Wilson better, especially with the defensive line. Like, if he's not ready week 1 or needs a little bit of time, that's okay. I definitely would take.
He's just running into people.
I would definitely take Wilson before I took Witherspoon.
100%. 100%.
Me too.
Even if it's
Me
a
too.
gamble, I would rather gamble on the big body wrecking ball guy
Yes.
than the corner that's smaller than everyone and will
Oh,
get toasted.
this is a good little side question from Ricky. Who do you think are the celebrity fans they would bring for Detroit when the draft comes?
Big Sean's coming for sure.
Big
right?
Sean.
Big Sean will be
Eminem.
there.
Eminem.
Eminem will be there.
You know they're going to go for what is
NFL
it,
draft
Key?
in the D.
Oh
You
yeah,
got to have Key.
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Keegan,
Mahomes.
what's his name?
Hey, how many
No,
times?
Keegan
How many
Michael Key.
times has
Keegan Michael
this
Key.
happened
And then what's that skateboard?
where the Super Bowl winner also
video game
hosted
guy.
the draft?
Probably not often.
Ninja.
Yeah, Ninja.
Yeah, Ninja will. I can
Ninja
see
will be
that
there.
for sure.
Ninja, the gamer.
Barry Sanders.
That dude has not been relevant for like 3 years.
He always does little promo
And
videos
the
for the
Lions
Lions.
always,
They
like,
love
tweet
him.
stuff out.
Ninja.
That's so
And
sad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they love putting
He
him on
did,
there. for the Lions.
the floss on New Year's Eve, and no one ever talked about him again.
That's nasty.
Y'all remember that?
No,
it's
I'm
painful.
glad I missed that.
It would have been like if Don did it, and nobody reacted.
My arms are too short.
Now, could you do the floss?
My arms are too short.
You
need
can
some
do it.
pre-
That's-
no.
You can do it, man.
It's all about the hip.
You don't want that.
It's
Oh,
all in the hips.
Travis Kelce. I think he may be my
Oh.
favorite NFL personality.
I despise him.
Good, I'm glad you do.
I hate-
Another point of disagreement
No,
between
no.
you and
What I
I.
hate is the artificial "no one believes in you" thing. I don't like that. Stop. He's gonna say it right now. Nobody believes in us. Shut the fuck up. Dude.
Hey, while
I
we're
think
sitting
they'll
here
be
waiting
all
for the draft to kick off, if you notice, the guys are all wearing shirts from our Gear Up Detroit GearUpDetroit.shop. You can check it out.
Oh,
It's the official merch shop for Detroit Sports Nation. There's tons of really cool stuff. We got a Michigan collection. We got the Villain collection. Tons of stuff for the Lions, the Red Wings, the Pistons. We got one shirt for the Tigers. We're working on it. If you got any ideas,
they're
go
not.
over.
They're not worth
Tigers.
more than one
I like
shirt.
the Frankie Move shirt too.
Yeah, hey,
Frank
check
is
it
good.
out. Look at this shirt Don's wearing here. Famous Frank Mood chicken fingers, and on
He
the back,
loves that place.
on the back it says "The Moot is calling." I love it.
It's perfect.
It's Don's getaway.
This thing
He
was
has,
made for me.
yeah.
Made for me.
Not gonna lie, 'cause I got to be selfish a little bit about this situation. The fact that Carolina is here, the Bears.
How upset are you?
I love the Bears trade. I love
Okay.
it. It was perfect. DJ Moore is exactly the type of receiver that I want.
Yeah, as long as Justin Fields can find him and not throw to D linemen who are not
I mean,
rushing.
Or
Yeah,
Jeff
yeah.
Okudah for pick six.
And he had that one really stupid thing that he did at the end of, I think it was regulation in New Orleans, if you remember, when he had the excessive celebration and then they missed the PAT.
I do remember that. Yep,
Yeah.
I do.
I mean, look, I
Oh,
don't.
DJ Moore, you're talking.
Yeah, DJ
Yeah,
Moore.
yeah,
Yeah.
He took his helmet off. Of the
Yeah, he went
yeah.
crazy, and
Yeah.
then they missed. And it was like, and then they lost.
Hysterical.
Would have went perfect as a compliment to David Montgomery. But our Detroit Lions,
Yeah, you
right.
overpaid.
We
So
got my team.
congratulations for my scraps that my team didn't want.
We'll turn him into a
That's
top 5
okay.
running back. No
Yeah,
problem.
he'll be the NFL's leader.
He'll be fine this year, and then he'll
Peninsula.
do just like Reggie Bush and go worse and worse.
Oh,
and
don't
worse.
do
Which is
that.
fine
No.
because we'll pick up a running back in the second or third round and they'll take over for him.
So then, what was the point of signing him to
So
an
we
18
didn't
mil
have to
three-year
sign
deal?
Jamal.
Well, okay.
And DeAndre Swift about to be out
Because
here.
Jamal was asking for much more than what
Yeah,
he
but
was
apparently you
actually
guys
worth.
were going to give him it, but then he said, I want even more than you're offering.
I don't think that report was correct. I don't think we were
He
offering
was out.
Jamal Williams 3 at 18. There's no way. And if we were, that's just
But that's what I
No.
mean. I'm just saying, if you do take that on its face, then you didn't do the stupid thing, but not because you didn't try.
sure. But I would rather pay David Montgomery that money than Jamal Williams.
I'd rather say
100%.
neither.
We are in agreement on that one.
Monty, 25 years old. I'm totally fine with the money he got.
I like him.
Like $6 million. Not even that much. Yeah, I'm
He's
okay with
fine,
it.
but that's not the point. The
Oh, Miles
principle
went
of
to
roster
Carolina.
construction is you
Oh.
never pay a running back. Never. Zero time.
I don't feel like that's that much to pay him. Though.
It's not about
Especially if he's
that
25 years
money
old.
could have been allocated elsewhere.
Yeah, but the percentage of the cap is not going to be huge.
I don't.
It's,
I feel like
I
we missed
really
out
don't
anyway,
think.
where we can
No.
spend it.
Yeah, I don't.
See, okay, that's the problem. Is now that everything's over, there's no point because everybody already signed it.
And it was late.
But if
It
you
wasn't
take-
at the
If you
beginning.
take the combination of the Anzalone re-signing,
Yeah,
which I
that
think
was
all
terrible.
of us agree
That was
is
terrible.
horrible,
We're all
The
locked up on that.
Lions love him.
they
They do.
I don't get
Make
it.
him a coach.
The worst, well, that's the
Yeah,
worst
they're
part
locker room guys.
is the money he's receiving is because he's a glorified locker room cheerleader, and he's not worth that much
No,
to
he's
do
not.
that.
So okay. Eric Thompson from YouTube says, I'm hearing Swift may be traded for a pick. Now, Don.
No.
W.G. Brady put out an article today on DSN and got murdered in the comments for a shitty article,
Yeah,
just
sure did.
suggesting that Swift is going to be traded. What do you think about that?
Well, first of all, we didn't report it. We were passing along a report.
I wonder if this guy.
It's not like we said that DeAndre Swift's going to be traded. That was a report that was out there that Swift is a name that's been thrown around that could be had for maybe a mid to late round draft pick.
My number 2 dude
So, I
on
mean,
draft night. Remember
here's
that?
the thing.
Tuesday.
Here, I would trade Swift in a heartbeat.
Me too.
Yeah,
They're not going to give him his 5th year.
No.
He's going to be gone after this year anyway.
So wait. I got to correct you on that because it was wrong in the article too. There's no there's no 5th year. He doesn't have a
He's a
5th
second. He's a second.
Okay.
round pick.
Second round pick.
All right.
So
Even better.
W.G. Brady was
Okay,
wrong.
here's the thing. Regardless, right? This is his last year as a Lion.
Yes.
There's no
100%.
question about it.
Yes.
So either you let him play his last year out here, as
Or
a
he's
Lion,
going to get traded at the
Or
deadline
you
like
try to-
Hawkinson did.
trade him to somebody who wants a guy who gets injured all the time.
Yeah, that's why. Why would you even trade for him at that point? I'd just take a 4th round rookie instead. It'll cost less and it's more reliable.
I agree.
So
I wouldn't trade for him.
no,
No.
so that's why.
But if you
that's
got
the
a
only
team
part
that's-
of that report that I don't buy. Just nobody's
Right.
going to ask.
And,
Don't
and,
seem
that,
to
you know
might
what?
have
And
on
that's
it.
why it's a rumor. Everything's rumor, right?
Right.
Like,
Right.
I mean, come on.
But
Nobody knows.
Eric, Dre wants to know if you're giving up on Lamar yet.
Why would I give up on him when he just cashed out on a new deal?
I think give up on him coming to the
Now
line.
he's
Well, it's coming here, yes. But my fandom and my appreciation for him is skyrocketing. Shout out to Lamar getting his money, much deserved.
I'm glad he got paid. I'm glad
You're
we
glad
did.
he got paid?
I'm glad he got paid. I think he deserved to get paid. Maybe not that much.
Yes.
I'm glad we
Yes, that
didn't
much.
pay him that.
I just
It's
think
fine.
if David Montgomery's getting 3 at 18, why didn't Lamar?
Lamar.
Wow. I mean, they're both running back.
How about Justin Fields? Put him in that category.
I don't care.
I'd
I'd pay him that much. I don't care.
I'd give wide receiver money.
There you go.
Lamar deserves his bag.
Well, wide receivers are getting paid
You know what? The
out
thing
the
is,
backside now.
is
too.
props to him, though, for, you know what I mean? I mean,
Yeah.
he waited,
Yeah.
waited, and now he just broke the record.
Exactly.
He did get Tyler Huntley into the Pro Bowl, so props to him.
That's still crazy.
And probably will get him there next year.
Hey,
too.
I'm never going to knock somebody for getting their money, ever.
No,
Yeah,
not
that's-
especially.
I would, I mean, why would you?
All right, here you go.
He did it
It
his
looks
way,
like
too.
they are turning in the card because they waited the appropriate amount of time so that the
Let's
NFL
see.
would not yell at
4
them.
minutes.
Let's see.
4 minutes left.
They're calling it in right now, which means that Goodell will then announce it in 4 minutes.
Oh, yeah. 'Cause
You know,
we
it can't
obviously
be.
know that transmissions are like telegrams from like 1890.
Oh,
This is the pick.
Morse code.
Just waiting it
That's
out.
how they
They
act
have a whole
like it.
window of readers that are
Put the smoke in
interpreting
the
it.
air.
Yeah, smoke signals. I mean, they are in Kansas City with the Chiefs.
Hey,
So
Where
it's-
did that Swift rumor come from?
the article, from what I've been told.
The draft rumors just
No,
come
it
out
was
of
a
nowhere
report that
this
was
time.
passed along.
There you go.
Some dude on
All right. So
Walter
while
Football.
we're waiting for that, Paul Robinson has a question. I'm gonna add a little bit to it. So
Okay.
if caveat, we don't have Jared Goff because we have Jared Goff and he's not going anywhere.
Sure.
Would you pay that much for Lamar? He's glad the Lions didn't, but let's say we had
No.
Joey Harrington. Would you go out and pay that much for Lamar?
No,
Yes.
because no other
I would.
NFL
Yes.
team did it.
Yes.
They had the chance and they
Yes.
didn't do it.
I
You
would.
pay MVP elite players.
But the
Yes.
MVP was how long
4
ago?
years ago.
Who cares?
It-
He's
but
still
that does
and he
matter.
was doing it with limited help around him.
I agree with that,
No.
but I
He
agree
led
with
the
that.
league in touchdowns, so it's not
But
like
again,
he just
and-
did it off running. No, he was throwing as well.
This is where I end up speaking out of both sides of my mouth because I appreciate the player getting paid. I would not have paid him.
I
that
don't
much.
appreciate this specific player getting paid. Jalen Hurts getting paid made sense. He made a Super Bowl.
What is different?
The difference is seismic.
No,
If
it's
you
not.
look at Lamar's passing stats from his MVP season, he has been reduced every year on completion percentage, air yards, average yards per target. It has gotten significant.
In a run-heavy offense with no offensive line and horrible receivers
But
around.
that argument,
of course that would
statistically
work.
speaking, his average yardage per attempt will be higher because he has less of it.
Not necessarily, especially with how much they run the football.
And a huge RPO game.
Yeah. Nah, if you're going to pay a guy like Jalen Hurts, you have to pay someone like Lamar. He's coming off MVP. He's the soul of that team. He's the culture of that team. You pay him that
You
money.
guys hashed this out already.
All right.
We're not wasting all day about it. But
All right, so
I got more ammo. I'm with you, Lamar.
Number one pick.
Wait till we start talking. Never mind.
there we go.
Pick is in.
I want to go around the table real quick.
Quick.
Start with Eric. Who's the pick?
At one,
Bryce Young.
Yep.
it's
Bryce
Bryce
Young.
Young.
Don't
Bryce
be dumb,
Young.
Carolina. Take Bryce
That's
Young.
Bryce Young.
I think there's
Dudes.
no doubt that
Dudes
it's Bryce
like
Young.
Kyler without all of the
Party
mental
foul over
problems.
there.
If it's not Bryce Young, then we may as well just hang
There
out.
you go.
if it is
hang out.
not,
I'm
if it is not Bryce Young,
There you
then chaos
There we
will ensue.
There it is.
Ding-dong.
Okay, this is the
Least
one.
surprising
this
pick.
is-
He's too short.
There's a significant difference, though, with everyone who says, "Oh, he's the same size as Kyler."
He's
He
5'11", isn't he?
He
5'10".
they said
204.
he's 6 feet, but with cleats on. So, but it doesn't. What matters with Bryce Young, especially for this past year, and this was something that a lot of people brought up, was that this is the first year Alabama as a program for like a decade did not have a receiver who's going to go in like the top 3 rounds. If you want to, if we're making the idea of you don't have any help, he had no help, especially in Texas when he had that 4th down conversion. And on top of that, all of his cognitive measurables were really high, really smart kid. And I just don't see any way that he will turn out like Kyler. He will be what
No,
I
Kyler
don't
was
think he
supposed
will.
to be.
No,
Paul Robinson says he's Kyler in platform shoes.
that's tough. No.
But a better thrower.
He's Devin Witherspoon in platform shoes.
That's probably more accurate.
That's my contention. So what do you think of the comparison? Because I think that he will be better.
So they're two different style quarterbacks too. Kyler is
Completely different.
Kyler is Kyler. He's just gonna run around, try to outrun everybody, and then just chuck it down the field. Where Bryce, especially in that Texas game, like he made plays with his feet,
Sure did.
but in order to make plays with those feet, he was doing that in order to get the ball downfield through his progressions. So to me, he translates much better. I mean, we've already said on the show already, and we'll continue to double down on it. Kyler may be the most overrated player in the NFL.
Year.
I don't think so because everybody turned on him.
Well,
You got to
he
be rated
was.
first.
He's one hell of a
was.
Call
I
of
would
Duty
say-
player.
Well, like a
He
year
was.
ago, maybe, but everybody turned on him after this year because
because he
I've
couldn't
never
get
been
off of
high
Call
on
of Duty.
Kyler.
But
this
I've
is
never been
perfect
high on
example
exactly
of what
that
you're referring to.
the pocket movement,
In
the
the
ability to
pocket.
stand in there, throw an accurate ball while getting hit. Like it's going to be interesting to see how this translates because success as a quarterback in the NFL is as much where you get drafted as to how good you are. So is Carolina going to be the right situation
I think
for Bryce Young with Frank Reich now there and what they can do?
that's
There
a great
is, I believe, at least the parameters in place for him to be not the best quarterback, but a good NFL quarterback.
Yeah. In that division too, I mean, they're going to have time, obviously, with their rebuild. They're going to have the ability to bring him along slow. He's going to start, I believe, right away, obviously, but I don't think they're expecting him to win right away. But we'll see him
What do you
blossom
mean?
slowly but surely.
Quarterbacks. Like
Darnold is still there, I believe. That's it.
All right, so
is there a chance they run Darnold out there to start the season?
I would,
No.
but that's
I
not
would.
the way that
No.
anybody does
They
it. anymore.
shouldn't.
No,
but,
absolutely not.
Yeah.
all right,
Arnold is in San Francisco, by the way.
Lions,
So
Never
no.
mind.
Lions play the Panthers this year.
Yep, they do.
Ford Field.
Did
Good.
I-
Hey,
So
they'll have
Will
better-
Anderson
they'll
can
have
sack Bryce
better
Young.
field conditions.
Yeah,
Yeah,
for sure.
Oh, God.
All right, all right.
Brand
So
new field.
we're going to go around the table one more time, one at a time. Who's number 2? Eric.
CJ Stroud.
I'm torn. I'm really torn. I think Houston's going to take Will Anderson.
That would be crazy.
I think they're going to take Will
I'll
Anderson.
be shocked. I'll be shocked if they do that.
I will be ecstatic if it's C.J. Stroud, though. One, because then he's
It
not
would
there
be
for the Lions at
fantastic.
6.
You all
And
want C.J. Stroud to be it.
Yeah.
Yes.
It won't be.
I think it'll be
I respect D'Amico Ryans way too much to be stupid enough to not pick Will Anderson. That just seems perfect considering especially what he is specifically.
Let me go ahead.
I think it's Stroud.
Okay, so you got Stroud and
Yeah.
we both said Anderson, so it's 2 and
It's
2.
a split.
Let me throw a wrench in there. It's really good to build trenches inside out, right?
Sure.
Carter be the option at 2.
No.
Why? If you're
For
building
one thing,
inside out.
he never was really mocked to them in the first place.
Sure.
And the reason why you risk it, so to speak, and don't take the quarterback and you still run out Davis Mills is that you can argue that you took by far the best player in the draft.
But
And
there's
Carter
some to believe it.
never was that. No. He was never that. He
Never
always
considered the best?
No.
Yes,
Yes, he was.
Yes, he
was.
was.
To go to your
was.
Bears.
Not in my heart, I guess.
Okay, so there you go.
No, I
said already.
Fine, then I speak for now. And I would say that now.
They rushed
there's
to
no
the
question.
He must have. Brad almost picked it.
Yeah, well, okay, it being this quick means that you two are right. I'm going to say that right now.
You think so?
That's
Yeah.
Stroud.
That's Stroud?
That's quarterback speed right
Hey.
there.
If that's the case, that's great. And then we hope and wish and
This is
pray
where-
if you pray
Pick
for,
7.
for Tennessee to trade up to 3.
This is it.
Because if Tennessee trades up to 3, that's one less
What I
Will
would
Anderson
like is
team
for
out
the
of the mix.
Raiders to just kamikaze like they always do and just pop right in at 3 and do something wild.
Hey, so,
Anthony
so
Richardson, I can see that.
Which would be fine. That's another quarterback
That'd be
and
hilarious.
non-Anthony Rich or Will Anderson team picking, which I'm okay with.
Ricky's got a question here. Good comment here. Oh, here we go. Hang on, let me pull up. How can you be an overrated player in the NFL? Wouldn't the physicality of the league weed out the players that can't play or are overrated?
Well, I think it has.
Because
I think it has in Kyler's
the
case.
definition of being overrated means that you're being rated amongst your peers.
He's
You're not being
amongst the
rated amongst
contemporaries.
us.
Yeah.
So that's why.
And he's a former number 1 overall pick that, yes, signed a big deal foolishly.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Let me see this job.
Gotta be it.
Yeah.
All right.
You guys. Hey,
One domino has fallen.
there you go.
Yes. Now the draft begins.
Now the draft is
Yeah.
on.
Now the draft
These are
begins.
not surprises.
What's great now, as I have been saying,
I'm so glad.
Houston is significantly worse run than the Lions are.
Yes.
This is horrible.
This is not a good
This
Why
will
is
this
this a
will be a
horrible
bust.
thing?
This will bottom out.
AJ's back there doing a Will Anderson rain dance.
As much as this plastic seat will allow me to do so, yes.
Why do you think I switched?
Don't you have two
No, I
first
love
round
them.
picks too? They can get
They
them some
do.
help. I don't
They
think
got
this is a
12,
terrible
I
pick
think.
for them.
So here's what becomes interesting at 12 for Houston. Do they go Jackson Smith and Jigba?
Yeah,
They could, yeah.
Most likely.
So-
Makes
right?
sense.
Wait a minute, I want to hear what Eric has to say. He said he doesn't think it's a bad pick. Why?
Yeah, I don't think it's a bad pick at all. It's a new regime. I mean, maybe D'Amico thought this is the guy. I don't think Davis Mills was that impressive as their quarterback under center.
Okay.
I think Stroud makes sense. I think this is a good
Drafting
pickup for
Will
him.
Anderson at 3, though, right?
Yeah.
And took it off the board.
Yeah,
So
they've taken the top 5 off the board now.
Oh, wow.
with Witherspoon at 6.
Witherspoon still -3.
Yeah, but
He's
they
still
could be
there?
taking
Okay.
that off as a preventative measure in case there's a leak.
Sure.
It's possible.
So that's part of it.
Sure.
Is they're just wanting to make sure
Okay.
that no leaks like
So-
doing their money.
One team. One team back.
Paul Robinson he wants us to rub some lucky turtle wax on AJ's head.
That's why I wore a hat, Paul Robinson. That's why I wore a hat, Paul Robinson. So the beautiful shininess would not blind you.
I hate that they on.
Listen,
on
he only
this,
does that when he has Army weekends. He has to shave everything, so it's like a newborn baby's butt.
I don't
not
like
inaccurate.
that the NFL broadcast has a single game as one of his big pluses.
I agree.
I'm sorry, you
I
playing
agree.
Georgia every game
Which-
in the NFL season? No.
No, but that was his best game.
For
last
sure.
Sure, but
right?
you need a body of work. He's not getting drafted number 2 for one game.
4 touchdowns.
That's exactly what happened with Davian Clowney, and that's why he was a bust.
Yeah, because he knocked Vincent Smith.
That one play,
He got drafted off
off of that one play for real.
And everyone, not
He was a
everybody, but
Heisman
those who,
Trophy finalist.
that means nothing anymore.
Well,
You
I'm
know
saying,
it
like, he had
doesn't.
more than one good game.
I understand that, but
Stroud was a
saying,
finalist
what
this year.
they are
Yeah.
saying is that single
He was-
game is one of his biggest traits, and it's not.
Was he runner up this year? Right.
I don't know.
What, Stroud?
It was with Corum, man.
No. It was not.
I know he says he would have won it.
Shout out to our
if they would
food
be
host.
Michigan. He would have won it.
Like, hopefully Corum's going to win it this year.
No.
It's going to be Caleb Williams again.
Revenge season.
This is good. This is good.
It's good, but I would have just rather have gotten the best player in this draft.
Sure.
Bottomed out this year because D'Amico did sign a 6-year deal.
I'm not saying you're
He
wrong.
has the time to be able to bottom out, get the best player, and then you run back Davis Mills to get Caleb Williams.
I'm not
Caleb
wrong.
Williams, yeah.
You're not wrong. But this is still fantastic.
Yeah, this
It's
is still a
fantastic
good
for
pick.
you, not for them.
I don't care about them.
But
I literally, the
Yeah.
other teams can be as stupid as they
All right,
want to
fine.
be.
How many
I have
times
no
did
problem
Hutchinson
with that.
sack Stroud this year? Or no, that's what the other team I read. Will you play Houston too?
No,
Don't believe
just
it.
Chicago. Yeah, he just gets off on Chicago and Justin Fields.
Hey, so I want to take a minute here and give a shout out. Amy, come on over here behind Dylan.
Hey.
Amy's Amy's behind the scenes every single day helping
There she
us,
is.
putting out socials,
Doing
creating
great work.
graphics. Mark's over there hiding, but there's no way she's going to get in front of the camera. Unless Amy can convince her. Thank you so much, Amy, for everything that you do.
Appreciate you, girl.
Appreciate it.
Hey, is there something to be said, like, good for CJ Stroud with everything that happened this week?
No.
There was something we said about
No,
it.
he did everything he possibly could to not be picked here. So, like, I mean, congrats that the Houston Texans
Saw through that?
have just decided to be horrible and ignore all of your flaws. But, hey,
Hey,
They-
you got a one-ring
maybe it was
quarterback.
the Deshaun Watson angle. He said that was his idol, and he went to the team that drafted him.
And again, it's another horse bleep division.
Did he really
He'll be
say? He
just
did
fine.
say that, didn't he?
He said Deshaun
did.
Watson and Michael Vick. Those are the two.
He said his
That
favorite
he
play
said
styles
were
to
his-
watch were those two.
Those
yeah.
were his inspirations.
Can this guy get
Wait.
a PR?
Trade alert.
No way.
Oh,
Big
this
time
is-
trade here.
This is even
Right
better.
here. Son of a gun.
Okay.
This is even
I'm
better.
assuming it's
Well, this is
Tennessee.
it's not the Lions.
Did you
but
get
it's,
Rick
uh,
rolled?
No, it's Tennessee, right?
Okay.
Let's see if I can get it to pop back up here.
Oh,
The
man.
Cardinals have traded the number 3 overall
There you
pick
go.
to the Texans.
No.
They doubled
According to Adam
up.
Schefter.
No way.
No way.
Well, now
No
Anderson
way.
is being
What?
picked.
Yeah.
It's Schefter.
No.
That sucks.
No way.
If this happens, I'm
Is
gonna
that
be mad.
you can't verify it anymore. Thanks, Elon.
Well, no, I'm on his. I have his. Like you know,
You got his timeline up? No way.
No.
It's 100%.
They moved up from 12?
Which means
2-3, which means they're getting it.
So
which
now they're-
means
so now
that
they'll
I bet you it's similar to the deal that was rumored earlier. Maybe they just got Stroud, DeAndre Hopkins, and Hopkins going back to Houston.
Ugh.
I would try to-
That'll be nice.
I'm not saying
That would be
that
gross.
he wouldn't have the choice,
Well,
but
right.
but that was part of the rumor earlier with the Titans. No
See permission
way.
from-
They're, look at they're absolutely
DeAndre.
taking.
So now they're
Ryan
maybe
Anderson.
not.
Now they're gonna get Will, huh?
Oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
100%.
They're going to take Williams.
Which now, okay, D'Amico.
Or they're going to take Paris Johnson and get him
No.
They
protection,
could get him some help.
which would be fine.
Some
That
more
would be
line
funny.
It's
but
not going to
no,
happen.
it's not gonna
Oh, God, I had
It's not
5
gonna
minutes of joy, and now back to disappointment.
Back to back? That's crazy, Texas.
I
That's
don't know
crazy.
if
I want to know what they gave up
Yeah.
to get back to 3. Obviously,
A
it was
lot.
12.
All right, well, let's
Did they
hear what they're saying.
Pick is in.
Yeah, the course of picks in because they had 2 guys on the top of their list:
Oh,
C.J. Stroud
man.
and Will Anderson.
Wow.
And that's a
I tell
dub.
you what, that's a bold move by them, though, huh?
Not hey, they
Like you
had
said,
they
going
had
up to get your
12
guy,
picks,
right?
I think, in this draft.
Yeah, so
So they
could
had
afford
a
it.
ton
Yeah.
of capital.
Absolutely.
Oh
Jeez.
man,
I did not see that coming.
It doesn't make Stroud look
You
controversial
gotta
at all at this
take the
point.
hopes.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Look
now
at Houston.
I hate Houston.
This is the villain thing I wanted the Lions to do.
I can never hate them because they set the Bears up in the beginning. Because Lovey's a ride or die.
Well, yeah, they got you the number one overall pick.
Yeah.
So you're gonna flip DJ Moore.
No, they didn't. Lovey did. I will never forget that.
Yeah, okay. Fair. Doggone, man.
This is crazy. Very shocking move by
I
the
can't
Texans.
remember
Please
a time that
give
a
me
team
details on this trade.
went up into the top 5 again.
No.
Right?
Maybe it was Cleveland one of those years, but
So Texans get number 3
Yep.
and 105, which is a 4th rounder, right?
yeah, they ain't.
And then the Cardinals get 12,
Yep.
33,
Oh wow.
a 1st next year,
Oh.
and a 3rd next year.
Okay. Yep.
Holy
Yep. They really wanted
Sheesh.
Will Anderson.
Yep, that's Will
That
Anderson,
is a
all right.
haul.
Wow.
Also, good job, Bears.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Yeah. Very good job.
that's
He
crazy.
really
Doggone,
didn't want to
man.
pick a 3.
And of all the teams, this is not a team that we would expect to take this 3rd spot. We guessed a whole bunch of other
Yeah,
teams.
Tennessee,
Not
We
Houston.
were right by
Raiders.
one spot.
Right.
Gosh, ain't that something?
Boo!
All right.
Oh,
Sorry,
so
fellas.
mad.
Roger, I want those popcorn
I'm
at the spirit.
sorry.
After
Oh,
the trade
Roger.
with the Arizona Cardinals, the Houston Texans select Will freaking Anderson and steal all the joy from Detroit, Michigan.
Hold on.
Oh, no.
D'Amico Ryans
Oh,
doing
man.
what I
Could
expected.
have been. What could have
And the
been.
dominoes have fallen.
You can't tell me the Lions couldn't have pulled something like this off.
Bless.
You can't convince me
But
the
we-
Lions couldn't have pulled
We
something
don't
like
know
this
that
off.
they didn't try to do something.
That's
like
true.
that.
That's true. We'll wait to see what the post-game presser says.
1-3.
The post-draft presser. This
I
is
would have given up
huge.
a one.
Shout out to the chain work. All
So they
right.
got 12, 33 at 1st.
Chains is clean. All right. Go
So
ahead.
that's
Will
what they could
Anderson.
have got for instead of picking Jeff
I'm jealous.
back in the.
We'll get you a chain like that one day, man.
Man.
That's a little stupid.
Okay, so now I hope Jalen Carter falls to 6.
At this point, yeah. Or Tyree.
Tyree
What do you
will
think it'll
be
be
there.
there,
The
boy?
question
Yeah.
is, are they going to pass on Tyree
We'll see.
because of his foot?
Oh, man.
Right from the beginning, I said we're just ready for disappointment and heartbreak. 3 picks in.
This is nuts.
Now y'all get the bald head.
Yep.
My head is
Okay. All right, Roger. All right.
And I even wore a vented hat so it wouldn't get too hot.
Don't take that off.
Ugh. So mad.
Oh, let's go to
This
the
is
comments.
crazy.
I really don't like it.
Oh, man. Yeah, comments got
It
to be
should have
crazy.
never been an expansion.
Run up them likes if you in the comment section, even
You're
though we're
supposed to
mad.
grab people like Derek Carr, not Will Anderson.
Khalil Mack comp, I like that.
Oh,
Man.
Paul Robinson said, I knew there'd be a reason for the hat.
of course. Paul.
And
You got to work with what you got.
here, hold on.
Oh, God.
Man.
So,
This hurts.
I knew it was going to happen.
Jacob
I knew it was-
Gustin-
I don't know why I'm just saying. I knew it was
What
going to
up, Gustin?
Gustin says Clowney isn't a bust. He's been in the league for 10 years.
That's a fair argument.
He's been in for
That's
a
a
long
fair
time, but
argument.
his longevity,
Yeah, if you don't produce.
No, I like that.
his longevity enough to say that you're not.
Yes.
Given the
So-
hype that he came
yes.
out with,
Because Bus don't, like, Jamarcus was there for how many years?
He's
that's also a different position. You can't compare quarterback to a defensive end.
They were both number one picks, right?
But
And high
position
value
matters.
picks in the league.
Position matters. You're not going to ride with
Mario
Marcus
Williams.
Russell for 10 years, so he's not a bust.
I mean, you could maybe find other options around the league. You see backups in the league go lead team to team to team. Jimmy G gonna be on 2 more teams by the time he retires.
He's
And he's
also not a
mid.
number 1 overall pick.
so he adds on. He says number 4 is going to be Richardson, 5's Carter.
Ugh. Nah,
I
they're
don't
taking
know. I
Levis at
think
4.
the Colts with number 4 are going Levis.
They
I don't
do.
think they're going Richardson, which then will put Richardson in play at 6 for the Lions.
Eric Thompson says it's collusion.
Yes.
It's what?
Yes.
Collusion.
Collusion.
With the Ruxin face.
Yeah.
God, Will Anderson, stop smiling.
I know. You wanted to be aligned.
Stop
again,
smiling,
dummy.
bro.
It's not your fault. I
You
still think
blinded
you're
Paul
really
Robinson by taking your hat off.
That was good. Give sunglasses, Paul.
All right. For the panel,
So sad.
It's a great
if Carter is gone, who would you pick?
at 6,
Tyree Wilson.
no one. I would trade out.
Tyree
The
Wilson.
best I can. I wouldn't take anyone at 6. Now that Anderson is off the board, and if Carter is off the board, I'm not picking at 6. I'm doing everything I can to sell that pick.
Tyree and
Short of
Carter.
giving away my firstborn.
Tyree and Carter are the only
Who
ones
would
I
you
would
go
take.
for?
Levis.
Levis for sure. And the pick is in.
Think so?
Mhm.
I think it's Levis.
Quarterback.
They saw him put that mayo in his coffee and said, "Oh yeah, That's our guy.
He's like, Jim Irsay, have you ever tried this?
Mhm.
Irsay's like,
He called me
North
yeah,
Carolina. He's like, hold on, let me get this ball first.
I don't like Levis.
I don't
either.
But I don't either.
I would
but-
take
I'm not a
Richardson.
fan at all.
I would take Richardson.
Gone, man.
All right, well, we're waiting for the pick. I just want to say, everyone that's out there, thank you so much for watching. We appreciate you. If you could take a chance, head over to our YouTube. If you're not already there, subscribe. We publish every single day. We've got shorts. We've got full episodes. Thank you so much for being fans. We really appreciate you.
We out here.
I would be shocked if this is Richardson over Levis.
Me too.
Would you be shocked if it was Richardson over Levis?
No. Levis is like Levis I would not even take in the first round.
I know.
For me.
I feel you.
I would rather Richardson is I don't know. I would just upside alone I'd take if they want to take a quarterback, I'd take Richardson. But
It make more sense again
Well,
because of his
big, right?
ceiling, right? Because of his ceiling.
I knew it was fine.
Levis reminds me of Carson Wentz. I don't see it.
I mean, I should have expected it, but my
They got
hopes
Gardner
got up.
Minshew as well back on. I didn't know that. Okay. Okay.
My hopes got up when they drafted Stroud at 2. I did not expect them to come up.
Gustin says Richardson, let's see, hang on, let's pull up. Richardson and Taylor would be dynamic for the Colts. That would be a major mistake if they go Levis.
Probably, but
Richardson and Jonathan
they're
Taylor.
smitten with Levis, though.
Yeah, they have been. But
Taylor gotta stay
For a
healthy, too.
long time.
Taylor got to get healthy.
Boy, Paul Robinson's coming right for
I
your
know.
heart.
He told me earlier today he was going.
He didn't even talk of football.
I said, yeah.
This draft could be worse than the Tigers' overall season.
Ooh.
Tigers'
he's trying to
overall
hurt
season is
you.
going to be just fine. 73 to 76 wins, guaranteed. Mark it down. First 40 games were the toughest of the schedule. And if they go 15 and 25, they're on track.
God, it's been
Yeah, how many mocks had the Texans moving back up?
None,
0.
because that doesn't happen.
Nah.
especially now.
I had them trading
Yeah.
down to pick at 11 and 12.
All right, here we go.
What they just did was so rare.
But that
But-
doesn't happen. But when you have 12 picks in this draft, you have the capital to do what they just did, and they did the right thing. Will Levis. Oh!
Whoa!
Upside.
Wow! Wow!
There you go. See, I wasn't that surprised.
But that is a little surprising
That's
given how
very
much
surprising.
they wanted Levis. Okay, so
He got a fire chain too.
now I will
In the
say
Super
I think that takes a line
Bowl.
out of the quarterback race in the first round.
Oh,
I don't think Levis
naturally.
at all
Can
is.
you imagine?
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Oh,
No
God.
way.
Oh
Like,
man!
down here.
JB's house would probably be on fire. Okay, so Antiris and number 4.
Don't have no receivers.
Which now means
Oh,
Jalen
man,
Carter is
Pittman.
going at number 5.
Right. Oh man! But he's gonna play right away.
Not great. It's not good for him.
No, it's not.
This is not
needs
a good
time.
thing for Richardson.
Again, I understand everyone's concerned about him. If the Lions would have been interested, but again, this would have been the most easy scenario for him to sit behind golf for 2 years, relax for a minute, learn how to throw an out route that everybody's freaking out about.
Freaking out about it's kind of a basic throw to be able to
But if you
make.
have 2 years to do it, you'll be just
I
fine.
understand that, but also
good.
in those 2 years, he will have people in his face. At the combine, he had nobody in his face.
You'll be
Yeah,
good.
according to the interview I watched today, it was because he was running it. It lowers his accuracy.
No.
Jacob Gussin wants his flowers, by the way.
Yeah, shout out to Gustin for that.
Yeah, he did
Central
call.
Michigan stand up. Oh,
And the fantasy value for Taylor, if he's not hurt, is
oh yeah.
No.
check down Charlie's what's going to be him for the
Oh
first
yeah.
year.
I don't know. He can't check down.
Eric, rub AJ's head for Carter.
Oh, well, hey, it's only weird if it don't work. It's only weird if it don't
Oh
work.
man.
I mean, it's probably weird because
All good juju.
Here comes
We'll channel it in now. We good.
This is the worst case scenario. It's playing out right in front of us, just like our mock on Monday night.
Especially when we see
It's
Brad
playing
Holmes slap the table for Witherspoon. Oh,
Yeah,
that's been his mock. Oh,
yeah.
he
That
does
would
it
be
for
the worst.
Witherspoon. I'm about to go ham.
They're already on the phone.
Yeah. This is it.
Hopefully it's with another
going
team.
this way already.
We knew it.
This is crazy, man.
So from what I read, Witherspoon's not horrible. Like, what are you so against? What are you
He's
so
5'11". He's 180 pounds, which means I'm bigger than him. His the way that he measures out percentile rankings, like we heard on the radio today, he is 60% percentile or less in literally every measurable. Wingspan, hands, 40 speed, arm length, whatever it is. He does not measure well to be a top 6 pick.
He doesn't even have the speed.
No, he's not Jalen Wright. Like this, it's for sure the same level of picking Okuda at number 3. Maybe worse.
This is kind of worse to me. This is a little bit worse.
It may be worse. Like at least Okuda was 6'1".
And you can question
and 200 pounds.
You can question the offenses he played against too. Like he wasn't lighting it up against like prime, opposition.
I don't love it, but it is what it is, right?
I told you.
Who knows? They can trade back. We'll see.
I don't know. Not the way this.
I know. Yeah, it's not.
No,
it's not
if
like
the first few picks are any indication.
We're gonna have to get saved by 18 at this point.
Why is Seattle taking forever?
We know quarterbacks at the top for this crew.
This is gross.
Right.
It's all situational for what teams are there, but still.
And the Texans got 2 of those first 4 picks. That's insane to me. Just their ability to be able to do that, and the fact that they were ballsy enough to pull it off.
Right.
There's no way they pass on Jalen, right?
I don't know.
No, it's taking
I can't see it, but yeah, they are taking a minute. They could maybe try.
Maybe they're deciding between Wilson or Carter here.
Maybe get some protection for Geno.
For sure, they're not interested in Levis, right? How far does Levis fall at this point?
It's probably
Oakland,
maybe down to
Las Vegas.
Yeah, Las Vegas. That's 7.
Well, who knows? I don't know how much they love Jimmy G. I could see him fall maybe like to the Commanders. They're at like 16.
The Falcons could also be in play because
maybe.
we don't know how much they love Ritter, right? Man, oh man, I am very disappointed.
Are they doing anything? They look lost in their draft room. What y'all doing?
Yeah.
Oh, what a start.
What a start.
What a Stroud.
I know. I still can't.
Yep, I agree, Gus. And they could go Paris Johnson. I can see that.
Man, oh man, oh man.
Yeah. It's going to have to be 18 that saves the mood right here.
I think so,
Getting Cansey or Nolan Smith or something. I don't know. I don't know what they plan on doing to recover of this.
Cansey on my mind.
Me too.
Cansey,
that's where I'm at.
Cansey would be
spark plug.
Now does, and this question was asked, but does the pick at 18 redeem having to take Witherspoon at?
I mean, if you want to go holistic about the draft, yeah. But I don't know. I know. All the air is out. It's just sad that 3 picks in and the air is already out.
I know.
At least last year we waited till 11.
Because at least we had like the thrill of, we got Hutch.
All right, so Jacob Gustin says they can go Paris Johnson.
I can see that.
At Seattle?
I can see that.
At Seattle, Jacob?
Yeah, I think he's correct. Like, I think that's what he means.
Mm-hmm.
They could. I don't. That could be a redeeming factor for the first round because we said Will Anderson or Jalen Carter is great.
Mm-hmm.
And here's the pick. The
pick is in.
Mm-hmm. We will see.
Oh, man.
I told you I was more nervous for this.
This is not good. We wanted to be more hype and excited, y'all, but this is
it's just the shock, right? We thought that there was going to be something crazy that happened.
Yeah.
And just something crazy happened.
We need an alarm for Don whenever Don got something.
We're going to do this.
That's the first time I did.
We're going to do this the same way that we did for the other one.
All I'm going to say is that you guys are going to be absolutely shocked with this pick.
Oh, Jesus.
Well, that means it's not Jalen Carter. That means it's not Jalen Carter
then at this point.
It's not Jalen Carter.
Oh, man.
It's not Jalen Carter. But you will be absolutely...
I think it's
good.
I'll just... Oh, man.
With
no.
Kenneth
Who else
Walker
could it
now?
be? Yeah, they're not taking Bijan. They're not taking
I think it's
Wide
probably
receiver.
Tyree
But
Wilson.
no, why? They already have.
With DK and Tyler, you got
Yeah.
I
three
think one of those
roster
contracts coming up soon. They could get somebody else.
DK, yeah.
No, I think maybe based off of how Don's reacting, maybe it's a Levis.
That would be crazy. That would be shocking.
That would be shocking.
That would have to
And it
do
would be
just
fine
gave
because
Gino.
that means Jalen Carter is on
Right.
board. Now it would be up to the Lions to pick Jalen Carter.
Or maybe they like Witherspoon.
No, that makes it worse.
Well, what? If they like Witherspoon? Why?
Did you not say it on Tuesday? If they pass on Jalen Carter to draft Witherspoon?
No, if Seattle takes Witherspoon.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if they like. That's why I laughed.
Also fine, because that means the
Yeah,
Lions can't
right.
pick him.
Gotta humor myself about this. Man, come on, let's go.
Trade?
Get off this commercial. Hurry
Well,
up.
they made a pick. They're making a pick.
Yeah.
Jesus.
All right, come on.
I need to get my stress under control.
I did not see this coming. I could have done so many mocks, and I would not have seen this.
Nah.
I really
Mayo man.
a while. That would be. He didn't look too happy, so it's not Will Levis.
Yeah.
He would have been celebrating and playing fine. Huh?
Did they just get away?
No,
Here we
I
go.
mean, he was sitting there.
Here comes Roger.
This is going to be very interesting.
I'm just
Let's
watching
see.
your reactions.
Yes!
The Lions can't take him. The Lions cannot take
Let me
him.
my flowers now. Let's go.
You were right.
Turn me up.
The
Oh,
Lions cannot take him.
Wow, and another great chain. Y'all are coming clean with the jewelry. Way to go, guys.
Okay.
Eric, all right. Good
That's
stuff.
crazy. That is shocking.
That is
Top
shocking,
five?
but that is now
That's
there's energy back in the
crazy.
draft
Didn't they get
because.
rid of Shaquille Griffith? Isn't that part of this?
Well, hold on, was he was
Nuts,
in
yo.
Jacksonville? I thought
One of the Griffins.
the one without the hand, but that was a while ago, and he was a special team player.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Kirby Joseph, don't shed a tear, bro. It's okay.
No, it's fine.
Don't be sad, Kirby. All right. All right, I'm excited again. I'm a little excited again now. Okay.
Now here's the
Let's
question
go.
because Detroit is on the clock.
Yes.
Do they take Jalen Carter?
Yes. Yes.
Because this is the guy who was supposed
This
to
is
be.
just crazy.
Yes.
So now who is wide? Now it's wide open,
I don't think it's a choice.
and
at this
Jalen
point.
Carter's there.
Yes.
Yeah.
Do you
Do it.
pass on Jalen Carter to take Tyree
I
Wilson?
think the timing's still just too bad for it.
I don't
the character?
think. I don't think that matters.
Because the character?
I don't think
I
that
can't worry
public
about that.
opinion
It's
should
not about
factor
public
into.
opinion. Say you can't deal with two really young dudes at the same time.
Look, Paul wants to point out that the head rub did work.
Yes.
That is correct.
Not a matter of the
That
Lions
is correct.
actually
You know
Yes.
what?
taking Carter.
Dylan's got a bald head too over up his neck.
Oh, no. Not for me. No way.
We kind of all are going bald anyway, so.
So we're,
Yeah, only got a
we're,
few years left.
we're all
Only
in
got a
on
few years
Carter
left.
I know.
Yeah.
because the Lions can do anything.
They could do
Yes.
anything.
Do anything.
I'm in on Carter. Just be well. Wait, are you asking who do we
Everybody.
who we think it will be, or what do we want?
Let's go around. Let's start with you.
I honestly don't know. I'm gonna go Christian Gonzalez,
Oh.
but I want it to be Carter because I think if they take Carter, that means that they vetted out everything. They're comfortable with the pick, and why? How can I not be? I haven't interviewed the guy, So I'm gonna go with Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah, that's my pick as well. I'm not trying to be unoriginal, but the Carter one just seems too steep, and I think the Tyree slide is real.
I think the
Yeah, it could
Tyree
be
slide is
Tyree, yeah, it could
real,
be
but I
Tyree.
think that means I think it's Carter. I don't think what happened with JMO plays into the decision. Because I'll tell you why. In the pre-draft press conference, Brad said you take each of these cases case by case. So what happened with JMO last week, whenever it was, I don't think factors into this because it's a case by case situation.
Mhm.
Public opinion be damned, because you don't draft based on public opinion.
Mm-mm.
You take the best player available. The best player available right now is Jalen Carter.
Yes.
So I'm just going to will it into existence.
I'm with you, dog. I think it's an obvious. I
Oh,
understand
shit.
oh boy.
All right.
Oh man. Don't tell
Oh, you
no.
did, so it doesn't matter.
No, no.
The Lions have traded the number 6 pick.
There you go.
I told you. Well, but I'm not as
Well, good
happy
for
about
Brett
that
Holmes.
because Carter was still on the board.
Interesting. So is it
To where?
To the Cardinals. I have not seen a return yet.
So we traded back to 12.
Yeah, where were they at?
They,
Well,
That's what. Oh, yeah, because they got
now.
Houston's pick. Yeah.
Oh my gosh,
Jesus.
What are the Cardinals doing?
they're going up to get.
Okay,
Jalen
so
Carter.
we get. Son of a. Let's just do this game.
What?
Lions get 12 and 34.
Okay.
Wow. All right.
So we get 3 second rounders.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, 12 and 34
Okay.
for 6.
All right.
I don't love that as much though because
Because Jalen Carter.
Jalen Carter's on the board.
Okay.
That was the only reason why
I mean, that makes it pretty clear that he was a no
There
on
you go.
Jalen Carter, though.
True.
You know what I mean? That's what that
If
tells
they
me.
wanted him, they would have took him there.
Oh, yeah.
Well, his comment this week wasn't it yesterday where he said, "I had a quick conversation with Dan Campbell." Like he didn't talk to Campbell very long.
Nope.
Mm.
And so if that's the case, and yeah, I mean, and right to your point earlier about them feeling better about him,
Mm-hmm.
their decision,
Hey, we finally traded down in the draft. I'm always wanting to trade down.
which means at 12 now you're going to take
Corner.
Ness, maybe Gonzalez if he's on the board, even though he probably won't be on the board.
Huh.
That's interesting to me.
I want to know why they care. What are the Cardinals doing?
I
don't
think
get
the
that.
second round, though, there's more value and depth in the second
Sure,
round.
of course.
Yeah.
So
No,
now
that
we
part I
have
get.
3 second round
I
picks.
don't. I'm not worried about it from your end. I don't understand their end.
Plus, we have 12 and 18, which could be Cansey and could be Nolan Smith.
Could be Nolan.
Could be Nolan Smith at 12, Cansey at 18.
That's very good.
That's pretty
That
good.
can make sense.
Yes, it is. What is the? I keep
I
on
don't
saying
know.
Carolina. What do the Cardinals want?
They're going up to get Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter is the pick here.
With the
Oh, wait,
way
hold on.
that-
Oh, wait, there's more to this year.
Based on your lot,
There's more to the deal.
Oh, dang it. So we had to give up 6 and 80. We gave up 6 and 81,
Sure. Okay.
Okay.
so our third round,
Yeah.
for
That's fine.
12, 34, and 168, which is what, the fifth round?
Fifth rounder.
right?
Yeah.
Which we did not have. Or wait, no, we had a
no,
We
we
have-
have,
we have-
we
we
have
have
three. We have 3 fifth rounds
Yeah, we
now.
don't have
No
four.
third round
no
and
4
no.
and no 7. Yeah, no 4 and no 7.
Okay.
All right. So
What did you say? 168.
What do the people say about this? They should be reacting, I would think.
so Eric Thompson says, so do we go after a corner and a tight end?
I think it's Nolan Smith. I think at
Well,
12.
if he's there.
I think it. Yeah, I think he'll be there though.
Paul Robinson says maybe Carter falls at 12. And then he says, God help us if they take Robinson at 12. Jacob Gustin says Cansey, DT corner, and maybe a wide receiver at 18.
Smith and Cansey, I would love it, but
Bijan.
Bijan.
Yeah, Bijan.
So,
Murphy maybe.
I got a
Is
question
that-
you guys can think about. You can throw it out now or you can throw it out later. Who's this draft's Malik Willis?
Ooh.
any one of C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, or Will Levis.
No. Because
the
he was
whole thing.
projected to go like number 3, and he fell to like the third round, second,
Yeah.
late
Well, the only one
second
you'll
round.
be able to say is
But all the quarterbacks
that
fell.
hard, yeah.
So
That's
it's got
what
to
I
be
mean.
Levis. At
But
this
he was particularly bad, right? Like I
I mean,
remember.
he had like
Yeah, they-
7 completion yards in a game this year.
Yeah, he was
so-
They've
terrible.
already given up on him.
Yeah,
They set him
have.
up for Phil, and yeah, he wasn't good.
This
All right.
has got to be Jalen Carter.
Yeah, I don't think anyone's gonna fall that tough, but Levis looks like it's shaping up to be him.
Possible.
Yeah,
Or Smith.
come on, Arizona,
Wilson.
let's go.
I think it's a defensive lineman. Let me just put it that way. I'm just throwing names out there at this point.
It will make sense. They need D-line help. I can see it.
They're not going running backs. They have James Conner, which
Mhm.
not great. But they're not taking Bijan here. And if they are, then they make no sense of what they're doing.
And they're not doing this
Right?
for an
Like they're
offensive
just
tackle
throwing
either.
things at the wall and hoping that it sticks.
They're not doing this for an old tackle either. What?
No, that's okay. That makes sense.
That's shocking to me.
So I mean, if you're tracking, I got the team and the player right.
Yeah.
Just not the spot.
He's
Did
hyped
you
too.
really have to trade to do that?
No, that's why I'm surprised.
Well,
But, hey, doesn't matter
well-
for y'all, but
Well,
Who are they
the
worried about
Bears,
taking him?
were the Bears going to take
Maybe they thought.
I think
Johnson?
the Bears would have taken Skoronski
over
him anyway.
Johnson?
Just
The Eagles don't need him. Tennessee could have taken him.
No. Who are you protecting?
I mean, don't you build everything before you grab your quarterback anyway? And just let
that's
Malik
not
Willis get
trenches,
killed.
right?
until
Clearly
you find-
not, because of how this has gone.
Well, sure, but we know that team building comes from the inside out. And
Get that
you put
Ohio
your
State
quarterback
jersey
in
ready.
Last.
That's hilarious because he was
What?
from Ohio State,
I know, and now
and they
he-
just get the
he's the same
the jersey that looks like Ohio State. Okay, good for you.
Okay.
That's why he was so hyped. Oh boy, big dog.
I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
Oh,
I think all the stockpiling we just did, 3 seconds, 3/5. I think we make an additional pick in the first round.
That trade up to the
That'll
end
depend.
to grab Jahmyr Gibbs.
Oh,
That was the rumor that they
jeez.
trade in to get him.
That would be
no,
gross.
apparently Valeni from his inside sources said that the Giants are taking him back. Like, guaranteed. Like, he
Oh,
has
they're
some
not getting what's
team
the name?
insider
Oh.
that told him, I guess.
Oh.
Yeah, he was bitching about it.
Well,
I mean, they kind of had
Hey.
to at some point.
I had Arizona taking Paris Johnson.
Yeah, I know. You
Just
did the same
not
as
at-
me.
Just not at
Yeah, had the team had the player, not the spot.
yeah.
Oof, Mauler.
Okay.
This has been very odd.
Where does Carter fall to now? Do you take him at 9?
What's the sequence?
It's Raiders, Falcons, Bears.
Yep.
Do you take him or Skronsky?
Skoronski's my ideal, but I'm fine with either.
I don't think the Eagles take him because of Jordan Davis.
I don't agree with that.
I think they could.
Because I remember Fletcher Cox's eye on his last year.
Yeah.
He's gone.
Yeah, he's about to be up soon, so it's
He's
very
old as
possible
hell,
they
too.
could
He's
get
like
him.
36 years old.
Yeah. So, I mean, Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter on the interior line would be.
Well, let's see what.
Paris.
I don't agree with
Paris.
that.
Yeah, I don't agree
But
either.
Okay.
I don't think the Raiders or the Falcons are going to take.
Well,
That just seems, if you're gonna, if you
This
wanted
is
them, why would you
shocking.
not just take them at 3?
Well, there are a few things from one of the talks that I made, which was the 5 things I knew 100% were going to happen. The number 1 was obviously that Bryce Young would go number 1. The number 2 was that Jalen Carter would slide. That looks right. Number 3 was that there was going to be some insane stuff because the order wasn't really like blocked out
Yeah.
how it usually is, where you can the top 5 are going to be the same top 5.
Just
The order is the only
yeah.
part. So this trading and whatnot isn't surprising. It's just a little odd it went that way.
So
Yeah.
Ricky thinks this is a setup to draft Moody.
But yeah, with our 3 5th-round picks.
Everybody's joking about taking him like
Here's in
10 or
Detroit. You
something.
know how valuable that is.
Probably.
I know.
Because of last
If you
year.
ever could get Lions fans in agreement, it's on drafting Jacob.
Absolutely.
I don't know. I think Brian would have something to say about that.
Yeah.
Oh man, this has been a wild start.
This
At
has
least,
been I mean, we kind of.
I'm not shocked though. I mean, yeah, sure, it's crazy, but it's not like last year. Last year felt more out of nowhere. This feels like, yeah, I'm.
What
That's
happened
exactly
last year?
what I
Trayvon Walker going.
Well, you had the Saints, if I remember right,
Oh yeah, trading
traded
up
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 for
to
Olave.
get Olave. Then
Yeah.
you did, and then
Yeah,
there was
that's
the
true.
Jordan Davis pick at 13, and that mid round was where things kind of went a little crazy.
then AJ Brown went to Philly.
Yeah, the trade for 8. Yeah, and Hollywood Brown getting
Yep.
traded to
To
Arizona.
Arizona.
Yep,
That
it was a
our
lot of
draft
first
night,
round
too.
Yeah,
craziness.
that was crazy.
So that's what I mean, because that wasn't expected. This very much was.
Yeah. Okay.
And if more happens again, not that surprised.
I feel like that was
Is there any chance
Oh,
at all
more.
Jalen Carter's on the board at 12?
yes.
Maybe.
I don't
If
know
he's
about
on the board at 12, are we assuming that they just don't like him and they passed on
Right,
him?
I know that's what yeah.
You know what I mean? Or did they expect him to slide, got the capital that they wanted to get, and still ended
It's
up?
really starting to feel like not DJ Fluker. Who was the guy who
Dominique
just got?
Tunsil.
There you go. Thank you.
The ball rip.
Yeah, where if he had done it here now, it wouldn't have mattered.
Right, because
Oh, here we go. Raiders, Christian Gonzalez.
Levis is going to be my guess here.
I'm not going to Gonzalez.
QB.
I think
Or Raiders.
I think
to
it's
Raider.
Levis.
I mean, look
look
at
at the look.
Don, look at that look. That's a dude.
Or it's a
He
dude
doesn't
that
know what's
realizes I am Aaron Rodgers sliding down into the first
He's like,
round.
dude, son, it's no big deal.
Well, he's moving
Why
his
is he
body.
blinking like that, bro?
Well, that's what I mean. It's
It's
either
that mayo and coffee.
Yeah, he was like, Gatorade, bro. Nah.
It's that mayo and
Colts, you
coffee.
made the right choice. You made the right choice, guys.
I think the Colts made the right choice if they're going quarterback to take Richardson over Levis for sure.
Just feel so shocking. They
We're
actually
talking
did that.
about Levis, a guy that could not beat out Sean Clifford at Penn State.
So that's a hugely different quarterback that the Colts are used to, right?
No, Corey Colts have been
Richardson?
using.
Yeah.
They don't have a standard
sorry.
other than Peyton
Richardson,
Manning.
yeah,
How many
Richardson is a
years
shot.
ago?
Yeah, they've been doing
But-
statues
Yeah.
forever.
Yeah.
Phillip
Right,
Rivers,
that's what
Matt
I'm
Ryan, Carson Wentz. Yeah, this
And
is
even
totally
Luck
different.
didn't move.
Yeah, this is very different from what they do.
It's different than Peyton. Was.
You say this
Peyton,
is
Andrew Luck, absolutely. Yep.
Hey, Peyton had some rushing touchdowns.
Some
He
QB.
also-
The one where he
he
faked
also-
everybody in Dallas out and basically walked
I
into the end
remember.
zone.
He also had the least impressive Super Bowl of a winning QB I've
Oh,
ever seen.
well, yeah,
That's a
because he had
fact.
Because it's
literally a dead arm.
His entire arm is just gone.
He could not. Yeah. I mean, you want to talk about defense winning a championship? That was the
That was
proof
it.
right there. Thank you for Von Miller, right?
Yeah.
And the fact that they were playing Cam Newton.
All right, come on. Let's get this road on the show. Come on.
Is it going to be
Good
Levis?
Lord.
Is it going to be Gonzalez?
7 picks and it's taking an hour.
So
Yeah, I don't.
Charles Bosnick's already thrown in the towel. He's like, I'm usually behind Brad Holmes, but this was a boneheaded move in my
No.
opinion.
Boneheaded how?
We don't know
I
yet,
I
Charles.
disagree with that.
We don't know
Charles.
yet, Charles. We got to wait to see how the pick
We got
plays out.
an
Yeah.
additional second round pick, which we said the second round. Like if you look
That's where
at the
your
second
value
round, there's a ton of value there. And this draft, there were GMs that came out this week and were even talking about how much this draft sucked. And I think this is kind of proving it out with how unpredictable it is. Nobody knows what's going to happen. But in the second round, you have a lot of depth
and not
and a
just
lot of
that.
opportunities.
At 34, you're basically getting a pseudo first round.
Right.
So,
Yeah.
all right.
Christian Gonzalez. Oh, okay.
Not what I would have expected out of them,
No.
but all right.
And there ends the slide for him,
Got the Miami
which
Vice
really
jacket
wasn't
on.
necessarily
That wasn't really a slide at
a
all.
slide at all. I mean,
No,
in our draft rankings, we had him at around 11 overall prospect.
I'm not going
Big
to lie,
boy.
that's by far the best outfit.
yeah,
That was swagged out.
with no shirt. Hey,
That's
that
absolute-
jacket on
that
with
is
no shirt
absolute
underneath.
life.
You feel different.
He's got a
Feel
shirt
different.
underneath, it's just unbuttoned onto his
No.
belly.
Isn't it?
Yeah.
I believe he did. Oh, that.
I would
suit
not
jacket
have-
is
Shane, I
so
don't need no
cool.
shirt.
I would not have minded.
Wow.
It's not just a suit jacket; that's the entire suit, pal.
That's tough.
I would not have minded Tyree Wilson.
Me neither.
He looks like he's ready for Vegas now.
6'5",
big dude.
270,
But
big boy.
As we talked about, very slow off the ball. He's
Mhm.
very slow,
Off the ball, but his lateral speed is not.
but he's not great against the run. He can make tackles because how long his arms are,
Sure.
but he does not.
I would take for someone of his size to have that type of lateral speed, I think is a value.
Y'all got to stop picking him up, bro. That is weird.
I
Scare him every
And I
time.
don't-
Dog is weird.
Tell me what
Drop
you-
him next time.
You didn't
man.
get to talk with us about this, but when we were doing our breakdown of him, I talked about with his size, he's 6'6", 275, 278.
He's kind of a skinny dude.
My thought would be put 20 in there,
Oh yeah,
put 20
Yeah,
pounds
yeah.
on him, move him inside.
The trade?
the trade. Yeah, and then everybody started clicking on the Jalen Carter when I wrote earlier this
Oh,
morning
yeah?
about his revealing comments might make the Lions pass on him.
Okay, I
He
don't
did the
think
hug
so
with the
because of what I'm
Rodgers
saying.
dodgeball.
Because why would you put a defensive tackle that can move side to side like he can? That's wasteful. He can set an edge. That's what you need him for.
With as slow as he is off the ball, though.
That is
He
something you can train. That's
All right,
absolutely something you can train. That's all this is a trigger reaction time. All you need to get him to play COD on like high sensitivity.
No, this ain't Kyle.
Then you create Kyler Murray.
Listen, Charles, we got to put this one to bed. Here's a better question: can we confirm Brad Holmes at the helm in the war room? That man, period,
100%.
has got to say he is driving this ship.
What situation
Iceberg or
would you
not?
think is happening?
I don't know.
Question.
I guess, Charles, what would you have rather they done at 6?
I don't get his.
If you think this was a bad move, you
With
picked
what
up
was
an
available.
additional 2nd round.
Yep.
You picked up an additional 5th round. We know the track record of Brad Holmes late in the draft. James Houston, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Malcolm Rodriguez. We know he can identify that talent. So stockpiling those picks is not ever a bad thing, specifically when you're just upping your odds of hitting on one.
Pick
of
is
them,
in already.
which
That was
means
quick.
I don't see them taking Levis.
It's probably
Kyle Hug wants to know if he says 34 possible Hooker from Tennessee if he's there.
No,
too early.
he is not a pseudo first round pick.
No,
Boy.
too early.
Nope. He is
55, maybe.
Right now, he is.
I don't see him
Because
being
now
there
you
that
don't
late.
have that
or-
3rd round pick anymore.
I don't see him
So
being there that late.
you have 3 second rounds.
Yeah.
You have your 2 firsts, 3 seconds,
Right.
3 fifths. So you have 2 rounds off,
Yeah.
and then 2 sixths. I would suspect those 5th and 6th rounds, maybe some future picks, are going to be used to move up into the 3rd or 4th round if there's somebody they really like.
And Hendon on grade, he's 49th on the overall board.
Yeah.
That's a major reach.
Yeah, 55, I'd be okay with him if they chose to go quarterback.
Somebody's phone going off. I hear a vibration.
Yeah, I hear something. Too.
I think it's the water behind you.
It's not mine, man.
Something buzzing.
Never mind.
So hey, let's take a minute here. Let's introduce everybody
Yep.
because we got a ton of different platforms going on right now,
Hello.
and we want to make sure that everybody knows where we're at right now. So
Yeah.
everyone, we know our. Oh, hang on, I got a beer. Cheers.
Alcoholism. Man.
All right. So first off, I'm Jeff Bilbrey. I kind of own this shit.
The offspring.
All right. So we've got Eric and AJ. They host
I'm
Beyond.
AJ. He pointed at
All
Don.
right, AJ and Eric.
What up, though?
They host Beyond the Box, which
We do.
is live Monday at 9 p.m. and Thursday at 9 p.m. And they have new episodes at Tuesday at 5 p.m. on YouTube and Friday at 5 p.m. on YouTube. Then we have Dylan Bear, who is our TikTok extraordinaire. If you want to get over there, he's ranting and raving like crazy on everything.
That's right.
And
The
we have our
dankest memes.
we have our managing editor that oversees the mothership that is Detroit Sports Nation, which is Don Drysdale.
Don.
He is the glue and the oil and the gasoline that drives the engine of Detroit Sports Nation. So if you're looking, Booth, are you kidding me, Paul? We're talking a couple hours early. So he said, Booze this early. No.
Not that Paul.
Paul
He
Robinson said,
doesn't support
Booze this early. Jeff.
Probably.
Let's see.
So if you're looking to find like different forms of following Detroit Sports Nation, that's where you can find us, DetroitSportsNation.com. We got our TikTok, which is a little bit more loose, and then
You got
YouTube.
some?
It's from Paul,
Oh, okay.
who is probably
How far does he
irate.
slide now?
He's very mad.
Because Seattle's supposedly the perfect fit for him, right? Carter.
That's what we
Detroit's
thought.
the perfect fit for him.
That's what we
They
thought.
both passed on him.
I'm telling you, he's kind of
How
caustic.
I think the Eagles would land him.
Hey, this is a
Sounds
great,
like
Make the most sense.
this is a great comment from Eric. Thank you so much, Eric Thompson. I've been following you on YouTube at the suggestion of CV3, best follow of the year for me. Thank you very much, Eric. We appreciate you.
Appreciate that.
Okay.
CB3,
Apparently
that's my
Falcons-
father.
I saw into the Salton Garden. They're getting it ahead of time. Falcons are not taking part.
Wow.
So he's going to.
YouTube won't let me comment.
Why?
Maybe because
I do not have the option to comment.
You signed in and everything?
I'm logged
All
in
right.
though.
here we go.
YouTube is blocking our comment.
Falcons are picking the corner. So I don't care. They're not
I
taking
should
Carter.
still
So
be able to comment just as a YouTube user.
all right, here we go. Oh, they got some kid up there.
Old tackle, maybe.
All right. Come on. There we go.
Ah! As long as Eric isn't giving fantasy football advice, he's the go-to guy.
Hey, leave my feelings alone. All right, fantasy football hurts for me.
Hey,
Was that Gussin? Was that Gussin?
Speaking of
Gussin.
fantasy football, Amy, our wonderful social media manager, show your beautiful T-shirt. She is the winner of the Detroit Sports Nation Champions League this year. She kicked all the guys' asses. It's just her first year ever even
Put
playing,
us to shame.
and she dusted all of
All
them.
bad.
Hey, Bears just traded the Eagles for one spot.
What?
Don just showed me.
So they,
Hell yeah!
they just moved back to 10
Yeah, they moved one spot.
and got more draft.
All right.
Yes, there is no difference between 9 or 10 in my mind. There's none.
But you got an
get
extra pick.
extra. Let's effing go.
Bijan, what? Bijan to Atlanta?
Oh.
At that early?
Okay,
That's
to be fair,
crazy.
Arthur Smith. You talk.
It might be too late.
So, okay, Arthur Smith, to your point, Eric, about Baltimore running the ball, Atlanta runs it more. So him going there makes a lot of sense.
Wow.
They run the ball. If I remember correctly, percent of plays, they were higher than Baltimore.
Which is wild because they put so much stock in Kyle Pitts. They got Drake London.
They didn't use Kyle Pitts last year.
No,
at
they
all.
did. Yeah, they put it like a blocker for a lot of it.
And then obviously, then they what's his dick? Ridley got bounced.
Yep,
and
he's in
traded him,
Jacksonville.
and
Yep.
they just kept running the ball. So them doing this makes sense for the scheme they run.
Wow. Wow.
Down a spot.
They moved down a spot, which is no difference, but it also means the Eagles have to be taking Carter.
Who made the trade? Eagles?
Yeah.
Yeah, Eagles got to be
One
taking Carter.
spot.
Eagles got to
That
be
is
taking Jalen
great.
Carter.
But, Bijan for Atlanta does make sense by fit.
So like Jordan Davis and Jalen Carter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Two Georgia guys.
That's big.
Basically teammates.
They like keeping that
I
D-line
think
deep.
that for
And maybe they are doing that because maybe Davis's influence over Carter when he was there.
Well, that's all the
is-
more why it makes so much sense. They went to a Super Bowl. They have the infrastructure there to be able to kind of really get a guy like that in and mentor him and whatnot.
Man,
I mean, you can even can you look up the status of if Fletcher Cox is retired? Because if so, they just bring him back to the facility. But I know that Fletcher Cox is either on his way out or he is gone, or he's either on his way out or he's gone.
Hey,
So
Dylan, Eric Thompson and Behan going to the Bears.
I'm sorry.
Bijan.
Yeah, Bijan going to the Bears.
No chance, homie.
Man.
he's on a 1 year contract.
There you
Chicago.
go. So that's perfect. Old dude on his way out, mentors the new guy.
Yep.
And another thing, Philly's roster construction on defense has been very similar to San Fran, where they love to platoon their defensive line,
Yep.
which frankly is what I would like the Lions to do.
Agreed.
You
is
should
why I was
go,
hoping they would
arguably
take-
now in a modern day NFL, you should probably go at least 10 deep on your defensive line.
Mm-hmm.
So that's all the more why
Tackles and ends.
they absolutely traded up one spot because they are 100% convinced the Bears were going to take Carter. That's what all the offseason stuff was. What Chicago was kind of playing around with, Carter's at the team facility all the time. Ryan Poles has been talking to him personally. And we got an extra pick out of all of that chess. So, not that anyone here really probably cares about the Bears, but I do. So you're going to hear about it.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you. This is great. This is perfect.
There's I don't think there's anything that would make him.
No.
You know what I mean? Like,
Also, your tech size is huge.
That's because he's old.
36 years old, man,
Oh, you're Fletcher Cox's age.
and not nearly as lucrative. It's a good pick for Atlanta.
Oh, this is
The problem is they want to run the ball. They also have Drake London. They also have Kyle Pitts.
Yep.
But do they have a quarterback that can?
Well, that's the thing.
Focus on
There had been a lot of talk whenever the Lamar stuff was going down that the most likely options were either everybody was wish casting Miami. I'm overusing the word, but that's what it was. Or it was going to be Atlanta because of the scheme fit. obviously Desmond Ritter clearly seems to be the one that they want to like. Let's do it another year and see, because I know I keep saying it, but really, what is the harm if you're trotting out Desmond Ritter and you bottom out? Your punishment is Caleb
Because
Williams.
the quarterback
So,
class next year is infinitely better.
yeah, or Drake May, or whomever.
We've got
Pickens in already.
we've got a fellow Chicagoan living in Chicago.
Hey,
I'm so happy to see them mess up passing on Carter for a day 3 pick.
why are you so negative? Anyway,
Well said, Gusson. Well said, my boy.
we moved one spot, my man, and we got an extra pick out.
And you're still going to get
There is no difference
to
between
protect
the two.
Fields.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, get Skoronski, and we're good, because if Justin Fields is running around with his hair on fire, then it doesn't matter if we have a good defensive end.
But we also
That's
assume
who Eric Thompson says he's this.
We also-
That's what I've wanted this entire time.
we also assume that they're just taking Jalen Carter. I mean, I think
Yeah.
It's for a fourth next year.
I don't care. It's an extra pick. You moved one spot. That is it. It's like you're trading in $2 and you got $3. Are you going to complain about the extra dollar even though it's only $3? No, you got an extra $1. So relax. Oh man, LT was so good.
One of my favorites.
He
One of
was
my
so
favorite running
good.
backs ever.
Oh, he was so
Fantasy
smooth.
football legend.
Oh, he had like 3 years where he went
Yes.
insane.
Could not be touched.
LT.
LT.
Oh,
Dude, he was
He was
fantastic. Also, I don't know if there was ever a player that matched the uniform he wore better. Just the lightning bolts with his style of running. It just
it was good.
Especially the throwback, the powder blue.
yeah.
LaDainian.
Oh, I know, yeah.
Legend. Shout out LT.
All right, so this is going to be
I
Jalen
had,
Carter.
there,
I mean,
the only reason they
Makes
would
too
move
much
up is
sense.
for that reason, because whoever they moved up for, they were convinced the Bears were going to take him instead. That is what happened.
could it be
Yeah.
Skoronski?
That I don't see a reason to. Lane Johnson came back.
But Lane Johnson.
Sure, but not as old as Fletcher Cox is. Either way, you know they're building on the line first.
Yeah,
So.
we
Yeah,
know, we
that's
know
an
it's
Eagles pick.
offense or defense.
They like the trenches. Yep.
All right.
Come on, Roger. Get out there. Get ready for your hug.
And that camera too.
Ugh.
What?
Right.
Goddamn right.
What we doing? What we doing?
Article.
What
Yeah.
did I
Yeah.
say?
Yep.
I
Makes sense.
called this
That's
shit.
an Eagles pick, all right.
If I remember
Isn't that my
correctly,
job?
You're not doing articles right now.
She doesn't understand the automation.
you know, because you've been in the chat, how long had I said that Jam Car was going to be?
Not a lot.
here's another one for you.
I've been in the
Ah,
chat, and I
that's
tell
perfect.
them
It is
often that I'm
perfect.
going to get the squirt bottle on you. So
There was. I don't know if there has been a better pick. I
Well,
love
obviously
this.
not. I mean that.
This
I mean,
is perfect. They have it because
you got a top 3 talent at pick 9.
well, even better because if you're comparing it to what they drafted before, because the reason why everybody, including Paul in specific, was saying don't draft Jordan Davis was the critique. He doesn't play
Yeah.
every down.
Which is not true. I mean,
Yeah, no, not at all. He's
started
absolutely
on the team
free
in
out.
snaps,
That's right.
and he played more pass rush snaps than he
Yeah.
did run stuff.
You have teammates. You have Fletcher Cox on his last year being able to train this kid on a Super Bowl team.
Yep.
I love it.
Yep.
I love it even more, partially because unselfishly, we were not the best spot for him.
Sure.
For the actual success of the human being, this is the best thing for him.
Yeah.
So just from like a human interest
And,
story,
again,
this is the best.
Good for him.
Yeah.
For everything that has happened, self-inflicted. No excuses.
But in its own way, it works out so
It does.
much better
It does.
because if he had gone to somewhere else, it would have been a way worse fit for him. This is perfect. And now this also means the Bears, I swear to God, if they do not take Skoronski, that mic is going to fly.
Would you be upset if it was Roderick Jones?
Yeah, because there's such a sea of great difference
What
between
about
the two.
Darnell Wright?
Same thing.
Same deal.
Skoronski is so much better because
He's a
while I
good
do not agree that he would play as a guard, he is able to play both sides the same way Sewell was.
What if it's Christian Gonzalez?
No way. We don't need a corner.
Just throwing it out there.
No,
Just throwing it out
no,
there.
we
because-
definitely don't need a corner because over the last portions of I'm trying to even remember who the last Ryan was. Ryan.
Could it be a wide receiver?
Who was our GM before Poles? I don't even remember anymore because I hated him so much.
Could it be a wide receiver?
No, God
Primary
bless.
need.
I hope not.
Quentin Johnson, number
No,
10.
if we
Jordan
are,
Addison.
no, it's going to be
Jackson.
Smith and Jigba. If we do,
Get him that Ohio
I
State plug.
hate that though, especially because we just got DJ. I don't need to have a receiver anymore because why did we give up a second-round pick for Chase Claypool if you're just going to waste a first-round pick on a receiver?
That trade is still hilarious.
Because wide receivers are the hottest commodity in the NFL now.
Yeah, no, they're not.
Then he goes to that podcast.
You know,
I'm a top 5 guy.
Something that I've started to notice though is that receivers every
Well,
time.
he didn't make it out of the top 10.
No.
So he was good for canceling all interviews outside the top 10.
Yup, he was
True.
right. He called it. It's true.
So we got a couple. We got a couple popping in the comments.
That's
So
popping.
we popping. So we got Eric Thompson says. So it looks like we have the pick of the best cornerbacks who works best for Detroit.
Yeah, maybe.
We have
Potentially.
Paul Robinson says, should we take Smith Najiba?
No. No way.
Nah, no receiver this
No.
early.
JMO suspension does not alter draft plans. You still need
I
a wide receiver.
disagree.
You
because I
still
didn't
need
set
a
you
wide
around to
receiver.
get
You
away with it.
still in the first round. Let me finish.
Right.
It doesn't alter the
I
first
know.
round draft plan.
Eric Thompson says, do we take Will Levis?
No.
And
No.
Jacob Gustin says Christian Gonzalez at 12.
Gonzalez
I'd be okay
or
with
Nolan
that.
Smith?
Yeah. Nolan Smith is the significantly better option.
I agree.
But the problem, the only thing about Nolan Smith, because I remember when I was looking at his numbers, he's really small.
Nolan Smith? Yeah, he's like 6'2", right?
I think he's 6'3",
Yeah.
like 240 or
35.
something.
235. 6'3", 235.
Yeah,
That's
he's not big.
really
Okay.
small for an edge.
For an edge, but you could move him to an outside backer.
Sure, but
Stand
that's
up
not where he
and-
primarily played.
Sure, I understand that, but
James Houston's not a big guy either.
no.
I know, but I but for
For the
an edge
NFL,
he
6'3"
is.
is
I feel what you're
Aiden
saying.
Hutchinson is 6'7".
Right.
6'3" is not
You want
small.
6'7".
All right.
Some hurt feelings in the back. We understand.
Bigger.
I'm sorry.
You're right here.
All right.
Lions
So,
are going to make another trade here at some point.
that would be
I feel like
so
you're right.
They don't have
good.
a
I feel like we're
third
not done with the
Why-
There's
shenanigans.
no way.
Okay, there have been
Jake
4
Hader-
trades so far. Three
Hold on,
trades.
I got you.
Three. Yes, 3.
Houston, Arizona,
Yep.
Arizona, Detroit, Chicago, Philadelphia.
More than I
But then Houston moved back up.
It's
So it's
early.
4.
Yes.
Oh, no.
No,
No,
Houston,
you're right.
Arizona,
You're right. So that's 3 in the top 10 though. That's
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 crazy.
very
Which
crazy.
means that
I
there's
just wanna-
going to be
where's the-
at least 3 more in the back
Where the water?
22.
Don, grab me one as well.
Oh, I'll get you one.
Thank you. Water, please.
Sure.
Oh,
Okay.
anybody else want water? We got 2.
I'm
Good,
okay.
thank you.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you. Appreciate it. So the people are obviously speculating. I think that it's still Christian Gonzalez, and that's a way better value.
12?
Yeah, that's a way
Yeah,
Charles
yeah.
Bosnick says, outside of backup positions, I would not go after any offensive positions at this point.
No,
Not
yeah,
in the
not
first
right
round.
Yeah,
now.
not at this point, yeah.
But
Not
sec-
in the
I'm
first
going to tell you right now,
If you-
second round, you're getting a weapon of some kind.
Yeah.
What that
Wide
means to
receiver,
you,
running
you're
back,
right.
tight end.
Yep.
Yeah, one of
Now-
those 3.
If they were to trade back up into the first round,
All right. Hey,
Yeah.
I'm up.
Oh, silence for
Dylan
Dylan
is up.
for his second
Dylan?
team.
The hat is being tossed if it's not Skoronski.
please let it be a wide receiver.
Please, seriously.
Please.
Bring him home.
Please, for the
Please.
love of everything,
Bring him
let it be a wide
home.
receiver.
Yeah, that's a wise choice.
Darnell Wright.
All right, fine.
Oh.
The position is what I wanted.
He accepted that settle. He's like, that's the best he can do.
I was going to record the reaction.
That was
No, okay. Here's my logic why it was the position that I wanted. If that I have to trust that their grade
No, Tennessee.
was better.
Tennessee's 11, Lions are 12.
Look,
That was 10.
if they clearly thought Darnell Wright was better,
Oh, my bad.
if Darnell Wright was who they decided was thank you better than Skoronski on grade, I can't do anything about that. It's the same thing you guys have to do with Brad Holmes all the time. As long as it was the position of need, which it was, so I got half of what I wanted, right? That's not what a lot of teams get, a lot of fans get. So,
Dylan, did Chicago hire new people?
oh yeah, we cleared house.
That's what happened.
Yeah, we got Ryan Pace.
They've
That's
actually
what it
done
was.
some
That's
shit
what it
this
is.
year.
So Ryan Pace was fired. Matt Nagy, who is as bad, by the way, as Patricia. Those two out, and then we brought in guys with the same first names, Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus.
which led to the speculation that Fields was on the block.
Yeah, but the reason why is because they thought that Eberflus, to be fair, is a defensive guy, he's not offensive.
Sure.
So their thought was everybody does this. Every team does this whenever there's a shift. Oh, that's not your guy, so that means that you're not going to bother with him. But he was on his second year, and his first year was with the worst offensive mind that we may have ever seen be a head coach. Lovey?
No, not Nagy.
Absolutely not. Lovey is a saint, and I love him. That dude should get a statue outside the stadium. Got us a Super Bowl appearance with Rex Grossman. Square that circle. And then also got us the first overall pick. So, like, what more could you ask from a coach?
Is Miles Murphy a better pick at 12 than Nolan Smith?
No. Even though Nolan Smith is small, what you were saying, for scheme fit, Nolan Smith is better. The only thing is he's small. Like, I would much rather have Tyree Wilson.
But they even have him listed as an outside linebacker.
But he played more of an edge.
A 3-4 outside linebacker.
Right,
so obviously.
So basically.
All right. Then also a wide 9 defensive end. I mean, it's Kyle Vandenbosch again, right?
Tennessee's picks in. Let's go around the table. Who do you think it is?
I think it's Will Levis.
Yep.
Will Levis.
It's hilarious because they're just getting Ryan Tannehill, younger version.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, Levis makes sense here.
Levis makes sense. I don't think that they're going like Roger Jones or Skoronski.
No, because they still got the criminal Taylor Lewan there.
No.
Oh, he's gone?
They cut him.
Oh, that's right. So that could be the move, actually, if they want to go through the trenches. But then again, they really down on Malik Willis, according to his reports.
They may take a receiver because, I don't know if you remember their core last year.
Yeah, they didn't have
Robert Woods.
Well, Robert Woods, they had the one guy with the super long name.
Yeah. Well, they also had the rookie from Arkansas.
Yeah, Treylon Burks.
Yeah, Treylon Burks.
Yeah.
Who was hurt most of the season.
He did all right towards the end. But you did have Malik Willis thrown to you, so how good can you be?
Ryan Tannehill.
Man, how is that? I want to ask every single person who was like, oh, Malik Willis should be top 3.
Yeah.
How'd you get to that, knowing what we know now?
So Mark Klum says, no matter who the Lions take, hang on, let me highlight this. No matter who the Lions take, people love Holmes, so they will love it. I don't necessarily agree with that. I think our trust of the Detroit Lions is on a precipice.
Yeah.
We're right there where we're like, please don't hurt us. Don't hurt us. Do the right thing, right? So we come through this draft and we secure the Lions and we come into the next season strong. I think Brad Holmes is going to get a statue. But if
there's no statues being handed out until there's a Super Bowl.
And I don't know about that. We're the Detroit Lions. Just get us the division. Yeah. Like, we'll get it. We'll hang a banner.
This is the banner you had. That's why I was that 4 years ago.
No.
Yes, you were.
No, I'm always championship or bust. I've always been. If
you got consolation prize on the mind half the time.
Never.
Okay.
You have some kind
with what you know about me.
I do think
that you think that I believe in consolation prize, like everybody's a winner. Here's your
no. I mean, is it like whenever Michigan was like got a 10-win year, you're like, oh yeah.
No.
I remember that conversation.
I always said national championship. Like if we're not going for national championships, what are we doing?
I remember because Don wasn't around, and Don was even like, yeah, they got me with the same thing.
10 wins.
What?
There was an evolution whenever AJ got into our chat. There was an evolution where he went from being the casual fan who's like, oh yeah, division titles should get awards and stuff, to finally being like, you know what, 10 wins for Michigan football is not good enough.
This is the worst case of gaslighting I've ever seen in my entire life.
I'm not even trying.
That's why it's bad, because you should try harder. So there's no way I would hang a banner for a playoff appearance. I think that's laughable.
Ricky says this, and I'm going to disagree here, Ricky. Hang on, let me put you up here. So there's something about Jared Goff that the Detroit Lions fans haven't bought into yet. But he says if Jared Goff wins an NFC championship, Lions will ask for a statue. You know,
No.
I think that there's like a
He'll
split.
get a new contract, but not a statue.
Right. I think there's a split where
Well, there's a different conversation.
I don't disagree, man. Lions fans fall in love.
I
It
think there's
doesn't
a
take a
split.
lot
Hey,
for them
listen,
to fall in love with
They
it.
can. That's fine. They can fall in love all they want. They'll be the ones building the statue because
They're okay with that. This
It's gonna
golf
take
love that we've seen.
It's going to take a moment like Stafford and the Browns to endure him to this because he's still sunshine. He's still California or Florida or whatever you want to. He's still
Cali boy.
He's still a Cali boy.
Cali boy.
He is not a Detroit boy. He's not dirty. He's not blue. Like he's not endured himself to the entire Lions fan base. He's got half of us. He's got the slappies. He's got the buy into anybody, drink the pitcher of Kool-Aid, the golf army, right? He's right there.
Titan time.
Oh, you gotta be
Titan
kidding
selection.
me!
Don's gonna go jump through the wall. Hang on.
Again?
I love Don.
Again.
No,
It's another receiver.
No, it's not a wide receiver. I just
Hold
can't. Son of a.
Skronsky.
I gotta. No, that's
Don
not
did
us.
it again.
Tough.
Oh no!
Oh my gosh! Don't look over here if you don't want to see.
Don't look. Don't look. Don't look.
I'm
Don't
not
take
looking.
it away.
This is
I'm
just.
not.
I'm staying in the element of surprise. I ain't looking.
Oh, there you go. See?
This is a very good player. Very bad pick.
Ooh, you guys reach, huh?
On effing.
The Lions.
Who is the
Just answer me this question: is it a wide receiver?
No.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right.
Is
Okay.
it a tight end?
It's a tight end.
Holy shit!
It's
If it's
freaking
a tight
Michael
end, I was
Mayer.
throwing my chair.
Dalton Kincaid.
Michael Mayer.
It's
I
not.
like Kincaid better.
It's not a tight end.
Okay.
All right. All right. Enough of the speculation.
Let's
Okay.
just
Well,
see.
no, it
Let's
is
just
time
wait to
to
see.
speculate, right?
Yeah.
No,
Let's just
I
guess and
like
see.
that. I don't want to guess because.
It's not a tight end. It's not a receiver, but they reached.
Oh man.
Wow.
It's got to be on defense at this point. If
Hey,
it is a
Senna's
reach.
a good player, so that's at least okay.
I mean, I like him,
Who would they be reaching for?
but I actually in my mock I had them trading back into the very end of round 1 to get him.
it's Osiris Torrance.
Murphy,
It's
maybe?
not.
No.
I keep guessing. You've reduced it down by options so much.
I know. Well, it's not Christian Gonzalez then.
Hold on. Let's look at the line here.
Yeah, Murphy, maybe? Joey Porter.
So he didn't say. He said no receiver. God.
Ricky Sanders says they drafted Keanu Reeves and replaced him.
Falco.
Oh no!
Yeah, Falco.
Oh no! I think I know.
Don't say.
Don't say it.
man.
I think I know. I'll tell you if that's correct or not.
Levis bad. Look
Because
at
I
Will.
think I remember what you wrote.
I can't believe I wait this long.
That's what one of the commenters thinks.
That he's bad. Look at it.
No, that's Levis.
Oh, I'll be sick about
No,
that.
no.
No, you're
This
not.
could be
No,
worse.
no.
This
They
could be
know
worse
now.
pick possible.
I know because I read his mock and I remember what he
I
wrote.
told myself I was not going to react like that to the
No,
I
not.
think he would have reacted worse if it was Levis.
No,
I don't think it's Levis.
It's not Levis.
All the pick is in. Oh,
It's
crap.
not
I
Levis.
may have
All right,
reacted
hold on.
better if it
Hold
was.
on.
I mean,
man.
Let's see.
probably not.
I don't think it's him. It's not him.
No, he's dropping.
Yeah, he's throwing mail all over the floor.
I have no idea what's making you react like this. Hold on.
I'm saying it's Miles Murphy.
It's not.
No.
Cyrus Torrance would have been good.
At 12, though,
Hey, come on, take your hat off. Take your hat off.
let me just promise you that it will not work.
This is.
All right, hold on.
Don't tell me. Don't tell me. You gotta be kidding me. What are we doing?
Oh no!
Goodbye,
Oh,
DeAndre Swift.
no!
What? Right, yeah, but like, the problem with this, he may be a great player.
Oh,
The problem
no.
with this is
Value.
This is
At
stupid,
12?
bro. This is stupid. This is
At 12
dumb.
Like I said, I would try to keep my emotions in check and trust Brad Holmes. I cannot trust it.
This is a horrible
not trust
decision.
this.
After
At
trading
all.
up to take a
This is
wide
a-
receiver last year, and
Trading
this-
up to take a wide receiver that could not play last year.
Okay. Do you guys remember when I said that paying 3 years, $18 million to David Montgomery was stupid?
Now
And
it's
now you
stupid.
wasted your first round pick
Yep.
on a
This
running
is
back.
stupid.
Why did you pay him then?
I mean, does Brad Holmes really not think that Gibbs would have been there at 18 even?
Right. And
He
Swift
would
is
have
still
been.
on board. You haven't
He
moved
would
him
have
yet.
been. I mean, who's going to take him? The Giants are in play, but they're at
That was
25.
nowhere
That is
near a position.
The Steelers aren't
stupid,
taking him.
bro.
The Commanders, maybe. The Jets aren't taking him. They have Breece Hall. The Patriots, no, Ramondre Stevenson. The Packers, Aaron Jones and Corey Dillon. Like,
There's no reason.
no.
There's
This
no
is
reason.
This is
bad.
literally the worst case scenario that
Yes.
could have happened.
Yep.
This is awful.
Yep.
What I think is hilarious is that throughout the week,
This
'cause
draft is 100.
I listened to 2 to
this is an
6,
F.
and all the fans were freaking out about a corner. None of you expected
No,
No,
you don't
not
trade
at all.
down
None
for
of you
him.
expected this.
I would have taken Richardson at 6, then this. I would have taken Witherspoon at 6, then this.
Yeah, I
What?
would too.
A
I would rather
5'9"
have-
running back, bro, after you just paid him?
There's just such a
Wow.
difficulty to think about.
My immediate reaction
I
to this
cannot believe
is
this
that
is
it's
real.
an F. Automatically.
100%.
What is
100%.
this
You cannot
dude's
give this a-
problem- What's this dude's problem with the first round?
He's great
He's
in the
great.
last round, but
Everything
this
else
top
is
end talent
awful with this.
is terrible.
Because everybody,
You know why?
Oh.
But do you know why? Hold on a second, because people are going to say, "Well, what about Aiden? What about Sewell? What about
they
right?"
dropped to him.
They fell into his lap,
Right.
and those were slam dunk picks.
Yeah.
There's no way you mess those up.
But-
This.
But you showing that you can draft in the 4th and the 5th and the 6th shows that you shouldn't be making stupid decisions like this in the 1st.
This is terrible.
This is unbelievably bad. I
This
cannot
is-
believe this is real.
Like, I didn't even have, and arguably it should have been updated after
John, you published yet?
the whole Montgomery thing.
Yeah.
But
It is late.
no,
Yeah, I'm trying.
I didn't even have running back as a.
Well, I mean, I'm trying to update it now too. But
I
I cannot believe this
Yep.
just happened.
The bags are back out.
The
by the
problem.
way.
See, this is the problem.
This
You
is-
cannot say that SOL is dead and then do this.
Right. This is literally repeat of SOL.
Logic.
This is so stupid.
This does not make any sense to
Brad,
me.
you
The only way I could see it being, like, unless there's something else at play, but I can't imagine what else is at play.
But the problem is okay, Jahmyr Gibbs, the thing everybody said about the player himself is that he is by far and away the best pass receiving back, right?
Right.
So you
So
would
you
think
think that with 12
he-
overall?
So no, but the logic being that okay, Swift is like a third down guy at best now. Gibbs has taken most of what his snaps would have been. Fine. If you think about the best versions of those types of players, whether it be Christian McCaffrey or an Austin Eckler type, what do they bring in terms of actual win totals?
Not much.
Like nothing, because that they are so
They don't bring
dependent on another
and
position.
they don't bring enough to select them at
Not
freaking
12.
No.
Anymore. That's crazy. That's
A
crazy.
5'9"
Sorry,
running
fellas.
back. That is-
I'm sorry, fellas.
That's a joke. This is so now 18 really got to be a home run.
But
I don't even think 18 can save
doesn't
at this
matter.
it
point.
doesn't. No, no matter what happens at 18, this first round is.
This is
a
the
total
worst draft pick Brad Holmes has made. This is the worst draft pick he has done. Y'all don't care how y'all feel about J-Mo Lat. This takes the cake. This is horrendous. I cannot believe that he ruined all the momentum that he built off free agency with this.
I don't think
cannot
there's a
believe this.
single person who's excited about it.
Yeah, chat, where you
JP,
at?
is there any chats that are outside of like depression?
Talk to us, chat.
All right,
Please.
We're gonna bring it up.
Good lord.
Someone left auto draft clicked on. 9 and 8 was fun.
Oh man.
Fun while it lasted.
Paul Robinson is Swift traded now.
Oh, fantastic.
It doesn't matter.
But yeah, who cares? We're gonna get like a 5th round pick for him.
Honestly, right?
Mark Clum says, "Don't worry, guys. People will love this in 4 days. I bet you come around."
No.
No
chance.
Hey, okay.
I think he's
No
just
chance.
disillusioned. He's so pissed.
Who's that? I want to make sure I pronounce.
That's Mark Clum.
Okay. Hey, Mark. Here's the deal. we are still not over the JMO one. We're not going to be over this. I promise.
Eric Thompson said, I'd rather they had kept them. I'd rather them kept the sticks than pick Behan.
Who wants a corner now?
Bijan, right.
Raise your hand.
Yeah, Witherspoon. Sorry, Witherspoon.
Finish him up all night, so he's Behan.
I can't.
Austin says, I guess the Lions are showing up the Arby's table.
I would have been less pissed with the tight end.
Yeah, Dalton
Yeah,
Kincaid would have been
100%.
I would
awesome.
have been.
100%.
Yeah.
This is the literal worst case scenario.
18 is now irrelevant.
Yes, it is.
Yep, 100%.
Ricky says we need to take an Indian.
Who knew the Packers would finish above you guys this year? Crazy.
I cannot believe I just did
Here's the
this.
You
problem.
guys are still pretty salty over the Okuda over two of them. You know, I think there's some value in that.
Who brought that up? I didn't bring that
Paul
up. I don't
Robinson
care.
said that.
I don't care. That's
a very Green Bay pick.
Lucas Van Ness.
Mhm.
okay.
That is very on brand for them.
Oh my gosh. What is it with us using the number 12 pick? Again, same pick as last year with J-Mo.
I thought it was 11.
No, he
It was
was
12.
12.
Yep.
The number
Second.
12 pick
The
for a
cursed
player
number.
that is going to have little to no impact.
I
on
have a
the-
single reason for I'm
I
going to
should
do
have never made fun of you that Bijan was mocked to you at 10. I should have never done it.
This is karma, bitches.
Yeah.
I'm gonna do
Like,
that
yeah.
right now.
Like, I should have never. Oh, I'm so. Why can't one time we just be happy with a pick? Like, and it's not even that we thought that they were going to do something different. It's just this was so out of left field.
Yes.
Like, to be fair, right, Don? Mock draft, you even said I had trading back up into the first round
Right.
to take this player,
Right.
which is fine at the end of the first
At the end
round,
At the end of the first round.
not at 12.
Right. My only reason was to get the 5th-year deal on it. Was
Because they're
Right.
interested in him. We understand. And there's something to be said about he's your guy, you go get him, but like
Ultimate reach. You
again,
said
this is everything it was last year. Nolan Smith on the board, Miles Murphy on the board, Christian Gonzalez on the board.
traded away from Jalen Carter to do this. He said you could have.
Yeah,
A tight end would have been fine over this. A quarterback would have been fine over this. This is insane.
Everybody who is going to wonder in the next year, why not you guys? The Eagles and you are perfect examples of what to do and not to do.
exactly.
Because the Eagles are interested in interior
So
play.
Pittsburgh just traded up from 17 to 14. What are the comments saying, Jeff, about the pick?
Impression.
The only one that's happy about it is Ricky, but he's trolling.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh, it's a trade
Pittsburgh moved up.
for who? Joey Porter.
This early? Maybe.
A lot of mocks.
No,
had
Roderick
him.
Jones would be my guess.
Who moved up against with the
Pittsburgh
Patriots?
moved up. No,
Patriots are next.
yeah, with the Patriots.
Pittsburgh loves defense early. Could definitely see them taking Joey Porter Jr. here or
I
Oh
think.
my gosh, how do we do that?
I don't know. How do we do it
Brad.
consistently?
Yeah, bro. I need to see this presser. He got a lot
It's
of
gonna.
explaining.
I
I'm
know
gonna
exactly
tell you
what
right
he's
now.
gonna
It's gonna
say.
be rough as hell.
Oh my
It's the guy that we had targeted. He
The
was
worst
there.
part is
We're
the
very high on him.
49ers fan, Rico's, because I told you the Lions can't be good.
And what I say?
So Martin Anderson says, "What the fuck is Brad Millen doing?"
Brad Millen.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Next
Ouch.
thing.
Paul Robinson says, "We're going to regret this more than the Okuda pick."
Yes.
I don't know about that. That was a number 3.
That was a
overall.
number 3
This is
overall.
still
That's
worse.
fair.
This is still worse.
By timing, but
This
not
is
by
still worse.
value.
Mark Clone says, "Will Levis at 18."
No. You can't do you.
That would be great.
You
Neglect
cannot
defense
take
completely.
offense with your next 3 picks now.
No.
Yeah.
Like you have 3 second rounders and 1 first rounder left. You don't have a third rounder
Defense
anymore.
for all.
It has to be defense at this point. Maybe a guard snuck in there somewhere, but no skill player on offense.
I don't understand. Ricky says, "I
Huh?
honestly do love it because it means we don't have to take the
Paul Robinson, Paul Roshan wants an apology.
Paul Robinson. Oh, Paul Roshan wants an apology.
He literally name checked you, so rent free in his head, I guess.
My mock is in shambles, Austin.
After paying for a running back in the offseason, that's so much worse.
Just stupid.
Anzalone re-signing, and then you sign the back, and now you do this.
For as
That's
much
not the offseason you wanted in order to win a division.
You know, and the
Especially
thing
with
is,
what you just started off
for as
with.
much credit as we give Brad Holmes, he has done some things that are very, very,
So-
very
All right,
questionable.
so Ricky and Charles both disagree. They said, all right, so you're saying that there's no way to justify this pick in your eyes.
No,
No, not at all.
You got a backup. That is what this is. It's a backup.
Literally.
He's not getting more snaps than David.
Nope.
That is factual.
Yep.
You don't get an opinion on that. So you wasted a backup with a number 12 pick. That's it.
Paul Robbins says, who? Rat Tail? Yes, Rat Tail demands an apology.
I'm
So
I'm literally dumbfounded.
I am too. I don't even know. And the thing is, it's not about the player either, because I love Gibbs. That's why I wanted in my mock. I traded up for him.
That's not what it is. You pick
but
a
Adam's
back.
player.
12 is just
What other team?
unforgivable.
loves this pick.
Who?
That means
No
it's
way.
not a good pick
Are you sure?
because he wanted C.J. Stroud.
He's got to love the player. You can't love the pick. How can you love the pick?
No, you
No,
can't.
there's no
I mean-
argument to be made for the pick itself. If the player, because this is the worst part about it. If as Don acutely said, if at 18 you would have picked him instead, would we be that upset?
You know what?
No.
We wouldn't be as upset.
No, because
upset,
if you
but not
would
as
have
upset
gotten
as
Nolan Smith, for example, instead, and then at 18 gotten him,
I still wouldn't have liked it
you wouldn't have liked it, but you wouldn't be like this now.
because there's plenty of options second round and beyond as far as this type of running back goes. Joey Porter Jr.
No, they
So who the Lions draft at 18?
Doesn't matter.
Right?
there we go. So, okay,
You're right.
so player and spot again, just not on the player and team, but not on the right spot.
hmm
We have nailed that part of it.
Yeah, at 18, I don't even know at this point. Nothing's going to save it.
matter?
I don't want to be like negative, but there is nothing that could redeem what happened at 12.
This is a reinforcement of an entire offseason of kind of bad moves.
hmm
Not an entire offseason.
Yeah?
You have two bad signings.
You have three compounding issues at this point. You have the Anzalone re-signing, which we agree is horrible.
Terrible.
You paid for a running back that your division rival didn't want. That is factual,
Sure.
I promise. Then you do this and you use number 12 for a backup. Those three things, while you are trying to win the NFC,
Are not good.
is not because unless you're like AJ from before and only like division titles. But
To be fair, hold on a minute, because you're perpetually negative. A lot of Chicago fans do like David Montgomery, and
who said that?
A lot of our commenters.
I like David Montgomery.
A lot of your fans, not mine.
No, they're from Chicago.
Oh yeah,
And
sure.
As a Chicago fan,
Dylan is the only fan from Chicago.
No,
you
it's
didn't
that
know.
Khalil. Everybody knew. Everybody after this season knew Khalil was taking the job. Everyone knew. Anybody who said, "Oh, we missed it," you were either lying to yourself or you didn't understand how that was going to play out. We are not in a position where we could have paid him, so we kicked him to the curb. If we needed him that badly, we would have kept him. We didn't.
Mark
They took him
Anderson
instead.
says they're going to fully shit the bed at 18 and draft Michael Mayer.
That would be
Going home.
hilarious.
Going home.
That's
Y'all
not
do-
out of the realm of
I'll
possibility.
let Amy come do the rest of the broadcast. I'm out of here if they do that.
Yeah, the show
Done,
will
yo.
end quickly after that.
Jeez. I cannot believe this is
I
real.
couldn't have imagined a first round going worse.
To be clear, we were mad about the Will Anderson thing to start off.
for sure. Like that
This
kind of
is
started.
just
And again, it's yes, a lot of negativity because of what transpired.
yes.
Facts are the facts. There were better players in a position of need to be taken at 12. You can like the player all you want. That's great. But that doesn't make this a good pick.
Oh man, Mina Kimes is even starting to cook you guys now.
Oh, she loved the Lions last
Because
season.
it was
yo.
a dumb pick.
This is so stupid.
Now, here's the thing. If Brad pounded the table after this one,
Oh yeah.
that's worse than him pounding the table for Witherspoon.
Yes. This is literally the worst option they possibly could have done.
There's a chance that they say that we accidentally turned in the wrong card.
We went up too
I mean,
fast.
it's that mind blowing to me that we handed in the wrong name. You know, I mean, how could you do this?
This is the biggest shock of
They
the
don't
draft so
have
far.
the names written on the card prior to selection.
I know.
I get what
you know
you're
what I mean.
saying.
Like, I
Yes.
just can't. I'm trying to think like why he like, and the thing is, okay, you love Gibbs, you want Gibbs, right?
He was going to be
Okay,
there.
fine, right? You have another
Like,
pick.
there's
Let's go
no-
now.
And if you liked him that much, trade up to don't trade up to 12.
I wonder if during
The Jets weren't taking him. The Commanders weren't taking him.
no.
Nobody's
The
taking
Patriots
Nobody was taking
probably
him.
weren't taking him.
Nobody
Nobody's
was taking
taking
him.
the top one.
And then it's us again.
Yep.
Right.
maybe okay.
I could
I
saw
have-
Buffalo
I have
take him
a
in the bottom.
conspiracy
But
theory.
What
I have a conspiracy theory that the JMO thing is why they did it.
is what?
JMO's why they did it because they know for the first 6 games of the year you can't be tossing 20 targets to Amon-Ra because you're going to break him apart.
You're gonna play.
So
just
you're going to
super
run the ball
heavy
like
a million
50 times a game.
That's
Right,
the only
but
way to
you
make
have
up for it.
Swift to do that
I
as
have-
well.
well,
And you could have. And here's the thing. That's all fine and good. You still could have gotten him at 18.
I understand. I'm not arguing that. So I'm saying that I would not be surprised if during the presser they said we need to make our running game better because for a quarter or a third of our season we won't be able to pass the ball away.
Jacob makes a good point in the comments. He says Montgomery and Swift have injury concerns, but getting a 5'9" running back behind those two
Got our-
isn't really like
we got our hands
solidifying
full.
that position.
Right.
That is just
When did you guys do the trade?
But not in the way that you're
I can't say it on this microphone. Maybe. God,
No, we're good,
oh
thank
my
you.
gosh.
So
Brian, what I say? They could be the villain one of two ways: trading up and pissing off the league to get Will Anderson, or piss off us with a dumb pick.
and
And where are we at, guys?
yeah, we're at that villain stage.
Oh my god! I cannot believe this is real.
Nobody's
Well,
telling.
it should.
Right?
You
Yeah,
can't
that
come out wearing a villain hoodie and then take that at 12.
Oh,
Right.
There's nothing
I feel you,
villainous
Justin.
about
I
that.
feel you, bro.
I didn't know Gibbs played at Georgia Tech first and then transferred.
Yeah,
I didn't-
1 year at Alabama. So he was like,
I didn't know that.
that,
This is so come on, man. Why? He wasn't best player available or a fit.
not even close
Like,
to best player
like,
available.
where is the sense behind this?
The worst critique that you can make, and I'm stealing from Paul from the chat on this a little bit, is that if you were to literally mock up, we all did mock ups.
Yeah.
No one would have come to this conclusion.
Hell no.
So
No.
I didn't even have Gibbs in the first round. Oh, I did. I had Gibbs going to Dallas.
I had
fine,
him go to
but
Buffalo
nobody
at
had him
26.
at 12 or you picking him either that high up. The fact that every single person is thinking this is out of nowhere. How many times do picks like this, because they have happened,
So
work out?
one thing that I did read online, I forget who said it was. The one thing I'm worried about tonight is Brad Holmes acting like he's the smartest man in the room.
Well,
Yeah.
you got your answer.
That's what it looks like.
Because you know why? We went through 4 or 5 years of a GM that thought he was the smartest man in the room.
Mm-hmm.
That took T. Ward in the second round. That took Jelani Tavai in the second round.
You know what I think?
You know what I'm saying? Like, don't act like the smartest guy in the room. Because even though you disagree with me when I say this, the smartest man in the room never acts like he's the smartest man in the room.
Mm-hmm.
With this, you're in an enclosed space that's not, I don't know if that metaphor super works, but the thing that what I think is going to be hilarious is I can almost guarantee you all of his picks after the first round are probably going to be very good.
Very good. I know.
It's going to make it so
But you-
much
It's going to
worse.
be
But
that
that's
much
what makes it
worse.
worse, because
100%.
you
These
don't-
second round picks are going to be
100%.
awesome.
Because you
and you're gonna be
don't-
like, dude,
Yes.
what the hell?
Because you
man?
don't expect to be picking this high
No.
again,
Right.
to have this kind of capital, especially fourth best odds to win the NFC. That probably has gone away now.
Oh, yeah.
Um,
you're dropping now.
I don't know
100%.
about that.
I don't know if there's really 4 teams better in the NFC.
I guess
right
that's an
now.
indictment on the NFC as
Sure.
a whole, sure.
Sure. But my goodness, like,
The
this
Jets,
is
okay, the Jets, this is
Mayor.
I mean,
I can see that.
Here's who I had.
I mean, I think we'll still be favored to win the division.
Yeah, I can see
I
that.
think the odds are going to go up. Though.
They could. I mean,
No,
I
you
think
saw
it's
it early.
what,
You
plus
saw this early.
160?
I could have guessed for 15 minutes. Never would have thought this would have been who
I
was
know. I
going
knew.
to face it.
I knew.
You said,
guys
oh,
were
it could have
not
been
gonna-
the only reason I knew is because I read your mock
You
draft.
need to stop showing up is what I'm wondering.
2 years.
But you
bro.
wouldn't have known who it was. The only reason I knew is because I read that mock
This is
draft.
the biggest
And I
shock of the
remember
draft.
But
once I
I'm
started
saying
scrolling through the players, I remembered the name and I was like,
Don is the
son
grim reaper of Lions drafts.
of a gun.
I cannot believe
Hey,
it.
but you saved your seat this time. That's a good thing at least.
To be honest,
I did.
this is more. This
It was
is
hard to
this
get
is-
out.
I think
you could have walked out on this one. I would
I,
understand.
I think Dylan's point's correct. I think this pick at 12 is worse than Jameson Williams.
and
100%
we
it
even
is.
thought that was.
And
Yes.
we thought, and you
Yes.
didn't. You
No, I
still
didn't.
like
I'm
that
still
pick.
okay with
But
J-Bo. Yes.
we thought that pick at 12, again, like the player, hate the pick that it happened.
Sure.
For J-Mo.
I
You
get
don't
it.
like the player even?
And I'm kind of being proven right.
Well,
What, J-Mo or-
character-wise,
I
you
don't.
didn't
I
know
don't
about
like
that
a kid.
character
I don't like a
beforehand.
speed receiver off of an ACL. That was my first.
Sure,
critique.
that's a concern.
But then, yeah.
But that also, in the very limited action that he had last year, did not seem to be a
What was
concern.
the
No, that
alternate
speed was the
option
top
for
of the line
J-Mo?
still.
Jets get a weapon for Rodgers? Or
Yeah,
Yeah,
they're
they're
going
gonna
to
get a tight
get
end.
one of the tight
They'll
ends.
probably
First
get a
tight
tight
end
end.
off the board.
Yeah, they're going to get either Mayer or
Who was still on the board last year when they took him?
Yeah,
Kyle Hamilton.
Ricky says you're like his
14.
wife watching a reality
Kyle
TV
Hamilton
show.
at 12 because he went at 14.
Ricky's such a
Jordan
troll.
Davis went at 13.
Ricky's such a troll.
Devin Lloyd.
Ricky trolling
If we were hype about this, Ricky would
by
hate
the
it.
way,
That's
I love
classic
Leon
Ricky.
him. That dude was awesome last year.
Well, right.
So basically, what I'm trying. Why I'm. Oh wait. Well, the reason why I was asking is I'm like, okay, speculatively, if you hadn't gotten JMO and Gibbs, you could have gotten Boom instead, and that's a sad question.
Devin Lloyd would have been, I think, the choice. Or Kyle Hamilton.
Look at
But-
this absolute Chad.
But here's the alternative to that, right? Kyle Hamilton at 12 last year, if they would have gone that way,
Sure.
means no Kirby Joseph at 99.
Sure.
True.
I actually.
And I like
there's
Kirby
that
Joseph
much
is
of
a
a
damn good
difference.
Yeah, Kurt, that was
Aaron
a great
Rodgers'
pick.
daddy.
Did you just call him Make a Wish Kid a Chad?
He did. Yeah. Yeah, he did.
He was acting
I'm
awesome.
gonna actually
Nah,
move
hey,
this
hey,
way.
Put the camera. Zoom that camera on the
This way.
Chicago
Hold
fan.
on,
Right.
that's not a
Slide.
negative.
Chad is not a negative.
Because he was acting
Chad
like.
is absolutely a
He's a
negative.
No,
twelve.
it's not.
He's a
No,
12-year-old
shout out
kid
to all
trying
the
to
Chads
win
out
out.
there.
Good for you,
Shout out to
kid.
Chad to the Make-A-Wish.
Good for you.
I
Keep me
You
out of
can
this.
attest. Look in the chat. I use Chad as a positive all the time.
Okay,
Villain,
that's only
villain.
you.
Fine, but
Rest of the
I'm the one who
internet uses
spoke,
Chad
so-
as
His name is
a
Kyle.
negative.
His name is Kyle Stickles.
Chad and Kyle.
Legend.
That's it. Those
Fine,
are the bad
whatever.
names.
Yeah, but his name's actually Kyle.
Who they get?
What'd he get?
Chad, oh my god.
He got
Get to the pick,
No,
Kyle.
they
the
just
pick,
gave
the
the
pick is Chad. So,
Get to
Oh my
the.
god. Dylan.
oh man.
Tigers lost.
All right, come on, Kyle. Let's go, bro. Come on, Jeff.
Whoa.
What?
Will McDonald.
McDonald the fourth did not.
Aaron Rodgers cannot escape his team
Aaron Rodgers-
refusing to get him weapons.
That's
Not gonna
correct.
draft and target this
But
guy's
hold on.
life.
I mean, they have Garrett Wilson. They have Brees Hall, right? They signed Alan Lazard, which, okay, is Lazard a weapon? Decent possession,
He was on his
right?
list.
He was on his list. That's correct. So, like, my Mayer would have made sense there.
Urban Dictionary. What a Chad. Used when referring to someone who just did something awesome. They are a G or a go.
But
Get the
That's
fuck out
something
of
that
here.
Chad would say.
People use it.
You're a G.
It's literally
A
an
Chad,
urban
you're a
dictionary.
Chad.
To make
That's
fun
something
of
Chad would
people.
say.
I promise you. I've been on
That's
the internet
definitely how
long
Kyle,
Chad-
we're sorry.
enough.
We're sorry,
Chad
Kyle.
makes fun of people.
Oh,
Okay.
Kyle,
It's
stand
like
by.
Karen.
Well,
It's the
that's
male
fine.
Karen.
I don't expect you to
Oh,
argue
man.
that, so-
It's because I know what I meant. If I had spoken out of turn, then
But
sure.
I know what I know, and I've been on the internet longer than you.
She's done her research.
I'm older than you, bitch.
Whoa, who's the Chad now?
Jahmyr Gibbs said he thought he was going to be picked up.
Whoa!
Paul
That was
Robinson
crazy.
Says, Dylan looks like he'd steal a Make-A-Wish wheelchair from another child.
Jason Shreve gave up 5 runs in the seventh.
Villain!
Yeah, where's my question, baby?
Hey, listen, to be fair,
Certified.
Dylan's one of the most woke people we ever meet.
Hey, hold
He's
on.
not. He's
That's
not.
That's not
Don't
right.
even say that. Are you fucking kidding me? When you got me an Amy on sale?
Big woke.
Wow.
I've never heard you talk that much.
This is awesome.
Wow.
Oh my god!
All right,
man.
so back to the NFL.
Back to the chads of
Football.
Washington Commanders on the clock. Is this Joey
Levis.
Porter time?
Levis.
Well, let's
They
see.
like Sam Howell.
Do they?
They said they were sticking with Sam Howell.
That's nasty.
I mean, yeah, what was he, a 4th-round pick like 2 years ago?
You can get up off of that.
No, it was
Last
last
year.
year. He was last year.
Okay.
Because Drake May played this past year. The funniest part is Drake May is just going to be what everybody thought Sam Howell was.
He can sling it.
He's good. That's what I'm saying. Those quarterbacks next year can be awesome.
I still can't. And we're 4 picks removed from this, and I cannot get over the fact
Yeah,
that we
there's
think-
no logic that has come up yet at this point.
Don, where's your headspace at?
I'm just trying to write at it.
Doing your work.
I have no idea.
Believe this.
There's no making sense.
No.
There's no
That's the
making
thing. There's no
No.
making sense. Of
The
this
point
stuff,
about the
my
mock
bother.
drafts is as spot on as you can get because
Oh, I can't.
I mean there's
You have our mocks, right?
Yeah.
Who do I have for Washington?
all right. You had for Washington, you had Broderick Jones, who's already been taken,
Yeah.
so it could be still a tackle, right? Because
Who did I have the Pittsburgh taking?
Darnell, right? The team that Chicago took, or the guy that Chicago took.
Will you guys be all right with Kansas at 18?
Yeah,
I mean, yeah, we
but it
already
doesn't.
were.
But it
Some
doesn't
defense.
redeem number 12.
Also, the problem with Kansas is he's a
You had
little
Richardson
guy.
mocked here to the Commanders,
Yep, I did. I thought he was going to fall.
and then
But
I
not Lucas
had Lucas Van Ness to the Commanders.
The problem
makes
that you're
sense.
going to have with Kansas, the problem with Kansas as a pick now is he's a small kid.
He is a small defensive
He's
lineman,
small.
and you did not add the edge.
You didn't add an edge or a linebacker as support behind him
Nope.
for the second level. That's pretty rough.
Nope.
Oh, good lord.
It's more like a principled thing. I would not be drafting unless it was like a Calvin Johnson, right? I wouldn't be drafting a wide receiver or a running back in the first round,
Yeah,
especially if I had 2 picks. Now, if I was like a running back away, like my running backs were average,
Right.
and there was a Bijan Robinson, and I had 2 picks, yeah, I'd break that principle at that
Like the
moment.
Chiefs did for Clyde Edwards-Helaire.
You know what I mean? Yeah,
Mhm.
but like the way that this team is constructed to reach for a 3rd-string running back at this point.
Ricky said AJ's acting like Captain America just joined ISIS.
I feel like Captain America just joined ISIS in a lot of ways. I feel
AJ
very
loves
betrayed.
Captain America,
I
so
do. He's my favorite superhero.
I wonder why.
Not a surprise, AJ.
I didn't. I wasn't acting like it was supposed to be a surprise.
Oh, man.
Oh my gosh.
So Nolan's on the board still. Miles Murphy's still on the board.
Nolan Smith will
Kancey's
make
on the
sense here
board.
because of Chase Young. Them not picking up his 5th-year option.
I don't want to distract, but there is a good Tigers conversation happening.
On the
We're just
chat?
not we're just not going to bring it up.
Why is there
No,
a
on
the
Tigers
chat?
chat? Is it that bad?
Yeah,
They lost 7-4 because Chase and Shreve gave up 5 runs in the 7th inning.
Hey, AJ, how's that 76 guarantee?
I said 73 to 76 on record. Our bet is for 76. 73 to 76 is still in play.
Oh, get out of this place.
There's a thing called a door handle
Travis,
invented a few hundred years
Don's
ago.
so out of sorts.
You either
Oh,
turn or
crap.
push.
Oh, man.
Oh,
God bless. What's the conversation about the Tigers? I
Yeah.
need to distract.
yeah, have them do it.
all right.
Change my mind a little bit so I can refocus on 18.
Mark said at least we have the Tigers, and then they got into Paul Robinson said until Illich gets his silver spoon out of there, they ain't going nowhere.
Not necessarily true.
Mark says, Paul, I was watching, bases loaded and could score after they walk, bases loaded. I can't listen to the broadcast team either. Shep is just playing horrible,
100% agree with that.
and he couldn't score in a brothel. Then I turned the volume down.
Yeah. I mean, they have run creation problems, that's for sure.
Oh,
Okay.
That makes sense. Cornerback.
I don't think anybody has a hot take on Emmanuel Forbes.
No.
But hold on a second. I mean,
Oh,
you
no.
take Emmanuel Forbes with Deontay Banks and Christian Gonzalez still on the board.
Yeah, I told you Gonzalez was
6 foot 166.
Also, Ryan Ermani apparently loves
like me.
the Gibbs pick, so
Which means that it's a bad pick
Yep,
because he
I know.
has no idea what he's talking about.
He looks tiny.
Did I say 166?
Yes. You see how skinny his legs look, bro?
Oh my
He
God,
is
look at him.
thin.
most votes from Logan, whatever the hell his last name is. It was rating the pick A through D. Most votes are a D.
Yeah, it was a D pick.
So-
I mean, it wasn't a D pick. It was an F pick.
F minus.
So this is something I'm thinking about from our perspective, right? When the JMO pick happened, basically we were the ones that were at the table were the only ones upset about it. Everybody else loved it, and it turned out the way it did. Everybody hates this one. So how is it going to be redeemed at all? There's just no way.
I don't see a way, honestly.
There's no way out.
At least not the next couple of years. Like,
Yeah,
because if he does pop off, it looks based on Montgomery signing look bad. So it's
The Montgomery
no
signing
win for
looks
this.
like a true waste of money.
at this point,
for
now
sure.
doing
Yes,
this, yeah.
absolutely.
And
Yes.
the pick is obviously a waste of money in the same way. They basically facilitate each other.
Because what's a 12 slot first round pick getting paid? $1 to $2 million.
I'll do you one better. You're not signing him to a second contract, so what was the point? You basically got a 4-year rental. Because everybody loves Saquon, thinks Saquon's great. Look what the Giants situation is right now.
Yep.
The Giants are having this franchise tag Saquon.
Right.
Jahmyr Gibbs is not Saquon.
Wow.
Receiver here.
Luigi Kansas.
Jigba.
It's a good
Oh, wow.
Patriots
Corner.
pick.
Okay.
That's a good Patriots
Some good
pick.
value there. If the Lions trade Swift by the end of the draft, does it make it better?
No, because as Don had alluded to, you're getting a fifth at best. He's worth nothing because his contract's going to be up and he doesn't play half a game.
I'm trying to think of any scenario that can make sense at this point.
I
And
don't-
there's nothing.
So, okay, Lions back on the clock at 18 now.
Don, we're back up to bat.
Nolan Smith still on the board. Let me see.
I'll tell you what, Nolan Smith would be a great value add.
Yeah,
But that
but then you
also-
still,
that makes the Anzalone signing look even worse though too. But
you know what? Do you know what terrifies me right here?
All right.
The fact that Jackson Smith and Jigba is still on the board.
Oh,
That
man.
terrifies me.
Don, you cannot. The Lions are up. You can't. Not this time.
Yeah. No.
Okay, I will
no
try.
spoilers.
I
No
will try
spoilers.
no reaction.
No spoilers.
Because AJ is fearful of the Smith and Jigba double up.
I have a pit in my stomach about it, actually.
Go around the table. Give your
Who do
prediction.
you think it's going to be?
Eric first.
Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy. I don't know. I want it to be Porter, Smith, or Cansey.
Okay.
I just have a very sinking feeling that it is not going to be one of those guys. And if it's anybody outside of those guys, I'm going to be disappointed.
Nolan Smith feels exactly the same way as guy last year who dropped. Help me out. Third round. The guy who dropped in the third round. Got it.
Kobe Dean?
There you go. Feels like N'Kobe Dean all over again, where you're going to keep saying his name and he's just going to keep not being
Keep
him.
flowing and flowing.
So I don't think so. I think that Chancey's probably most likely.
Any wide receiver right here?
Would love it. I'd love
Two
it.
Fs.
Root for radio.
Two Fs on the
You know,
board.
RFR, root for radio.
Any offensive player that does not play with his hand on the ground,
Hey, that's not true. Back in the day, you know, backs used to.
back in the day, like I would be okay with a guard a little bit, but you've
At this
done
point,
nothing
no.
to address your defense.
Right.
so.
Not at this point. You can't do it.
You've done nothing to strengthen your edges. You've done nothing to address the interior of your defensive line. Your secondary is what your secondary is. Do you need a corner right here?
No.
You don't need a corner right
I
here.
do think it is a bit hilarious that your running back now is smaller than Don and I. Buddy,
No, hold on a
would
second.
need more power backs than he would.
Our third string running back
Right.
that we drafted
Number
12th
three.
overall
No,
in the
he's going to
first
be
round.
second.
Swift will get traded by the end of the draft.
I don't know about that. He may stay, but I know that no matter what, Swift was on a pitch count anyway. You saw it at the end of the year. He was never getting more than 8 to 10 snaps.
Yeah.
So
I called it the first game or two I saw him when he's literally jumping over people. I'm like,
Yeah,
this guy's
that
going to
was his
last like
go-to.
2 years.
Yeah,
you remember that one
He's
goal
super-
line where he literally went the wrong
when he
way
got
on the
happy
dive?
feet at the line.
Yeah.
Swift has to be traded.
He's
It's
so-
the only way to make this a little bit more salvageable.
Jahmyr Gibbs just scrolled
It's
across
not
the
gonna
screen
save.
again, and I'm reliving it.
Yes, keep your head down, bro.
I can't get away.
It's like Groundhog Day.
is.
Eric's consistent point, though, I do agree with. I don't think Swift can stay on the roster.
He has to go.
I think he will, but I don't think
So
he
we
should.
talked do's and don'ts on Tuesday night on Beyond the Box,
All right,
right?
that the don't column is all the way full now.
Don't reach on a running
This is
back.
100% what
Exactly
we
what
said.
you said.
Yep.
I said don't pick at 6, so they actually did that. You said don't pass on Jalen Carter, which they did.
They did.
And then I said one of the things you have to do is try to move Swift. You get what you can get for him at this point.
At this point, yes.
Like, I don't know.
Just by value, it's got to be a Nolan Smith who is 11th overall, or Porter Jr. at 16. Right
But again, I don't want. Yes, I would love Joey Porter Jr. But
Pickens in.
not after Gibbs.
I want Cant. I'll take
Cansey,
Cansey.
Cansey would be
but
cool.
his point stands true. Like
Cansey's not a
small guy.
Cansey is not the same as Carter. where
No.
the critique of Jordan Davis is very similar, but Cansey's even smaller.
No,
Cansey is a speed type of dude, which means he's primarily going to be a third down.
Any type of skill position.
Right.
there is a
Think of how
disaster.
many teams want a guy in the middle though, on the interior that can get to the quarterback.
When
He does that. That's what
They
he does.
double
They-
down.
Right,
Pick
the
down
problem
the
is
maybe.
that
reach of all reaches.
short down situations, you don't want him out there.
If you would have took a Tyree Wilson and then put Cansey in, it would have made a lot of sense.
The
I think
dude is
now
not-
just by himself, it makes it a little harder.
So I guess it's kind of the reverse of what AJ was saying about Tyree Wilson. I mean, how good is he off the ball? Because on double teams, somebody that small is getting
Especially in the NFL.
so.
Aiden, you're going to be seeing a lot more
But-
double teams again, pal. I'm sorry. I cannot
This
believe
was
they did this, bro.
given the depth that was at running back too. Like there were
Yeah,
gettable
okay.
in in the late
I
second,
got a
third
super
round.
hot take. I think that Tank Bigsby, who's going to go
Is-
third or fourth round,
Yes.
will have a better year than Gibbs.
Devin
Probably.
and Cheney would have been a great pick. Tajay Spears would have been a great pick.
I love Tank Bigsby.
Late, but
Big dude.
but again, not 112.
Well, JB,
I got a headache.
what's the temperature of the chat right now?
Yeah. How's TikTok? I haven't heard from them.
TikTok's been pretty quiet. People pop in, pop out. We're at about 576 views on there. All right, so Charles Bosnick says, okay, what's this season for you guys?
What? I'm sorry.
What's what?
But he says, what's this season for you guys? For me, it's a playoff run, not a Super Bowl appearance, but at least a division or a wild card.
Yeah.
It's
When did it
You are
100%.
You are a
win.
Goff injury away from being a 7 and what would that be?
Seven with the
seven.
golf injury? You're being really kind.
I think 7 is kind of with the golf injury. Especially if
just
they do
saying.
nothing to shore
Look,
up
I
the-
understand he's been extremely durable,
And we have
but
a
you can't
really
rely
good
on it.
offensive line.
I'm just saying, I think that this year is potentially a disaster.
I mean, yeah, but that's
Based
the
on
case
what it was supposed to be.
Yeah, I think that for this year, given the way that you finished last season, and momentum doesn't carry over from one season to the other. I think you did enough in free agency to get better, specifically in the secondary. You trimmed the fat,
But
added more fat in the draft now,
Yep.
and I still think you're the favorite to win the NFC, but I'm going to have
NFC.
The NFC, or the
NFC
North.
North. I'm
Okay.
sorry.
Hold up
Thank
there.
You. Thank you. I think you're still the fourth favorite to win the NFC.
That's cool.
However, I think there's a lot more question marks going into this season than there could have been
100%.
coming out of tonight. way more
You
questionable.
could have reached that
And-
position.
And this right here,
Just trying to get you out of your trans.
this right here will solidify whether I change that position or not.
Here comes the pick.
I will tell you, Nolan Smith is the one that will salvage it because that's a great value.
It's a good pick. If it's Nolan Smith, I can live with it.
But he's got to ball out, though, too.
But he would
I
fit two needs, and there's no other player on the board that can do that.
No. That's correct. But I'm telling you, I've got a very
Basically, your
very
options are
bad
tiny
feeling.
line guys.
I have a
All right, here we go.
very bad feeling.
Here we go.
So early.
You could have got him in the second round.
Oh,
yo.
my
You had
God.
3 second-round picks. What are y'all doing? And I like Campbell.
I love
Why?
Campbell.
Yep.
But this is way too early.
He was also in my mock, but
Brad, what is your board look like, bro? He's a good
Jack
player.
Campbell, according to our draft Bible, was the 47th overall prospect. 43 overall prospect.
This kid
And guess what pick you had? Oh, you have 48 and 34. You could have gotten him at 34.
Yes, easily.
You think
From
Campbell
where he
is
was
better than
Dane,
Nolan Smith?
Dane Brugler had him at 52.
This is
Linebacker.
why reach in the first round? I understand trying to maybe get that 5th year on him, but
At 18,
listen. I don't want
Lot
to
of
be upset
reaches.
about this pick because I love the fact that Jack Campbell is lying. I hate the fact that he was picked at
Yes,
18.
that's
Just
your
Anzalone.
So
better.
how long did we sign Anzalone for?
3 years.
So we signed him for 3 years. We signed Montgomery for 3 years,
Mhm.
and now we take players in both of those positions.
Exactly.
And we already have Malcolm Rodriguez.
Yep.
I'm so confused.
Now,
I'm very
linebacker
don't
was a
understand
dead
you.
man.
Linebacker was a definite
All that
need,
reaching is so weird.
and I listen. I understand. I
It's just
understand.
a value. I don't understand.
Yeah,
I don't
understand value.
Value.
Very good
100%
player.
right. Love the
Bad
player.
value. Bad
Yeah,
value.
Love the player.
Could've got him
Love
30.
the player. I think
Could've
this
got
is
him
awesome.
Yeah, we just took 2 second-round players in the first round.
Yeah.
Well,
That's a great way to
Jahmyr-
put it.
Jahmyr
No,
Gibbs.
that's a great
No,
way.
that's
exactly
100%
what we did.
correct.
Yeah.
That's exactly what we did.
Very good value add by the writer. Not
Oh.
surprised.
When he said Jack, I almost crap, bro, because I thought he was going to finish that with Sin.
They will.
And I was like, no,
I'm not gonna lie, I did too. I was
no,
like, oh man,
no,
all right.
Oh
no.
my goodness.
I would have pulled it down. This is so. Nolan Smith is going right now.
These aren't the positions you stock.
No.
Kyle
Get
on
that
like
front
this.
seven.
They just
built
said
back
they
up again.
re-signed. What's his name? No,
No, he wanted trade.
no, the other guy, the outside. What was his name?
I thought they
God, I'm
signed.
doing bad with names.
I saw
today.
they signed the cornerback.
No, they re-signed the linebacker. Lamonte David.
Yes.
There you
There
go.
you go.
There you go. I got there. I'm getting there eventually.
Okay, do they take it?
Well, we got your answer to the question.
So disappointed. Do you think? I don't even want him to trade back in the first round at this
No.
point. Like, don't, just
Kamikaze.
No.
don't.
I mean, because you have 34, there's just straight up no reason to. You're getting a pseudo. Well, you're
There-
getting the second rounder again.
There is reason to because of who. I like Jack Campbell. I don't want to be mad at this pick. I wanted.
I like
Campbell.
Jack Campbell paired with Nolan Smith
Yes,
because then you can have him actually shifting
right.
as an edge.
Jack Campbell at 18 is okay if you had taken Jalen Carter at 12. Well, he wasn't there at 12. Or if you had taken Nolan Smith at 12. Or if you had taken, Will McDonald at 12. Like, the Jets took it 15. That would have been fine.
I think
Eric,
this is
remember that
probably
combo
the
about
worst
being fancy?
possible combination.
Literally. The
Outside of absurd stuff where you like Hendon Hooker or something,
Yeah.
obviously.
Yes,
Like,
Charles,
oh.
I remember that conversation. Yes.
Which one?
He says, Eric, remember that combo about being fans of more than one team? Yes, I believe that's a flagrant violation of sports fandom. Yes.
No, 100% not.
Yeah, well,
From the Michigan and Ohio State fan, I would
I'm
expect
not
you
Ohio
to say
State
the other
fan.
one.
I am not an Ohio State fan.
as
I
someone
was.
Kansas is a good
Past
pick.
look, I
man.
basically
Kansas City to the
That's a good
Bucks.
pick up for them.
oh, that's such a good pick for them.
Man, making value of your picks.
Crazy.
Wow.
All right, so
Well, and
couple,
Tampa just had Gerald McCoy retire. That's a good pick.
all right, couple from the peanut gallery here.
Yeah, well,
What we got?
All right, so we got Kyle Hugg, worst draft in a while.
Yep.
100%.
Charles Bosnack, Eric, remember that combo about being fans of more than one team.
Absolute.
Paul Robinson is Brad Holmes crazy enough to try and trade back into the first
Yes.
round.
Yeah, I
They
And
do.
pick
Plays up
another
tonight.
second rounder.
I don't even know if I want him to now.
Eric Thompson said he's seeing an A+ grade for the Lions selection.
Wait, from where?
For Eric,
who?
drop where in the comments.
Big boy 6'9" from his baby.
Austin says, so I take it that you're disappointed, AJ and Eric.
There's an F and a D, bro.
Yeah. But again, Jack Campbell at 48 would not have been. Jack Campbell
That's
at
an
48 would have been
That's an A+ for sure.
And Ricky
This is a
says
D+.
Eric's not a Lions fan.
Troll.
Okay, hold on.
Troll.
I'm gonna branch off of this though, since you disagree. So, who is your backup team this year?
I mean, so we had that conversation because, like, I don't really have an NFL team. Like, when I did have a second team, it was like the Colts because I really liked Peyton and I was playing college football in Indiana at that time. But I don't really have like a second NFL team. I like Jalen Hurts, and I was kind of rolling.
You
with the
turned on
Eagles.
them.
I
You
did
turned
kind of,
on
I
them.
did kind of ride with the Eagles last year, but they are an NFC team. When it comes
Jalen Hurts,
when it comes to this conversation, I'm very much like principled in the fact that like if the Lions are in the NFC, then
I see
like,
my shirt.
my other team would have to be the AFC.
Detroit only over
So
here.
like in baseball, I have the Tigers. My second team is the Cubs.
yeah, I knew that.
You know what I'm saying?
That's
Like,
just because you like the underdog. So
No, I feel like
the
we're
grade is
watching.
based on CBS Sports Grade.
what?
They're drunk.
CBS
There's
doesn't
nothing
know
that
what
makes
they're
sense.
They got to get clicks from the Lions fans
No.
somehow.
doing.
Was
No,
right.
CBS
gave
rated
it
the
A+.
draft an A+.
The Lions so far?
So 2 A+s for 2 second
Yeah.
rounders early.
That's the. I'm never reading CBS again.
Yeah,
That's the dumbest thing I've ever
ridiculous.
seen in my life.
Who from CBS? I think that's a good question.
It is probably only one person, but yeah. See, the thing is with me with fandom dual
love that one.
citizenship, I totally disagree. Everybody can have a backup team.
Right, but
No,
I
you
think
cannot.
when it gets to being in the same league and same division, that becomes problematic.
What am I supposed to do? I can't hate you guys. I gotta talk about them all the time. That would be that. It's like Valenti, right? He loves the Giants. He loves the Lions too. So Don, while you're writing,
I'm good.
who's your backup team this year?
In the NFL?
Yeah, since the Lions are clearly not
No,
going to be.
I don't ever have a backup. I'm always.
So
like,
you're on Eric's
Wow,
side.
thank
then.
you.
I
Ain't no backups.
can't. No, the thing is that I'm 45, man, and I've gone through this for a long time. And the way I look at it is, it's that much better when they actually win if you just stick with them.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yes, it's miserable.
Like even with like Michigan, like they've had some down years. Like
It's a college
like
team.
those-
That doesn't count.
well, it does for me. I would love Michigan.
I don't know. I mean, it's in you can't. College teams are different in that.
As far as having a backup, you mean?
Well, yeah, because for one thing, colleges you can turn stuff around. I would argue a little bit easier. You give recruiting classes every year.
I don't know. NFL kind of.
You got to have two because you got to have an afternoon team to cheer for.
Yeah,
No.
and to be fair, I will argue most people's second team is whoever most of their fantasy players are.
And I'm fine
That's
with that.
usually what it is.
That's my backup team.
Yeah,
My
you gotta
fantasy
look at
football team.
Right. So everybody does have a second team. It's just
But I
usually a
root
fantasy
yeah, I
team.
root for the stats. Yeah,
There
Which
you
is
go.
fine, but
That's
I
a
mean,
fine agenda to have.
However, you do get investment out of it because you want them to be good because you want the stats to be very good, right? So
yeah, but I guess but it's not like once the fantasy season's over, I'm rooting for them in the playoffs.
Right.
Then I don't care.
I don't care about their win-loss record. Their final
in my
scores.
experience,
I did- I
people
rooted
usually
for
ride
Stafford
through them the whole
When
time.
he went to the Rams, I rooted for Stafford just because I love Stafford.
Mhm.
And but last year, zero allegiance to him whatsoever. I could
Right.
not care less.
What I
I gave him that,
you
I gave
wouldn't
him that
care.
1 year.
Well, he only had like 3 games before he got his brain kicked in.
Yeah.
So
What I want to, what intrigues me more is not the people who have 2 teams, because I totally understand that for people who like grew up somewhere or from somewhere, moved somewhere else. That obviously makes sense. What I'm more curious about are the expats, because there's a ton of them, and I wonder how many more are going to happen after this.
Eric loved the Steelers because of Antonio. Cap, Dustin, Cap. No, I did not. No.
There are
I
a
am a
lot.
Steelers fan.
There's a lot of crossover there. There's a lot of
There
people
is.
who go from being a Lions fan to a Steelers fan.
There's a
Because there's a lot of
huge Steelers base in
similarities
Detroit.
between the two.
Absolutely.
I don't understand why people say this. Like, Austin, I'm going to love to hear the presser after the draft tonight. They're gonna
hate it at this
church
point.
up that
Everything
conversation
is-
like they're the best people on the planet. It's bullshit. The pressers are all garbage.
I
Unless
actually disagree. I
Dan
think
Campbell's
they're
like one of the exceptions where he's like, yeah, I screwed up.
Why?
This is a crappy game.
I think you're going to, because they're not going to be able to make these types of decisions and not have an answer. I don't think they're just going to like do some sort of politicking about it. They're going to say something that is going to be held up on throughout tomorrow. I will tell you one thing: you're hearing us now. You're going to be hearing everybody tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'm going to tell you right now, this is going to be one of the best rated days 97-1 has ever had
Yep.
tomorrow.
Yep. You're
And I'm
100%
telling you, something from that presser is going to be taken and ran into the ground.
Mhm.
Because you can't take a backup running back at 12 and not have an answer.
So you're telling me I got to rip it?
Well, something. I'm telling you, there's going to be something there. It may be something that seems innocuous, or he may present it like that. But then when you actually think about it, I don't like that answer.
What's really interesting is we are 20 picks in, and there has not been a single bite taken.
Ricky says I'd
Oh,
love
good
for a
point.
GM to come to a press and say, sorry, I was in the bathroom, let my intern draft.
That's what it looks like.
That
The
would
night.
make more sense. Exactly.
That-
You take
like,
two backups
I
to
think the
second
auto draft
first round.
comment from like an hour and a half ago was the best.
Yeah.
The auto
version of
draft?
that.
Yeah.
Because that's how that
Makes
I just-
no sense.
I love Jack Campbell,
Me too.
and I wanted him in Detroit. In fact, had we done a second round mock, he would have been in my second round mock
Mm-hmm.
because he's who
Both
I
of them.
targeted. Yeah, most likely.
Okay. I have
So wait a minute, who was there at 18?
Nolan Smith was there at 18.
Miles Murphy.
Miles Murphy was
Elijah
there.
Cansey,
Elijah
who went to the
Cansey,
very next pick.
was there at 18. Brian Brise was there at 18.
That could have been a reach too, but still would have made more sense than
I think
this.
Brise would have made more sense. Yeah.
Funnily enough, when the process very first started, he was
was
the
at-
one I had actually
at
mocked
6.
at 6.
Me too.
But he dropped quite a bit.
Mm-hmm.
For very personal reasons, from what I understand.
Yeah, I mean, he just wasn't all the way in, but at the same time, it's because his sister died of
Right.
cancer.
Right.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
So that
Yeah, he missed, I think,
He-
like a month because of that.
That's
He
tough.
was 15, I think.
Oh,
Huh?
I said, ooh.
that's crazy. I didn't know that.
So here's,
are they going Nolan Smith here? What did they do?
It would make sense.
no, they had the corner. So
They took
It's
Devin
just
Witherspoon.
Witherspoon. That's the
Yep.
only optimism we've had so far is them taking.
It really
Witherspoon.
was.
what a
Big
high and a
updates for us.
low.
Well, hold on, I mean,
So
it
wait,
went.
no one know what the picks that we've had. You still wouldn't be high on if they took Witherspoon? Like,
Well, now I wish they would have
I already said that.
Yeah,
Everybody wants a corner now.
Now I would have been like,
Believe
okay,
us.
I could have lived with that because I don't want to live with it.
No, we took two backups
Oh.
Well,
Could've
I
been
don't think
second rounders.
Campbell's really a backup.
based on how
Campbell.
their depth chart
No,
is.
of course not. That's
Campbell's
not.
Everybody's gonna start. They're not gonna put him on.
Well, yeah, but you don't play one linebacker.
They play
Yeah.
two,
Yeah, you play two inside nickel.
and both
Yeah.
of those guys, Rodriguez
So-
and Anthony, are gonna start.
No.
I actually don't think I think that Campbell's going to have more snaps than Rodriguez.
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. Because
I don't
Campbell
think
can
so.
play outside and Rodriguez can't.
Rodriguez played he started every game last season. He was just
Right.
playing.
But and there could be.
Did they move him? Did they move him like they did Hutch, where they played?
No, he's not. No, he's not that kind of
Not
guy.
that
But no,
versatile.
I mean, like in a nickel set, he's going to be in the interior. But then
And-
whenever you're running out
but
with either 3-4,
They,
4-3,
with their secondary now, they got rid of Okuda, which would have been a great nickel setup.
right? But they
With who
they
got.
signed that one guy who does play nickel like all the time. The
Cam Sutton.
Carter Johnson, CJ Gardner Johnson.
Yeah. Yeah, he's going to be the type of kind of walk up third guy in the
Plus
nickel
you get
set.
Tracy back and Kirby.
Yep.
Because Kirby will be a starter.
Yep.
Even when Tracy comes back. I wonder though if they move Kirby down to that nickel spot and put Johnson Gardner at like.
From what
From
I
safety,
read when
you
the
know what I'm
signing
saying?
happened, Gardner Johnson, when he played in New Orleans, played outside linebacker
Yeah.
a lot.
Right.
So I don't think so.
Thanks to Nova on TikTok for the
Jackson and
footballs.
Jigba.
Okay.
There it is.
Who? What team? Interesting. Wow, they must think Tyler Lockett's on the downturn. So my question This is, I think, the most interesting type of question.
Of course, because you're asking me.
Exactly. So the 12 and the 18 went down the way they did. But right before it happened, what did you expect?
At 12?
Knowing that they had – so we'll start with 12, then we'll go to 18. They traded out. The board went the way that it did. What were you expecting 12 to be?
Nolan Smith. I was expecting Nolan Smith there.
Okay.
At 12, I could have saw Nolan Smith. Maybe reaching for Canty, and then falling back for a cornerback at 18. And I would have been okay with that.
Or I would have said someone on the edge. So like Van Ness, who went to pick after Nolan Smith.
Okay.
That was kind of what I was
going to say
expecting.
Van Ness or Christian Gonzalez.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So then after 12 happened, then what was the expectation at 18? Knowing how it flowed, so right before the pick happened, Jack Campbell was not anybody's idea. So what was it?
Nolan Smith again.
For me, something on the defensive line would have been mine.
So this is feeling
Like
just
Nakobe
like
Dean.
Nakobe Dean.
All right. So so we put up a graphic, with the Jack Campbell pick. So I just want to go over a couple of the comments that we've gotten on
There's
Facebook.
going to be a smart team that's going to do it instead.
There's actually quite a lot of people that like it.
That like Jack Campbell?
Yeah,
I love Jack Campbell.
Yeah, I
See,
love
that's
Jack
the
Campbell.
Like that's the predicament.
Yeah,
Yeah.
our issue is not
It's
with
not
him
Jack
to play.
Campbell.
the
We
players.
love Jack
Yes.
Campbell. He should be a Lion, and we're
Yes.
glad that he's a Lion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But you could have had Jack Campbell at 34. You could have had Jack Campbell at 48. Not at 18.
What is the standard
the
snap?
best linebacker in college football, and someone says slowest too, and not even close. Someone goes wrecking ball, but it also pretty slow, but does the same damage as this dude does. I'm sure he'll be great in 1992.
All right.
Great pick. Love this pick. Solid. So our commenters
He's a
seem to be
good
pretty.
player. He's again, I want to be very clear that I do really like Jack Campbell. This isn't, I don't necessarily like the wide receiver that we picked at 12. I don't like the running back that we picked at 12. I like this player a lot. I'm very mixed emotions.
All right, so
Very mixed
let's look at the Gibbs post. Worst Lions draft I've ever seen. I really had hoped we're going to make things happen. Just shaking my head. Weak draft. I'm severely disappointed. People need to be fired. 15 minutes ago, everyone was saying how brilliant and terrific Holmes is. Now you'll hate him. Maybe, just maybe, he knows more than the fans and is actually a great pick. So if they wanted a running back, they could have stayed at 6 and got the best running back prospect since Barkley. Hold on, people. Watch for the tight end pick at 18.
Right.
I don't care about the pick. This guy Santos Perez likes it. He's got talent, but he got upset for a minute. Not a lot. It's not a lot of people liking this pick.
No. Because the value matters with these picks. Again, the players, maybe not Gibbs. I don't love the pick or the player, but Campbell, the value does not match it, and the running back for sure does not match at 12.
That's why I'm curious how that CBS person got to that answer.
Right.
Just on value.
Because
alone.
running back
plus?
isn't even a need.
No.
Linebacker is arguably a need. So
Right,
you at least
arguably.
address an arguable need.
You can't get an A
Quentin
plus out of an
Johnson's all right
arguable selection.
So Charles Bosnick says, "I'll forgive
Herbert
Brad
Hartman?
if
Quentin Johnson and Mike Williams are basically the same player.
Okay, and they just signed. Didn't they just give him an extension?
Yeah.
Okay, then it's
Yeah,
not
no
Quentin
way.
Johnson.
Yeah, it's not him.
Mayer?
Yeah, I would suspect a tight end first because that's something they actually.
Charles Bosnick says, I'll forgive Brad if his later draft picks build up our abysmal secondary, which to me is the most glaring issue on
abysmal.
defense.
I'm
Yes,
telling. I
the
already
second-
said it. I already said it. The second round and later, everybody's going to love. I know they are, and that's why this first round is so much more
But the
valuable.
secondary again is not abysmal.
It's
And
hard.
let's make this point too. How do you make your secondary better other than the players that are there?
By giving them
Your
the
front
line.
seven makes your
Exactly.
secondary better.
Exactly.
That is
all right,
something
so-
people have been repeating like crazy this week.
I understand that, but like,
No, I'm saying it's true.
so why did
Everybody
Jeff
picked up
Okudah
on
get
it.
drafted at 3? Because he played behind Chase Young.
I can't even believe it. You know,
Something else?
No.
Don is
I'm just
just
you
now
guys.
reacting.
It's just you can't rationalize it.
But
No,
this
you
is
can't.
but, and the thing I think that blows my mind. This is why I go back to the smartest man in the room comment. Right? A pretty good understanding of the game of football. You would hope the guys running these teams would have a really good understanding of the game of football. And these seem like very basic,
Yes.
like football 101 type decision.
Yes.
You have a need. Like, how do you build a team? You don't start with the quarterback.
No.
You don't start with the running back. You don't even start with the secondary. You build a team by the big ugly guys putting their hands in the ground. You start there and you build out. And then when everything is in place, then you fill in the skill position.
And they neglected that twice. You can argue the secondary for the Lions is their strength at this point, and that's not a good thing.
How would you grade the so Vinny asked, what do you think about the other people's picks so far, care of the Lions? So the people that picked in our spots, how would you grade their picks?
So Arizona taking Paris Johnson, it's kind of hard comparing apples to apples.
That's a shock.
That's so dumb.
That's surprising.
Okay, that doesn't make it good because now you have two of the exact same
But
players.
it's the Chargers.
Yeah, but it's the Chargers.
You have the exact
Chargers
same
took
player
Quentin
twice
Johnson.
now. Congrats. You have no speed now. On top of it, doesn't Austin, if I remember correctly, Austin Eckler's sitting out.
Yeah,
Watching
because
contract.
We should have traded them Jahmyr Gibbs for the 20th pick. And had
So,
Ford go at it.
6 was Paris Johnson. 4
And
then
that-
good
so
pick.
yeah, to answer that question, right? What I was saying is it's really hard to compare apples to apples there because the Arizona Cardinals are a different team than the Detroit Lions.
You wouldn't have picked.
We wouldn't have picked Paris Johnson at 6.
No.
And that's really the only
these
answer to that
highlights make it
question.
so much fun.
Yeah, because it's Michigan.
Yeah. Where's the tackle?
So
That wasn't a touchdown?
it's like, who was that? Was that Vinny that asked that question?
Yep.
Vinny, it's like comparing apples to oranges, right? Like at 6, we could have had Tyree Wilson. We could have had Jalen Carter. I think either of those picks would have been infinitely better than what we did at 12.
Yes.
And I would even go as far as to say, and this might be blasphemous given how much I've knocked running backs, I would have rather stayed at 6 and taken Bijan than drafted.
Well, that was
at 12.
There were comments in the chat that were already saying
Right. So,
What happened at 21? Did Miami trade?
no, Miami had to forfeit their pick because of the tampering with Tom
the
Brady.
tampering. Yeah.
so dumb. Yeah, you tamper with Tom Brady, and then you decide, you know what, we're just going to kill our own quarterback instead.
At the very least, if you take advantage of the D line on those picks, if they don't pan out, it's like, okay, you're mad at them. Now at this point, let's say neither of them pan. Let's just say hypothetically, neither of them pan out. You're mad at both layers, the player and Brad Holmes. I don't think nobody would be mad if Jalen Carter flopped at Brad Holmes because it still would have made sense with that pick and with the value for what they needed.
I think that's a valid point.
I'm disappointed because I thought going into this draft with 2 picks that you guys were going to take Philly's mentality.
Yeah.
You clearly learned nothing by playing them or seeing them play.
Nothing.
Because the way they built their team is how you need to build your team in your conference. Because with the AFC, there's a lot more like, okay, you got to really stack up offensively. But for the NFC, your top 2 competitors for the conference both have lines that will tear yours apart. Philadelphia and San Fran both have that 10 deep going on.
They do.
You basically forfeited that to get positions that you do technically already have. That's my biggest disappointment.
Yes.
Is I thought that you would double up and start doing what they do.
Yes.
You clearly believe that you don't need to, and I think that's a mistake.
I think it is too. Or they feel confident in the fact that you have John Kaminsky and Isaiah Bugs as your depth, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, but I'm not putting that up as like my argument. I'm saying trying to rationalize what they're thinking. They have their guys, but then they got a step farther. They signed Alex Anzalone to a 3-year deal and then drafted Jack Campbell
Exactly.
at pick 18. So that logic doesn't even play itself
Exactly.
out. It's like trying to figure out a jigsaw puzzle with missing pieces. Because there's no making it.
Especially with linebacker too. Those positions don't rotate as much as the D line does. You want your running backs to rotate a little bit to keep them fresh. You want your D line to rotate fresh. I just don't see the value in the sense in taking Campbell there at 18. Knowing where your linebacker room is set up and knowing what you could have got up in the
This
second
feels
round.
a lot like is the Patriots move last year when they got that run blocking guard that was supposed to be in the second or third round.
I remember that.
And now
Who was that?
that's how I feel about these two picks is like wasted opportunity, right? Unmet expectation is the seedbed of disappointment. And that's where we're at.
We're not professionals. Yeah, we're not front office, but these, as you said, these were layup decisions. There were plenty of other places you could have won that would have made more sense than this.
They weren't as slam dunk as Aiden Hutchinson at 2.
No, of course not. Right.
Sewell at 7.
Those don't count.
They don't count. You're right. But that's what, like.
So what would Gibbs have to do to make that pick worth it?
Nothing.
You can't.
No. What could he do?
Nothing.
Be a top 10 running back.
No,
I don't even
Monty
think
goes
that.
down, he has to carry the water.
I'll do you one better. What does he need to be to at least make it somewhat reasonable?
Right.
He has to be Austin Eckler or better. And he won't be.
On a playoff team, too. You can't be 7-10 and he does well.
Well, he can only control what he can control.
I need to see the wins come with it, too.
But that's not possible. With that type of back, it's not even just.
Which makes the pick that much worse.
So that's where we do come back to there is no way for him to, but the only way to at least make it like swallowable is if he basically turns into Austin Eckler, but even then it won't matter for win counts.
No,
so that makes it untenable.
He could go to the Hall of Fame, and it doesn't make the pick justifiable at this moment. You know what I mean? Like, we had Barry Sanders. Look how long we had Barry Sanders. What did that get?
Well, the more modern argument that I've made with AJ often is what really is Derrick Henry good for? They've really not amounted to anything. And now they're coming back. Tennessee's coming back to it, and they had to take a reach on Malik Willis because a quarterback was the only way for them to progress. So Gibbs is not a Derrick Henry type of back, and Derrick Henry was the best back for 3-4 years? It didn't matter.
Right.
So it doesn't matter how good this kid is. It won't matter to your success.
Unless they do what you said, and they're like a 3-headed monster at running back, and they're just pounding it, get a top.
Yeah, basically you got to start carrying about 40, 50
Exactly.
Oh, I got it. Hold on. We got Ben Johnson. We're bringing back the wing tee.
Hey.
Right. We play
running into loan.
That's it. As a dive back.
Yeah, there you go.
We signed him for 3 years, $6 million for a reason.
Greg People says this is the dumbest take y'all have ever had.
Sorry, Greg.
I appreciate that you've listened long enough to know we have more.
Right. That means a lot, Greg.
and you can think it's dumb or not, but
hey, we were right on JMO, so
you can't say something's dumb if you don't have a reason why it's not dumb.
All right.
Right, come on, Chad.
I would like to know why. I would like to know why he thinks it's a dumb.
Talk to us,
dumb
Chad.
take, though.
No, honestly, if there's somebody out there that can explain what just happened.
Rationalize.
We're not acting like we know everything. We're not.
No.
Talk to us if y'all believe that there's some rational about it.
By the way,
we've been talking about it for an hour. We didn't come up with nothing
this
yet.
is a Nolan Smith.
I want to write something positive.
Especially after they just signed.
So Ricky said if he has 1,200 scrimmage yards and 15 TDs, he'll build a statue.
No.
What is
Can we stop with the statues? We're going to run out of space in front of Ford Field.
Yeah.
Can we stop? Dan Campbell's getting one. Brad Holmes
Are we
getting
doing a
one.
Jamal Williams because he scored 18?
I know.
The statue.
Jamal Williams scored more touchdowns.
Ravens picks are in. They're going to take a quarterback.
No.
I think
They just signed. They just.
Wouldn't that be great?
They draft like the Eagles too. This would definitely be great for them.
This would be Nolan Smith.
Yep.
Okay.
They got him a
They
wide
gave
receiver.
Lamar a receiver in the first.
Speedy motherfucker too. This kid is
Lamar's getting
lightning.
Oh goodness.
Basically, what everybody thought, like Sky Moore coming out, everybody's like, "Oh man, Western East so quick." Zay Flowers is even quicker.
5'9".
Dude,
God,
like
tiny.
hey, somebody that small
John
better
Brown,
move fast, right?
John Brown, right? Wasn't he the kid from Arizona that was like short but light and quick?
Yes. I think. I mean, Zay Flowers has much better volume. He's a better route runner as well.
Sure.
If he ends up being an all-pro running back or a top running back in the league, he absolutely ends up being worth it. I agree.
No, he
I will
doesn't.
push back on what y'all.
That's not how. But that,
I disagree.
But in this
how many
moment right
all-pro
now,
backs have equated to actual wins?
That's why I said it has to come with wins in order for it to be worth
But that's
it.
not going to be because a back is an
because
all-pro.
of Jahmyr Gibbs.
But again, that has to be the. Y'all are just saying it's impossible. It's going to happen. I'm saying that's the only scenario. That
I'm
makes
saying
sense
right.
for it to be
Super Bowl winner
justifiable.
has not had a running back that has been outside of a rookie contract.
I agree.
Because
Isaac
that's just,
Pacheco last year, who was your
there were like 2 or 3 teams
Cam Akers
that won
was
the
the year
Super Bowl
before
where
that.
their top leading rusher was not their running back.
But again, let's assume that he does do that. Would it be worth it at that point? If you go to the playoffs, win the division,
but the
gets
division-
over 1,200 yards and gets double-digit touchdowns, y'all not going to be mad at that.
But here's the thing, right? We are conflating his value to those wins. So yes,
If
those
he's balling out, yeah.
but they can win despite him balling out. I don't want to measure this by saying if he has this season and they're winning, those two things are not mutually exclusive.
If he's the number, okay, so we've talked about this. We said the running game was more valuable to an extent than golf, right?
The running game for the Lions, I think, is more valuable than golf.
Right.
Yes.
So if it's set up the same way and he's carrying his part, let's say Swift's not even here. Let's say Monty and he's doing their thing. Or he's doing their thing. If they're putting together a top 3, top 5 attack, and they're, like we said, winning, you're running the division, you're looking like a real threat in the NFC, that's the only way this is going to make it worth it.
Sure.
I don't think it's going to happen, and it's very hard to make that happen, but that's the only way that this is going to make it worth it.
But I look at it like this. With the first round, 12th overall pick, when you draft a running back there, right?
Right.
Like with Atlanta drafting Bijan at 8,
Right.
they expect him to be a 3-down back.
They do.
And be a significant member of that rushing attack.
Yep.
The Lions just drafted somebody at 12 that is a 3rd-down back at best,
Mm-hmm.
scat back out of the backfield, and is rarely going to run in between the tackles.
I agree.
So it's not going to equate to wins. He may be captain checkdown. He may be the person that is just in the flat catching balls or screen passes that might break 1 or 2. But that value is not going to make the 12th overall pick worth it.
I agree with that. I'm taking off the high end, the scenario that if it does.
I understand you're looking for
Either way,
positivity, but I just don't think
And also,
I
those
agree.
numbers are not going to be contingent on the player. It's on the scheme.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how that works. There's very rare that a player is the only reason they get the stats they
Sure.
Plus, those numbers that were said,
because those numbers happened
1,200
by Jamal last year. So
Yeah.
if he replicates it, it's because the scheme is the same, not because the player is somehow worth that.
1,200
You
yards
didn't
and
pay
17
Jamal, and he had 18 touchdowns.
17 touchdowns.
Okay, so that's your bar then.
And 1,000 yards rushing.
And he could still hit that, and it's still going to be just as bad because I would then argue and turn this around
But I'm
that you could
pretty sure-
put anyone else in there and he would get the same production.
Which is exactly what we have said about golf as well. That you could put other quarterbacks in the system to work. I
You've
think
always been negative.
that's a
on
bit
it,
about
so
that's a bit of a stretch. I will agree.
I think.
But like with Jamal, right? I think he had 2 rushing touchdowns last year that were over 2 yards.
That checks out,
That's nasty.
You know what I'm saying?
Huh.
So 15 touchdowns that were 2 yards or less.
which is not because of the back.
It's not, and that's why he didn't get paid. He didn't, in my opinion, did not earn getting paid. He had a great season by his standards for a backup running back.
Yeah.
To expect Gibbs to replicate that, though,
No way. No way.
please
No
don't get the
way.
Vikings.
No way this is going to happen.
Well,
That would be hilarious. Kirk
The only thing
Cousins
that'll
gets
make
you
me
served in
smile.
his own way.
This will make me smile. They do this.
the Vikings took Will Levis.
He's smiling. He's,
Considering the fact
Junior-
that they need defense and potentially another receiver to take a quarterback
I
here
haven't
is
seen that.
interesting.
But
they start
it
taking
all
Zoom.
comes back to points that, in I guess you and I's minds, there is no salary. None. It doesn't matter how much stats he has.
Jacob says, look what McCaffrey did to the 49ers offense. He made Brock Purdy look like Tom Brady.
The scheme did. because that's how that works.
If
If one player cannot make one,
But if he
individual
fits
play.
the scheme, then he gets credit for that. It's not just like
Well, they
it's
could
one
have
or the
opened
other.
up plays that they couldn't have run with,
I think it's very
instead, but
interesting though that we like cherry pick these guys for comparison.
I don't know. So again, you're saying your benchmark then is Christian McCaffrey then.
Like, if he becomes Christian McCaffrey, yeah, maybe I'll back down a little bit
I
on
just
it
think
being
people
worth it.
overstate how much a back is actually able to control their own production.
Right.
Basically, if the hole that the play is made for, break a tackle once or twice, that's basically what you're asked to do.
All right. Well, hold on a minute, because we just come off a season with Jamal Williams, where he had these, huge record-breaking season. Now we're coming into the next year, David Montgomery. You're lining up your backfield. You got Gibbs now.
And
They could have a more dynamic running attack that would open up the field for Goff. It brings in a lot more threat. So the value is in what he could bring to the passing attack, right? Like, you're adding it to the run to open up the pass.
But first, there's two things. First off, for six of those games, it won't matter because your number 2 receiver is not playing. So how good is it to open up the offense when you don't have your speed?
Well, next man out.
And then the second thing
Marvin
is
Jones,
Jared
right?
Goff, as AJ will say, is not capable of
carrying a team.
capitalizing on that.
And
And his air yards is like 8
I
yards.
think Jared
so-
Goff, the first 6 games of last season, yes, absolutely. The Jared Goff of the last half of the season, last 3 quarters,
It's not that he
whatever.
didn't play well. It's that you can't open up a
It's
playbook
not-
to something
I'm
that
willing-
guy's ability is not.
We're-
I'm willing
again
to
conf-
walk into next season giving Jared Goff the benefit of the doubt.
Yes,
It's not what I'm saying.
It's not that I'm not giving
It's
him
that
the
the
benefit of
offense
the
is
doubt.
not going to somehow
There's a
evolve.
difference between him playing well and him being the sole factor that we're depending on for wins. Jared Goff is going to be very effective if his running game is really good, and I believe that the running game will be really good without Gibbs. It would have been
I
fine
agree
with
with that.
Montgomery
I
and
agree.
Swift. Gibbs is an unnecessary piece to that unless you're planning on moving on from Swift tonight. You know what I'm saying? He's an extra piece. It goes back to kind of my thought on Jameson Williams even last year. It's kind of like making a luxury pick when you didn't really, need to make a luxury pick or could have used that for a non-luxury item, if that makes sense. Like, you just drafted your 3rd running back, potentially 2nd, depending on where you give Swift and being on a pitch count. Yes, that helps your offense. I'm not arguing the fact that Gibbs doesn't help your offense, but it's not like he's Bijan Robinson. He's not Saquon Barkley.
Rob J from YouTube just said running backs are important, but chances are someone in the middle rounds of this draft will have a better career.
100%.
That's a fact.
That is 100% correct. You could have taken anybody in the 2nd, 3rd, traded up into the 4th, in the 5th round. Any running back you could have plugged into this offense to create the same
then means
effect.
that the running back position is worthless.
Well,
It's like receiver. Okay, this is literally the thing that you joked about in our chat. That basically our general group idea is that skill position players do not matter, and I will not move off of that. That is
That's a
absolutely
wild take. No way.
Oh, really?
No.
So Kansas
No
City
way.
was able to win a
No way.
Super Bowl without a receiver you could name or a running back.
Yes, because Kadarius Toney was trash. You could look at tight ends also as skilled players because Travis Kelce light up on the outside.
So one
their
player.
tight end is a
no
unicorn.
way. That's
One
not true.
player.
You got to admit
You cannot
that.
name
He
their
is
back.
a
You
I
cannot
gave
name their
you two. I
receivers.
gave you 2.
They
And
also-
and the running back
if-
they had was a
if
huge push. What
Skill
they did.
position players mattered so much. Why did they ship Tyreek Hill to the other side of the country?
Because they have the best quarterback
They
of
didn't
all
take
time.
Will Levis.
That's
They
why.
took Jordan.
There you go.
And
I actually had that one.
That's
Okay,
crazy.
sunglasses.
No,
The
skill
Bulls-
What do
position
they
players
stand
are
for
worthless.
size?
No, you can do that for Kansas City. And
Patriots
you said
literally
it's
won
more.
like 5 Super
If you
Bowls.
compared it to
without
like
skill guys.
that kind of pinnacle, again, Patrick Mahomes is built different than anybody else. He can make it work with whatever you throw at him. And I don't think that's the situation for the
Jared
Lions.
Goff
They
is
need
not
skill
Patrick
players.
Right,
Yeah.
that's what he's saying.
Right, exactly.
Right?
Like Goff
Patrick
needs
Mahomes elevates the play
Goff
of
needed Brandon
the
Cooks,
same.
Robert Woods. Sorry to cut you off. Sorry, but Cup, Gurley. Like he needed a lot of help around him. So I hate this. Y'all both say the same thing. Because he agrees the same way that skill players are like way worthless. I totally disagree with that.
But here's my, and we said we would have this debate, so I guess tonight's the
Let's
perfect
go.
time
We
to
got
have it,
time.
right?
And we mad. Let's go.
we do.
So, like, for me, when it comes to skill positions, running back and wide receiver, they are positions that are entirely dependent on things being done correctly by somebody else.
Yep.
So when we talk about that, he mentioned scheme. I've talked about it before, the dependency, right? For a wide receiver, they have to run the right route. I get that. They have to get open. They have to be a good route runner, all of that.
Okay.
But the coverage of the defense is going to dictate whether they are open or not. The offensive line has to hold up. The quarterback has to hit his spot, be on time, be on target for the wide receiver to even be effective,
Okay.
which makes that expendable. The same thing is true about a running back. You have otherworldly talents when it comes to running back. Saquon Barkley, Derrick Henry for a few years, potentially Bijan Robinson. But their effectiveness is only going to be as good as the offensive line that is in front of them. And also the passing game that is involved in their running game. Because if teams load up the box, like this was my concern with Bijan to the Falcons, right? You don't necessarily have a quarterback in Atlanta that can open up the running game with his arm. So teams can stack 7, 8 in the box. Because we don't know if Ritter can really be that effective.
I think the proof that Philadelphia and San Francisco have shown is that you don't need a potent passing attack for your running game to be fine. Because
you need a semblance of one, though.
It is the scheme first. Because Derrick Henry is proof positive of that. Because when I changed your mind about Derrick Henry, it was because in the playoffs, the Tennessee run scheme was so rudimentary. He was averaging 3 yards to carry. So if Derrick Henry is so good, why is his per carry average so poor? Because he is contingent on his running game.
You can make the argument that basically every position in the NFL is dependent on how other things work. Like quarterback is a dependent position.
It's a scale.
That's what Jacob just said. That he's every position on the football field.
But there is and on top of that, hold on. And on top of that, the 2 greatest Lions of all time.
Night, Paul. Thanks for watching.
Calvin Johnson succeeded without things working to their advantage. Barry never had an elite offensive line. Calvin never had the most dependency around him.
Did you just say Barry didn't have a great offensive line? He didn't have one of the best Lions offensive line.
Let Don speak to that because Don was actually a ball boy back then.
Okay,
how was their offensive line?
Am I wrong that he leads the league in what most negative yards ran for?
Well, that's just because of how he runs.
And because of his. All right, man. Cool.
That is absolutely accurate.
Listen, I don't know how old you guys are, but I literally sat there and watched him run. And Don was there.
I remember Barry.
Barry had the negative runs because that's just how he
that
was
is part of how he played.
That's just how he ran. He wasn't on.
And also
Emmitt
because his
Smith
run
was the
team
parallel of that. Emmitt Smith ran straight down the gullet.
Emmitt Smith had a great
Lions-
Emmitt Smith is proof positive that scheme matters. That's the only reason that he's
They were so bad. My high school marching band was the halftime entertainment.
Well, that's just.
Lots Cruz High School was the halftime and pregame entertainment. The Lions are fucking awful.
Tough.
All right. So, anyways, scheme matters. That is the point. And okay, yes, everything is contingent. That is literally how team sports work.
Football,
but it's a scale. It is a scale.
Right,
some positions are less contingent than others.
Yeah, but to say that they're completely worthless or just they're replaceable,
it's fine. Then we'll alter verbiage to make it more palatable.
Please.
Instead of worthless, they are worth least.
The thing is,
okay. Go ahead.
I was just going to say that I think they were kind of getting away from it. That I like I like Gibbs, right? I think Gibbs is going to be a great player for us. I really do. I also think we could have got him at 18. I think we could have got him a little bit deeper. So that my biggest beef with it is not, and
it's the value,
right? And I mean, I'm not big at taking wide receivers in the top or the running backs at the top either. But I'm not. I think I'm kind of in the middle here of all of you guys because they do have value. I mean,
Yes.
great receiver. I mean, a great receiver,
The Giants traded up.
has the ability of making plays that a non-great receiver has.
Yes.
Again,
and making
how many
quarterbacks look
times
better
do we
than
have-
Stephon
maybe they
Diggs
are.
in that playoff game against the Saints. That was a play that was just thrown up.
Right.
It wasn't something that was
Wait. The Steph Diggs play where the safety pressed up on the stick and missed him entirely.
Yes, and
He
he
did-
may
that
have
was
played
not him.
over the DB.
If the safety had
Was
played
it a great
it
throw by
remotely,
Case
it was a rookie who misplayed the ball.
Who cares? He didn't
It
the lead
matters
receiver
is
to make
when
that
he made the
play.
play.
We had a lead receiver to make that play.
Oh, no, it did not.
Come on,
Do you
man.
remember that play?
Yes, I
If
remember
we
that
played
play.
Madden and you threw up a flag route and I had the safety and I pressed up, it does this exactly like the player did. He didn't go for the ball. He didn't go for the player. He dived head first at a flag route.
And that's great. You know what he could have did? He could have dropped that pass. He could have been out of position. But because you have an elite talent at the position, which Stephon
You could have
Diggs
made that
is, no, I couldn't have. I'm not
You
an NFL player.
absolutely
No,
could have.
No, I could not.
You
I'm
could have
glad
had
you
that
think highly of
exact
me, but no, I
same
couldn't.
play.
No, I could not have.
Out of all, for one thing,
because like I can shit myself.
AJ
No
would
way.
probably be number one because he played ball
No way.
semi-professionally.
No way.
Not so much.
Well, you were a QB
Semi.
at least, so AJ would have been the most likely. You would have been second,
No, he played wide receiver in high school, so he would be.
but you played in college.
But I played quarterback. We throw the ball. We don't.
The principle of the matter is you played ball. Stop.
All right, so here's the running backs drafted in the first round since 2015.
Oh, okay.
Melvin Gordon, Todd
Really
Gurley,
didn't count to anything.
Ezekiel Elliott,
Those last two.
Christian
are
McCaffrey, solid. Fournette,
Super Bowl.
solid.
Sony Michel,
Nothing.
Rashad Penny,
Terrible.
There it is again.
Saquon,
There's a lot of dudes who
Josh
didn't
Jacobs.
get anywhere.
Clyde
Lee
Edwards-Helaire,
Over half of those dudes didn't even make the playoffs.
Travis Etienne, and Najee Harris. That's it.
That's a ton of dudes who did not
And-
either didn't make the playoffs or were getting like wild card guys like Najee.
But
Yeah, on teams
But-
that also
but-
aren't building their teams
but
correctly.
let's think about all of those guys. Christian McCaffrey, 3 down back.
Right.
Najee Harris,
Also had to
arguably
be
a 3 down
traded
back.
to a better run scheme in order to even get to the playoffs.
Sure, but
Christian McCaffrey's arguably one of the best backs, top 3 over the last 5 years, and he had to move to San Francisco in order to even get to the playoffs.
Carolina was also
Deontay
a terrible
Banks went
team.
to the
They had
Giants.
no kind of help around Cam to get them back to
Interesting
where
they
they were.
trade up for a corner.
Do we know that Gibbs can't be a 3 down back, though?
I just don't see
I mean, I know
it.
he's not
No,
because we have Montgomery,
it's just off situation because
Yeah.
why is David there otherwise?
especially a 3-year deal, too. Because
Well, it's just because of how his touches are. I mean, whenever he was in Chicago,
isn't there something in
was
his contract
almost all
though?
the
Like
touches.
I don't think it's a full 3 years. I
No,
think
no. It's 3 years, but a ton of his like signing bonus or whatever. So his actual like cap hit
In
is
year
way
3
is way less.
is yeah. So
so we could cut him.
so
if
he
we
can
wanted.
cut. Yeah,
In theory, yeah. That's not what I mean.
You still got that
though. He's
list
just-
of running backs up?
Yeah.
I want to hear the list again,
All right.
if you don't mind.
No.
so count the 3 down backs because I really like
Okay.
a running back that's 5'9" and whatever. I gotta look at
like
his
Sony
stats.
Yeah,
Michel
he's
is
tiny,
going
yes.
to be
Yeah,
the
he's
best.
like-
Yeah,
He's
that's
like, he's
problematic.
200 pounds, though. He's
Yes.
not that small.
He's solid. Okay,
Yeah,
and
he's
he's
short.
From what I understand,
bigger
he's-
than Barry was.
a
But-
flyer,
but-
right? Like he's got speed.
No, he's got great speed. Yeah,
Okay.
he can catch the ball. He can
Okay,
back to
he's 5'11", 200 pounds is what PFF's draft guide has him. at.
Okay.
So he's not as small
Yeah,
as we
that's
thought.
they had him
Right.
as 5'9".
So,
Okay.
but-
solid size. I mean,
Okay,
so
so
Melvin
Especially for a
Gordon,
running back. Like you don't want to.
he was 15 overall.
he was a 3 down back at the time.
Todd Gurley, 10 overall.
3 down back. And got to the playoffs.
You said
Ezekiel
you're-
Elliott,
3 down back.
4th overall. Christian McCaffrey, 8th overall.
3 down back.
Fournette,
3 down back, even though they were trash.
Yeah.
Jackson was terrible.
Michel, he was more of a.
He was terrible.
So
Michelle was a,
But he also
third
got-
down specialist.
He's a
And
bust.
also got drafted to the
Rashad Penny.
Patriots.
And
Yeah.
some of these guys,
Right.
some of these guys too are late round. Like Rashad Penny, he's 27th overall. Saquon was 2. Josh
3 down
Jacobs,
back.
24
3 down
overall.
back, just led the league in rushing.
Edwards-Helaire, 32 overall.
He's not good.
He's gone already.
Hold on.
Etienne, 25 overall,
Okay.
and Najee, 24 overall.
Who will be a 3 down back?
So it's a lot of those guys were drafted in the 20s even.
So your argument goes
Did
multiple
the
ways.
Bills traded up again? Or so the
They just did
Jacksonville.
2 trades in a row.
So Jacksonville traded back again.
Correct.
What?
Okay.
So, two things. Number one, your strongest argument would be that all these backs are in the 20s. I think Gurley was 10,
Yeah, there
right?
are a few
But
of them
most
were-
of them are
like
higher than
four.
Gibbs is.
Yeah.
Then you go to the second part, which is he's not a 3-down back, at least in your scheme as currently existing. So both of those are marks against him. And then the third is that fine, there may be a way for him to be a salvageable pick, but that burden to put on a rookie that isn't going to get the carries
I agree with
is
that.
just so high.
I agree.
And the thing is, too, is that, I mean, when you go through this, the way the NFL draft is right now, running backs don't get drafted in the first
Nope,
round. And if
that-
they do, it's late.
It's almost like the league knows that they're
So
worthless.
for Holmes to think
Worth
that he
less.
has to grab him
Worth
at 12,
least.
Worth least.
you know what I mean? So for Holmes to think,
Your
hey, I have
verbiage,
to,
right?
for Holmes to think I have to grab him at 12 if I want him, that's what I don't get. I don't see how he can't think 18 he's going to be there.
Do you remember last
That's what I
year
don't get.
when we were all sitting here and we were all trashing running wide receivers and we were all talking about that?
And you're
And
talking
then
about
there
the
was
wide-
that, and then there was the run on him. This year's proving this year is much more what I was expecting last year to be. I mean, what was the first wide receiver out? 16, 17?
I think 4 went in a row.
20.
Yeah. Well,
20
there you
for
go.
the Seahawks.
Yep.
Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Receiver, I will say, receiver is significantly worse than back. Though. I would never pay a receiver.
I don't know.
There was some, I can't find it. There was something too. They were talking about running how many running backs make it into their 5th year, even. You know, so, I mean,
That's another thing is the position. Okay, not only is
Well,
it
it
a
also
contingent
depends
position,
on-
it's also the one that gets the most wear and tear.
Yeah.
Right.
So, like, looking at his stats, right? He only had 89 attempts in 20, 143 attempts in 21. Those were at Georgia Tech.
Yeah.
And then last year at Alabama, he only had 151 attempts.
How many receptions?
Yeah, they-
That's where his value is.
44.
23 and 20,
Yeah.
36 and
Did he score?
21,
And
and a
then-
44 and
and
22.
that's why.
And he's got a 92.6 career receiving grade from
44 receptions in a 14 game
1,300 scrimmage yards last year
That's
at
a lot.
Alabama.
And
So, like, it's not like he doesn't have value. It's just his value is that he is an Eckler type of back. That is what he is.
And
Dane Brugler as a mixture of Elvin Kamara and Chris Johnson.
Hell no.
I mean, he's just not a volume type of back like
Right.
Johnson was. Kamara has better vision.
Yes.
So
He had 33% of Alabama's carries.
it's not a lot.
No.
It was Kamara, and who was the other one?
Chris
Chris
Johnson.
Chris Johnson. Oh,
Yeah.
that's
Johnson was
disrespectful.
the
That-
prototypical. He was the volume back.
They made him get rid of Lindell White. Like, we don't need you, bro. We good. We got what we got.
His year where he had 2,000 yards, if I remember right, didn't he have like 100 more carries than the next closest guy? It was crazy.
He went nuts that year.
So, tight end here to pair with Dalton. What's his name?
We'll pick
Dawson Knox. Oh my gosh.
Brugler says Gibbs doesn't have the ideal size or run power for NFL punishment, but he's an electric athlete with explosiveness.
Jahmyr
Vision and
Best?
pass good.
Is this a comp like Jahmyr Best?
Or is it?
No.
Or is it
Jahmyr
Best-
Jahmyr Best would have been good. if he
Jahmyr
ran.
Best
Best
couldn't-
DeAndre Swift again.
catch a
You know, I mean,
But he's a
That's what
smaller
I bet
version.
he could have
of
said.
right, Swift
No,
can't take
best
it.
argument was that he was like a John Ross type of guy because didn't he compete in the
speedy.
Olympics or
Mhm.
something? So that was the argument
Home
for
run
him. At least Gibbs has actual volume of work. I think that he's a lot better prospect than Best was. This wasn't Best 20th or 24th, something like that.
Didn't we get him in the second round?
No, we got him at 30. We moved up.
There we go.
I think they had a second round pick. They
Jordan Bell
moved
was
up
the
to
one
get him
that
at like 30 or 31.
Whitbell was the second round?
No, he was later.
He would have been later. He came out late.
All I know is that the city went crazy for
Joyke
that.
didn't get drafted. Joyke get drafted?
Yeah, Joyke wasn't drafted, was he?
I don't think he was drafted.
Maybe not. Maybe not. I don't know. All those backs are the same. They all meld
George
together.
was Western or
Western
Wayne
State.
State.
Wayne State.
The
Yeah.
only one worth a damn was Reggie for 1 year.
Would he just barely cracked
Only
over
1,000 more
1,000?
for Matt Stafford over him.
Yeah, Joyke went undrafted. That makes sense.
There you go. That's a very nice hat for them. Yep. I like that. Anything else on the chat there, G?
Jonathan Kramer says, "What about our new running back Montgomery?"
What about him?
Well, you guys are talking about running backs, and
And that's the thing, right?
just gonna-
That's
this is
what
what we
makes
do.
this pick. These two, the signing and the pick, almost like cancel each other out. They make each other worthless in a lot of ways
Honestly,
because you've signed him back to a 3-year, $18 million deal that is heavy in signing bonus, so the cap hit's not that great, which is good. Cap finagling. But then why draft a running back at 12?
exactly. It's not like a corner where you sign guys to 1-year deals.
Right.
So if you would have got another corner for the future, that would have made
Exactly.
sense. 2 for 3-year deals, then you draft their replacements. That's just, I don't. Jesus.
Will Levis is still out there.
I did
Yeah,
not.
we got your answer. That's what I said. Malik Willis.
I did not.
You were starting to hit that on the head.
I
That's what
did
it
not
looked like.
think
I think we
that when Brad Holmes said we don't draft with the depth chart, this is what
Right,
he had
yeah,
to do.
he was very
He was very clear about
This was
that.
a reach, yo.
We do not draft with the depth chart.
Like, that's cool.
Maybe we should start drafting with the depth chart.
maybe look at it
Like
just before the draft.
just take a glance, right?
Ames, you taking off?
No.
Oh.
No, does
Like-
anybody need a drink?
No, I'm good.
I'm good.
Water
okay.
or anything?
I got
I'll
to
take
the
water,
bathroom.
please.
Awesome.
Get my
Thank you.
frustration heat out of the way.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't. Yeah, that just came to mind. Like clearly, you don't draft with the depth chart.
No, not at all.
Because you also have Craig Reynolds, who you signed to not a. He had the opportunity to be signed as a restricted free agent, right? But they gave him more money than what was actually required to give him.
I don't remember what we gave him.
I don't remember what we gave him either, but it was more than what they gave the other restricted free agents.
This is a real head scratcher by Brad Holmes.
It really is. I did not expect this at all.
I did not see this
I
coming. either.
opened it. I'm really sorry. It's just
Oh, that's
a
right.
habit with the kids.
Thank
to
you.
Open.
1 year, 1.08 million.
All right.
I love that you have the .08. Oh man.
So 1.1 million when he could have been signed for 750. It's not it's not significant cash, but you have 4 running backs now.
Jill's texting me, telling me not to yawn. Apparently, I keep yawning.
Jonathan Kramer, he clarified he said, I would say Montgomery is better than the last crybaby.
Good.
Probably Jamal because he was the one bitching about his money.
Oh yeah, I mean
yeah, 100%.
he's infinitely better than Jamal. Jamal is a backup running back. Everybody loves Jamal, and Jamal was great. Jamal was never more than a backup running back. That's all he ever was. He got highlighted last year because
That's all he ever will.
Swift's availability is his worst ability. So that's why everybody thought he was our starting running back. He's always been a backup. He will always be a backup.
Just like he's in New Orleans.
And got
Yep.
paid like he's a backup quarterback. Running back, whatever. It's been a while, though. And I can't think straight after
I know.
Sloan, Gibbs, and Campbell.
Oh man.
And I like Campbell. That's why I'm so mad about this, because I like him a lot.
I like that we're slowly converting everybody to the skill players in the track.
I don't think you're ever going to keep it.
You know, I'm not a huge college guy. Was there a Campbell on Michigan at all?
No.
Like, was Jack Campbell there last year? Like,
He was at Iowa.
why does he sound so familiar?
Iowa.
He's been at Iowa.
I mean, there's a lot of Campbells out there.
Harbaugh's.
That does sound like a very Iowa backer type of name.
It is. He. If you watched the Michigan Iowa game last year, when Blake Corum made his last touchdown run, Campbell's the one that he shook out of his jock.
Oh, this is okay. This one is
Have a good
one-
night, Rob. Thanks for watching. We appreciate
Out
it.
of all of the late round picks, this was the one that I was feeling the strongest about. Joey Porter Jr. feels like a Cowboys type of pick.
So what pick are we at right now?
26.
Is there anybody the Lions
Even
would
with them
trade
getting
up
rid
for
of
right now?
Elliott?
Is there anybody?
Yeah.
Nolan Smith, Osiris Torres.
listen.
I can't believe how many really good players there are.
Like, I have.
Let's see. Let's go down the rank list here.
I got.
Oh, there you go. That's available.
Wait, is Nolan Smith still out there?
Yes.
So Smith has dropped. Will Levis is still there.
That
Joey
shirt
Porter
looks good on you,
Jr.,
Eric.
Thanks, man.
Brian Branch,
That's sharp.
Michael Mayer,
Tear up Detroit.
Miles Murphy, Brian Brisset,
Oh, man.
and
Jerry
Drew
Jones.
Sanders, who I actually think is better than Jackson.
Right, yeah, I know he probably drafted the third best.
Luke Musgrave, Jalen Hyatt.
No,
There you go.
please none of those right now.
But basically, Nolan Smith still being out there. Wild.
That's crazy.
Mozzie Smith.
Will Levis, Brian Branch, Joey Porter. Those are the four that are like, if you're based off the list, if you're drafting them, that's the high value. If it were fantasy, you'd get an A+.
Cowboys are taking Nolan Smith.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. To pair them opposite.
Of Michael Parsons.
Yeah. That's so good. God.
Yeah, the Lions could have.
No, you know what?
The Lions could have had Parsons.
You
too,
could
couldn't
have
they
had both of them. Dallas's D is going to be crazy.
And we played Dallas and Dallas.
Oof. Yep. Wait, how do you do it back-to-back years? That doesn't sound fair.
Just the way the rotation.
Cookie crumbles.
Well, Dallas, great pick. That's awesome, and I hate it.
Yeah.
And they still have Dexter Lawrence on the line, too. God, that pass rush is going to be wild.
But
Well, Nolan Smith was more of a run and stopper anyway, but still. Yeah, because they don't
I
have
am surprised
Schultz
that they're
anymore.
not going after Mayer here, though.
I think this is a better value.
Yeah,
them.
for sure it is. For sure it is.
Did anybody scoop Dalton Schultz? They let him go. I don't think they.
I don't remember who, but
Did the Vikings pick a pocket?
Wait, did the Cowboys have 2 picks in a row?
No.
Who am I looking at then?
The Bengals are next.
They must have been wrong on
The
this one.
Texans.
Looks like the Cowboys take Mozzie Smith.
oh yeah,
Wow.
he went in state.
Oh,
This says Cowboys take Mozzie Smith.
pretty good pickup. Pretty good
Oh,
Kleiman was
pick. Not a
wrong.
bad pick.
Kleiman tweeted out it was
Nolan.
Nolan Smith.
Oh, okay,
Changed
I
it.
see that. I see where the confusion is.
Oh, see, that's what you get for trusting that guy.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
I don't like it.
Did I not just name him as someone you could trade back up in the first round
Mozzie?
again, though? Yeah.
Well, Mossy, now you have Mossy, Dexter, and Micah Parsons. So
Inside out, man.
yeah. I told Paul you go first round.
I'll be honest. The way that they've been drafting their defensive players lately, I'm not questioning them. It's probably a good fit for them. But I would have picked Nolan Smith.
Yeah, I just am surprised that.
It's
Well,
a
listen,
size.
hey, I'm
And
I'm
he
happy,
didn't play
though,
this
that-
last year too, didn't he?
I'm happy
Yeah,
that the Combine Warrior is not shooting up like
Who's that?
him. Nolan Smith was a Combine Warrior this year.
Well, but I think part of the reason he's dropping, number one, he's undersized. And the
6'3",
second thing,
235.
but the second thing is, if I remember correctly, didn't he sit out this past year?
He was hurt. Yeah, not the whole year though, right?
It was early though. Like he had sat out for at least 2/3 of the season.
I'll tell you.
Oh, Cyrus Torrance, easy money in the bag. How many games?
He had
did
188
snaps.
So Canty's still available, right? No,
No,
he's
he's
not. He went
gone.
right
He went
after
to
us.
Tampa.
Damn it.
Tampa.
I was thinking like maybe, maybe if we get him, he kind of correct itself a little bit. But are we really not going to address the freaking interior defensive line?
Right. You will in the second round with your picks.
I mean, in the second round, there are guys, interior guys.
There's
that you could
guys, but I wanted a stud. Like
Yeah,
that's
but,
the thing. I wanted a stud in there.
Cansey's gone.
Stud and a
Brisset
starter
could be,
at
but like
least.
Brisset could be there at 34.
Okay, yeah, I like him too.
Mozzie's gone. I mean, next available after Brisset though is way down. Keanu Benton,
He's a common pick for the Lions.
who I have at 63 on our draft Bible.
Murphy still available?
Murphy still available.
Wow.
Siaki Ika.
Yep.
from Baylor, also available.
Gervin
Zach
Dexter
Pickens,
Jr.
Gervin Dexter. So I mean, there's options in the second round.
Yeah.
Which again, I mean, is it Jaquelin Waugh or Roy from LSU?
There you go.
It's not Jacqueline, so it's probably I don't know.
Jay Quillen.
Roy.
What is this for? Oh,
So to get you on camera.
is that a hoe ass thing to do?
That was supposed to go to Tejas, I think.
Yeah, that's not me. I didn't go last. What was I? Third place? Fourth place?
All that.
Yeah.
Just like you're going to be a fancy baseball too.
Yeah, but that's because my mid-round picks were a disaster. And Jay Melendez decided, I'm not even going to play.
That's why you don't trust Royals.
Hey, Pascal Antino's been pretty good. He just hit a homer today, actually.
See how I did and fared in the late games because at one point today I was 0 for 8.
Oh, I got a save with a 3 whip. That's wild. Oh, it was Bautista.
He's come back
Crazy.
and tied it up on me.
What?
He's come back and tied it up on me. I was up.
You're at 4-4? I'm at 5-5.
All right, so tomorrow,
Tomorrow.
Oh, that's a matchup.
round 2, right?
And 3.
Two, three.
Yep.
What do we think the Lions do?
I don't even know.
Like at this point,
Oh, I
are we
think
guess or are they just
This
taking
is,
a big box?
I promise everybody
No clue.
tomorrow is going to make you think that today was maybe not as bad.
Yeah,
I
I
can
would agree.
almost guarantee that tomorrow is going to make you feel pretty good.
I would agree with that. But here's what I'll
It's
say:
just the
I
way
don't
that
want.
he
I'm
is.
not even going to speak to what tomorrow's going to look like until I see the next 6 picks.
Right.
Because I need to know what's available at 34,
Right.
at 48, at 55.
Yeah. So right now we 30.
Because we only pick in the second
55.
round. We don't
Yeah.
pick in the third round now.
Mm-hmm.
I think that we have to get a interior defensive line and a cornerback.
That's what I thought you guys were doing already.
Using
Like,
DN as
get
well.
with that D for
Like
the
you mean
first-
like we thought in the first round, right?
You can use another DN as well at this point.
I don't know, man. Do you try to trade back up in here and take Porter or
See, but that's what I was just about to ask.
I
Because
wouldn't hate it.
how
I
this is
wouldn't
this
either.
is all the more why I'm saying that tomorrow could be really good. Because if you got Porter at 34, then your other 2 picks that you just made aren't nearly as bad. Because that was a guy you would have taken at 18 anyway,
I agree
or
with
wanted
that.
at 18.
I agree with that.
But
So,
you
that's
don't
what
have
I'm saying.
You don't have the 5th-year option.
This is why
You picked
Brad-
up 2 guys that
right.
And,
I understand.
And we're trading up.
I
Yeah,
know.
now, too.
Look, I understand that
No.
the 2 picks are.
he's
I thought you
saying
said
if
we
he
traded
falls
that.
at
No,
34.
I'm saying if he
Right.
falls to
Oh.
34,
Here's what I don't
then the picks
necessarily
don't
like
look
to.
as bad.
If Arizona wanted to move up to 6, why did we have to give them 81?
Because you got the 2nd and you got the 4th.
5th.
194 or whatever it was.
It was the 2nd.
168.
Basically, because you were getting a
Yeah.
pseudo first round pick. That's why. Your number 6 was worth their other first and a pseudo first. I think that value's there.
Okay.
So, my contention, and this is something that I think everybody is going to struggle with, is Brad Holmes has this weird nuanced way about him where he clearly looks like his first round abilities
It's a
are
disaster.
horrible,
Yep.
but you cannot deny that his later round is really good. His track record is almost, I think he's hitting 70% on his picks after
Which
the
is
first
nearly
round.
Amazing.
impossible.
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So tomorrow and the next day is going to make everybody think that this is going to be good.
Yeah.
I promise, I guarantee you by Monday, fans are absolutely going to be like, it's not that bad. And
But
not even
here-
just that time makes it
but there's
better.
also that's a reason for frustration.
I didn't say
Right,
it
but
wasn't,
shouldn't
but
he
it's
be good at
nuance. But that's the nuance of it.
Anton Harrison.
Okay, I mean, it was still going to be
Yeah.
alignment.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, just for fantasy purposes, Lawrence is going to go crazy. Because he gets Ridley, too.
Yep.
He gets Ridley and Christian Kirk.
Fresh Ridley, a year off.
So to your point, and what I was saying before we heard that pick,
Yeah.
that's what makes I think these 2 picks that much more
I know.
frustrating.
Because he could be better.
Well, it's not even could be better.
It's capable. If you knew that he was if you knew that he wasn't capable of more, you wouldn't be
Yeah,
mad.
but imagine hitting 70% on your late round picks and adding a Jalen Carter and a Khalid Kancey to that.
I agree.
You know, like,
So
that's what gets more
Here's an
frustrating.
even tougher follow-up question.
Shoot.
Which would you rather have? A dude who nails the first round or the dude who nails the 2%?
To be honest with you, I am torn on this answer.
It's basically volume versus
So
quality.
we
Yeah, I feel
we've
what you're
talked
saying.
on Beyond the Box, and I've said this plenty of times. I want as much draft capital because the more draft capital I have, the better odds I have of hitting on something, right?
Mhm.
So if I'm going to stay consistent in that, then I want a guy who's better 2 through 7.
Then you have him.
So-
So you can't
so-
get that mad about it.
No, but I can still be frustrated
I-
at the picks.
Agreed. However, this is where everybody after this first round is going to start doing, Brad Holmes is the worst. And then the next 2 days, everybody's going to see awesome picks, and then they're going to be like, it's not
But-
that bad.
But we didn't see those picks turn out until they started playing. So this
Right.
might be just a
But it-
long offseason of
everybody's on
Kirby,
Rodriguez.
until they
No, but the
show
Malcolm
them do
Rodriguez
something
pick,
The-
Paul and I
yep.
both
The
were like,
moment
that
was
was a
big.
nail pick.
Yeah, that was a good one.
There were multiple picks during the last 2 years where you're like,
I
okay,
think-
that's really good.
But I think they all, even with thinking they were good, I think they all exceeded those expectations. Like no one expected Houston to look like he did.
enough.
No one expected Kirby Joseph to be the legal guardian of Aaron Rodgers. There were a lot of things that we just were shocked by how they turned out.
All I'm saying is with 3 second-round picks tomorrow, you're going to look at those 3
They
players,
gotta hit all
and
of
you're
those.
and I fully expect they will.
They have to.
And you're
Are they
gonna,
taking Mayer here?
I can see it. Maybe
yeah,
some
because
help.
they have Hayden Hurst as their only option.
Give Joe Burrow another one.
But hold on, Kincaid was more of the receiver. Mayer was definitely more of the traditional along the line
The blocker.
So that would be why I think that's a better option for them as protection for Burrow. Because I think they picked up his 5th, and they're not paying.
That's another position I wanted was tight end. Like
Oh,
in the
the
second
first-
round,
yeah.
like the Darnell.
You still can. The kid
Well,
from
yeah, the thing is,
Oregon
Darnell
State.
Washington, right? But now,
what's his name?
Luke Musgrave.
we're in
Yes.
a position where I want
Yes.
defensive line still. You know what I mean? The quarterback, and so now
But you got 3 picks, man. You can absolutely get 2 and 1.
I still think. But
I don't know how I'm the one getting all positive all of a sudden. I'm just. Just saying the inevitable tomorrow is that it's going to be a good day.
what I don't expect them to do is sit on their hands in the 3rd and 4th round. So what I think is going to happen is they're going to use some of those 5th and 6th round picks to move up to the 3rd or 4th round. You're going to end up with somebody like a Luke Schoonmaker or.
Okay.
Wow.
God, that's so good for them. Their defense, by the way, low key, was metrically like the best in the league. That's a good
Adding
ad.
him for value at 28.
Wait a second. Who took Anton Harrison?
Who's the team before? He was just picked.
Jags.
Jags.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jags.
How are the Jags?
Trades, my man.
So they traded up with Cincinnati?
I just
I'm
know
very
there were
confused.
trades.
My list is long.
Let's see. There's 3 picks left.
So, anyways, yeah, that's where I'm at with it. Is that today sucked, but tomorrow's going to be better. So,
That's the motto of
shit
every Lions fan ever.
it's not based off vibes. It's based off proof. The dude knows what to do after the obvious picks are gone, which kind of is the way, like you said, the way I prefer it to be.
But I also have the same mind frame with him. If you can nail that, how do you suck so bad at the first?
right.
That's
I think it's a
You have to
methodology.
nail the elite picks.
Especially,
I think it's because of a method. I think it's clear at this point that the method that Holmes puts towards his first round evaluations is the same as his later rounds, and that's the problem. Because I don't think that the first round
does make sense.
should be evaluated the same as any of the later
I
ones.
agree.
But I think because his mindset is always volume and getting these guys that you're not necessarily everybody else is looking for, that, to be fair, we said that they were second round grade on the 2 guys you got, right?
Yeah.
So it makes sense that somebody who has that as their primary mindset, boom, that's why you got them in the first round instead. Right?
I mean, that's you have just rationalized those picks for us. Like in a lot of ways, that makes the most sense to me as to why those picks were made. So
these picks were set up opposite of like the Aiden pick. Like they weren't obvious. These were picks that had to have some calculation to it. You moved back. So we're kind of thinking of the same as 2 through 7 because, again, those aren't obvious either. So you could have that kind of mindset for those picks. Can you give us a few that make sense in one, please?
I can't wait to see the war room reaction from everybody.
I
guarantee
I'm
gonna tell you.
I guarantee you he
No,
he better not.
Last year, everybody was happy. I guarantee this year there's going to be people in there that are kind of like,
yeah, I think it'll be more
there's
subdued.
no way that this was a unanimous.
Nice. I want to see him slap, and I want to see other GMs watch him. Like, he slapped the table for that?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Cool, man.
I would love to be a fly on the wall though. On the conversation specifically about Jalen Carter.
Me too.
Yeah.
Because clearly, like you said prior to the draft, clearly they had decided he was not a fit for them.
Right.
Tape aside, football player aside, he could not be here.
I told you.
Which you did, and I still think that's a mistake.
Me too.
Personally.
Me too.
But I would love to know
what
they thought was problematic that the best team in the NFC last year didn't think was problematic.
Right.
And maybe it's the infrastructure of the Eagles.
There was no other fit that could work.
He gets credit for the Sewell. I'm reading the comments. He definitely gets credit for the Sewell.
Does he though?
I think so.
Yeah, but
late first.
No,
and Don had to trade up in his mock draft.
Like he was like late,
at the end of it.
Aiden
does kind of get credit because he made the pick.
Yeah, but the way
there
it
was
shook
only
out,
a pick. That was the only pick to make.
Yeah, and that's I think maybe that's which as much as this was kind of sucks. Maybe you kind of want
things to just
and maybe you want Goff to get hurt because the less options that the dude has, clearly the better for the first round. So like because think of it this way: you guys go 9-8 or 10-7 next year. You wind up in the 20s or late teens.
Mm-hmm.
You don't think this type of thing's going to happen again?
It will.
It absolutely will.
Yep.
So.
And they still got to get a quarterback.
At this point, you should just do what the Rams do and just never have first-round picks.
picks.
And to be fair, it's where he came from, where first-round picks were not valued in that organization. So I'm just saying there is a trail pattern here that makes this make a lot of sense why this would happen.
It's a lot of confusion that comes with that. Gosh, Brad.
You come from an organization that trades away all their first-round picks because they don't ever want to use them. And you have a guy who crushes every round afterwards, meaning that his mentality is clearly more towards that. Those two things make these two picks make sense.
Ricky said he did slap the table.
I believe it.
Maybe that's just his tick, you know?
Did you see the comment? I can't remember. Where did I read it? I think it was ESPN, but they said that most of the GMs believe that there were only like 18 or so first-round players this year.
Yeah.
Like they had first-round grades.
That would make you feel a little better, wouldn't it?
How in the heck are two of that we got, though, two of those players?
Because we're for sure we're first round.
Well, because if there are only 18, some of them are going to slip. Like, okay, to be fair, Will Levis is one of the ones that probably everyone thought was one of those 18. He's gone. He's still out there. Though. Joey Porter Jr., same deal. So, Porter Jr. 100% has dropped because he's big, but he cannot move.
He's not very athletic.
He is not.
You bulk him up and put him at the outside linebacker?
No. If anything,
safety?
Not right. If anything, you're converting him to a safety spot like Tyron.
Yeah.
That's what I think Witherspoon is going to be, like Quandre Diggs. I could see him move like that.
He does have position versatility.
Right. Is this them Saints?
Are they going to get Derek Carr with him?
What do you mean they re-signed Taysom Hill? He has all the weapons he needs.
Not Taysom
The
Hill.
Swiss Army knife.
Okay, so
goodness.
Miles Murphy is off the board. Dalton Kincaid is off the board. Who is going here at the Saints, though?
Oh, man.
I mean, Marshawn Lattimore's getting old. Cameron Jordan's getting old.
Ryan Branch.
Branch would make sense. What a pump fake.
man.
That's a good
Yeah.
pick for them.
I was about to hype you up so crazy.
That's a good pick for them.
That's a good pickup.
I would have loved Brise.
There's another one off the list.
Oh, they're talking about it right now.
Mm-hmm. They love talking about trauma in the
Is it
draft.
Brise? What is it?
It's
Brise,
Bresee, so I'm going to say Brise.
I want like an accent mark over it. He's going to be good. He's going to be a good player.
Man. That's one I would have traded up to get. All right, so now the Eagles are back on the pot.
Man, how many picks they got?
Enough to win a Super Bowl.
Yeah.
They were one PI away.
And this is where I thought Gibbs would go.
No.
Not to the Saints, to the Eagles.
They got my mans there.
Where, in Philly?
Yeah, Dallas Goedert.
Yeah, the North Dakota State.
Yeah, I forgot about it.
The tight end. I'm talking about the running back. I'm saying I thought Gibbs would go
Yeah,
to
I
the
thought
Eagles.
Gibbs would go there.
The Eagles, they do need a back. Watch them get Tank Bigsby, and he's going to go crazy.
Oh my gosh.
I wonder if our pick was Witherspoon at 6, and when he went at 5.
That's a good question.
That's also
That's
good.
another
That's also
like,
probably
impressive
panic.
question.
It's also
Like,
good
oh, shit.
theory.
Yeah,
Because there's no way they saw that coming.
No.
I don't think anybody saw it come because everybody, and that's why, again, I think the more things get talked about, the less you should believe them in the weeks leading up to this. Because what was everybody saying was happening at 5 today? Jalen Carter. Jalen Carter. He's such a fit for the Seattle Seahawks.
I had
Pete
read
Carroll has
reports
this.
that take him though.
You know what I mean? And then that naturally led to the conversation of Witherspoon 6. It's just going to happen.
Yep.
We're emotionally and mentally and some of us spiritually just preparing for.
That's for sure.
You know,
Today.
I know. And so the more something is talked about in the weeks leading up to the draft, the less we should
This
believe.
does go back to my point about mentality, though, because in the first round, if you get honed in on a guy and he's gone, you panic, right? But in the later rounds, if a dude that you have is missing, you have all these other options.
That's what Jacob just said. That was reported by Rappaport. It sounded like Witherspoon was the pick that led to the trade.
Yeah.
There you go.
But
You
then
know what?
that still doesn't make it because
No, it
then
doesn't make it better.
you
but,
still had time from 6 to 12 to then go, okay,
sure, but if you,
what's our next tier of players?
But if they did it the same way as like, okay, here's like another example. If Sewell had gone, you probably would have had the same type of scenario because there was clearly one track mind on that. Yeah. The only reason why last year it wasn't terrible is because Hutch was number 2. There was basically no way.
No argument.
Right? So
well, Thibodeau.
No, I understand, but what I'm saying is that there was a 50-50 shot, basically, right? So with this, they clearly honed in on this guy enough that Vegas had like minus 300 odds that he was going there. Yeah. So they thought he was going there. And then it blew up, and then because they don't know how to handle that, they panicked, and then they started going after second-round guys and stuff.
There's so long to think about this, though. I mean, you know what I mean? Like,
we're theorizing, and now it's making sense. We are making the tragedy make sense because before we got shell shock. No, I think that this is absolutely spot on. What's happening?
I think so. 100%.
If you draw the lines, I think that is clear. It starts there, and then everything else facilitates it.
And then it falls into place, right? Because then at that certain point, you then take the second through 7th round approach where it's, okay, this is our next group of guys. Who's the top of that list is Jahmyr Gibbs. We got him at 12.
Yep.
That's our guy. That's the one we wanted. We took him at 12.
And if we also factor in Don's statement that executives only thought there were 18 first-round picks, then everybody else was basically treated as a second-rounder.
Right.
And if the mentality of the front office was guys 20 through however long, we're all basically interchangeable, or guy number 20 could be your 54th guy, that's how you got there.
Gibbs said he's shocked to be picked by the Lions. This high.
Yeah,
join the club.
Sure.
And welcome to Detroit, Jahmyr Gibbs.
What now?
Here's the deal. At the end of the day, after the rationalizing and all this, we don't love the pick, but Jahmyr, you are a Lion, so we want you to be the best running back in the league.
Yeah, that's a good point, though. They had, what is it, Bijan at 6.
Made more sense.
If that's where you were going to go.
Yeah.
That's right.
Would they have him at 12? Was he still there at 12?
No, he went.
He got picked at 8, right?
No, they wouldn't have taken Gibbs.
Do you think if he would have been on the board, they would have taken him
at 12?
Yeah. Based on this, yeah, absolutely.
What is interesting is that point, though. There's no way they liked Gibbs more than Bijan.
There was a report that some GMs liked Gibbs more.
Really?
So who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe. That makes me think Holmes was one of them, to be honest. Take him at 12.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, yeah.
They were happy when they saw him after that pick. Oh, man. Like I said, the
I do like the Jack
together.
Campbell pick. I do like it. I don't like the location of it.
Right. Like, there's rationale behind these picks, but it's not soothing rationale at all.
No, it's not.
No. All right. I'm going to do something because I think that this is kind of hilarious. So 97.1 on their Odyssey app, they mark the chapters and give them titles. This was the title for all of their show all day today from 2 to 6. Will the Lions take Witherspoon at 6? Call reactions to a corner at 6. Not many corners taken in the top 6 work out. Should the Lions trade up to pick 2? Are you interested in the trade up? Would the Lions take Richardson at 6? Caller reactions to Richardson. What good options will be at 6? Witherspoon versus Richardson. Would you trade with Washington? Oh, man. To say that the mentality of the town was not here.
Right.
Is 100% correct.
All right, now watch the Eagles be brilliant and do just something great again. Didn't he get taken? Oh, yeah, that's right, because it was Mozzie. Oh, man.
That's my guess.
The Eagles just keep on building the exact
because Brandon Graham is on his way out.
Yeah, true. True enough.
And he is a Brandon Graham type player because Brandon Graham is an undersized edge.
I like Graham.
I can see that.
Georgia Bulldogs, who have 3 of them now on there.
Nolan.
Yeah.
That would be yes,
right? Yeah, because they got Carter and.
I thought Nolan Smith was Alabama for a second. Then those 2 schools are basically.
Yeah.
Man.
So Arizona kept Houston's 2nd round pick.
Yep.
And traded us theirs.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense.
Oh boy.
All right, here we go.
Will Levis back up his Jalen Hurts.
No chance. You can't back up Jalen Hurts. He's the greatest.
I do like Jalen Hurts.
Ever since Matt, Paul, and I argued about him. Oh my dude. I got a barbershop quartet out there.
Kelsey's mom.
It's Kelsey's mama.
My one son's a champion and an asshole. The other one cried. I don't need an interview.
Yeah, YouTube creator. What? All right. Well, I mean, never mind. We're content creators, so maybe we'll get to this place one day.
Anything else on the chats as we're winding down?
We got 2 picks left.
Oh, man. I got a tweet. Someone said, funny, everyone before the draft said Lions could go any direction. Now they don't like any direction that the Lions actually went.
Yeah,
that's true.
Spot on.
That is true. That's a great comment.
Any direction?
S-tier comment.
Cool. We trust Brad Holmes.
That really was a hold my beer situation. He goes, any direction? Okay,
You
watch
think
this.
so?
Right? Like, you think we're going north or we're going south?
I think they were just panicking at the
I think
disco.
panicking.
I'm going to run with that for the end of time.
Panicking makes a lot of sense.
You probably had a bet with somebody who said,
It makes no sense with everyone that was still on the board that they panicked.
Wow, such an Eagles pick.
The Eagles are so good. Okay.
They're better.
Howie Roseman is bar none, not even close, best GM in the league.
Yeah.
It is not close.
I'm with that.
This draft for them is perfect off the Super Bowl. Perfect.
Yep.
God, the Eagles are so good at this. It's crazy.
I wish they weren't in the
crazy.
NFC.
Here's a comment on this. Jack Campbell is Tail 2.0.
No.
That's nasty.
Boo.
That's nasty. No.
Jack Kane was at least seeing his girlfriend.
Juice.
Stone Smith. Oh, God.
Can't blame him.
Okay.
Fixed in the modern era. Come on.
Come on.
That's funny.
That documentary was really sad, though.
They got an edge, dude.
Yeah.
This is so good.
I know.
This is so smart.
Okay, this feels exactly. Remember last year we said Baltimore and
Is
KC
the
and
same.
Cincy were the ones. We were like, that's why these teams are so good. This draft by the Eagles is why they're so good.
100%.
They know what the priority is.
We see the Super Bowl losing teams take steps
So-
back. This draft
so-
keeps them right in this
I
conversation.
think our conversation and our rationale raises the question.
Are we Eagles fans
Hold
now?
on.
Yeah.
Yes, I will be on the Howie
I have
Roseman
my
train.
second team now.
Did I say it was stick with the Lions?
No, because they're in the NFC. I cannot do that. But if panic is the rationale for what happened in this first round, is that a cause for concern with Brad Holmes?
No, because again, everything afterwards, it's like when he has limited choices, he's worse. When he has a ton of choices, he's great.
I don't think he
And
really panicked. I don't think.
And we literally
Because, I mean,
just said.
They have,
I think there was an
I think he
expectation.
probably was surprised, but there's so many scenarios. And one of those scenarios had to be, hey, what if Witherspoon's not there? What are we going to do?
Clearly, they didn't handle that.
I don't think so. I don't know.
And their draft board, they have a draft board. You know what I mean?
I know,
Every
but
team has a board, but you still have a favorite.
and
No, that's what I'm saying. He had this ranked
I
high.
really don't.
That's not panic. That's like the whole
Of
pre-evaluation.
all the scenarios that they could have ran through, I really don't know if they would have game theory Devin Witherspoon not being there at 6.
But they have to.
They have. You
But
No. You think they have
You
to.
think they
sure
have
think
to
they'll
in
have
retrospect,
But even
but you wouldn't. I don't think you actually think that through
but even
because you kind of knew who your top 5 picks were going to be to an extent, or at least who you thought those first 5 picks were going to be, and you expected Witherspoon to be there.
right.
I get it, maybe in like, after the fact, hindsight being 2020, going they had to have planned for Witherspoon being there. I don't think that's necessarily true.
My thing is though is that even if they didn't plan for it and they thought, hey, we're going to land them, right?
Yeah,
Is that they still have their
A
draft board,
contingency
right?
plan?
And I know he says, oh, we don't look at depth charts or whatever, and all that. They have a draft board. Come on, you know what I mean? He has rankings of players, and the fact that Gibbs and Campbell were ranked that high above that many players, that would be my concern.
I guess.
I think.
Like,
No, go ahead. Keep it
no,
going.
I mean, that was pretty much it.
Okay, yeah. I don't think we have an answer yet. I think because we've seen Brad Holmes have late round success and maybe questions in the first, I think because of the late round, and we haven't expected them to start winning yet until this coming season. If they stuck, and if JMO is a flat out bust, then yeah, we're gonna have to start raising some questions.
What is
As
he
of right
right
now, I
now?
don't think we have either of those answers
you
yet.
cannot call him a bust because
Not
his
yet.
injury was out of his control.
Yes,
Almost like
we don't
you
have
guessed
answers
this would
yet.
happen.
So when do you call him a bust? He's missed
Halfway
the
through
first,
this year.
first year's a wash. Second year,
No,
likely
after
a
this
wash.
If you actually look at
that's-
if you actually look at track history, any dude who misses 2 years,
Done.
done. So
He's not missing two.
So he's coming up on a
but
year.
he's
He's
missing
He's coming
a
up
year
on
and
a
a
year
half.
total. So
He
yeah,
comes
it's just
back,
about.
gets injured because he didn't have enough time to get
Right,
prepared.
but-
Work it.
What's going to piss me off is when he starts doing the thing that he already had been doing, which is blaming Goff for not getting his touches. Dude, you haven't seen the field. You haven't had a rapport. So him not hitting you is not his problem. It's yours. It is.
I won't argue that one.
Well, you can't. There is a way to do so, but
I've said the same thing.
so I don't.
We talked about is there cause for concern with JMO?
I don't trust.
I
his
think he made a
mentality.
mistake, but I think
No,
that there's
mistake. Let's be clear on this. Mistakes. He went to Vegas after he got suspended.
That was planned ahead of time. No
I-
problem.
I don't give a
I-
shit.
I think-
Tactically, it's
I think that's
terrible.
reading way
I don't-
too
I
much
don't have a
into
problem
it.
with
No, it is very surface level. You are still making poor judgment. Why did your agent not tell you, dude, this optically looks terrible, go to another fight?
To us,
3
it was
months
bad
from
to us as fans, not to his team. I don't believe. I think the bad thing he did was a bad choice. Him going to a fight. What is he supposed to do? Stare at his wall in the room?
Right.
Like
I think using
Right,
that
just
as
'cause it
an
was in
example is not the right.
It's just a young kid
however,
who shows poor judgment.
however, what I
Which
have
kids
said
normally do.
before and what I agree with, what I believe is those small things tend to add up, right? The Vegas thing, but the Vegas thing to me is a complete non-issue. It is what it is. It's overblown. It is what it is. He made a mistake. He should not have bet in the team facility. But when you add that on top of the diva-ness, which I know you hate that word, but on the sideline, and the liking the tweet of Lamar in a Lions jersey, and then the moment that Jeff Okuda's traded, talking about you need to get that number, it raises concern.
It reminds me of Boogie Miles from Friday Night Lights.
Booby.
Yeah,
yeah.
but and that's kind of the point that I'm getting at. It does raise
beautiful.
a bit of concern that JMO is for JMO.
And then he will derail
Maybe.
the team.
Or maybe he won't. Maybe he will grow up and then use it as an opportunity.
When there are
I'm not gonna judge
receivers
somebody
that,
on one
that
mistake.
complain about, like when Steph Diggs was starting to get annoyed with Kirk Cousins and he's like, I want to go and play with Josh Allen instead. Fine, totally get it, because you are literally on the field every game. You are getting the targets as they are designed for you. I do not like the mentality of a kid who by injury missed 2/3 of the season and already is complaining about his quarterback. Because you cannot tell me that with the way that his decisions have been made and what is going to happen after 6 games, if he's not getting hit on his bomb routes, even if it's not even the design of the play, he's just running flags and he's wide open and Goff misses him one time, he's going to mouth off again. Because he has shown that he is not capable of compartmentalizing.
I think
The problem with the betting is not the bet itself, because it's like smoking weed. Who fucking cares? That's not the point. It's that you already missed basically a season. If it were me, or mostly anyone in that type of scenario, I would never do anything to put it in jeopardy that I missed more. It is not what he did. It is that he did something. It could have been literally anything. It didn't matter if it was bets or anything else. You now miss 6 vital games to your development. That is a problem.
Yeah.
And then he's going to blame his quarterback when he's still not getting minutes because he doesn't have the report. That's a problem.
But if we believe that skill positions are expendable,
Well, yeah,
it's not going to matter that much that he's out there.
No, to be fair, for the team, it won't matter. But you did pick him 12th.
Right.
You did
So
trade
you
up
can
for
say
him.
they're expendable, but you still don't have a next man up that is Jamison Williams.
All right. What is Jameson Williams?
Well, you don't even know
to
that.
be your number one guy in the next couple of years.
Well, right now the CJ Shark loss is bigger than James Williams is right now.
You don't know that. You're basing that off of college tape at this point.
You can play a Madden game and look at it, right? Like, you're still going to want to pick up the game breaker that's going to be able to break away from everyone at the speed to separate. Like, you
saw it twice,
expendable, but they're still human beings on the
Didn't
team.
he only have one
Next man
reception?
mentality is
Huh?
bullshit
Didn't he only have
mentality.
one reception?
He had
one reception,
and one
4
rush.
touchdowns, but he only had like
And then a wide
6
receiver,
or
Like
less
three
targets.
drops.
Right.
And he had 1 rush for 4
and they barely put him on the field. He
Yeah,
wasn't
they
getting
did not-
enough reps to get any kind of rhythm.
They did not put him on the field when he came back much.
Don't drop that, buddy.
But again, that's because of the injury part.
Sure.
Which then, if you didn't hit the field last year, you basically lost a year. Probably shouldn't be putting yourself in those scenarios.
Maybe. But he's also a 20-something-year-old.
I wouldn't call him a bust though till like
Yeah, I don't think it's
So,
too
like,
soon.
it
Yeah,
way
I can't say
too
that
soon.
yet.
Time out.
You can't say that.
Aiden is 2, and Aiden balled out. He started the year terribly, but he was serious about his craft and was serious about getting better. And then by the end of the year, he could have been basically an all-pro. They're the same age.
Oh.
Kirby Joseph, same vibe.
I'm gonna pick up.
Felix.
That feels a bit like a reach there, but not terrible for a team.
All right, I got an hour drive. And I'm exhausted.
John, sit down and say goodnight to our people.
All right.
Okay,
We still got 19 people hanging on the line.
Hello,
so we have Joey Porter Jr. still on the board.
Yep.
At 34. Will Levis, not going to happen. Brian Branch still on the board at 34.
You don't need a safety.
No. Osiris Torrance, Darnell Washington,
No, they might need a safety after next year, though.
because Tracy's contract.
And
Torrance?
how he's going to be, though.
Yeah.
Building
Yeah.
strength, get an extra guard. Why not?
So
He looks like he's going to be back, though.
in the second round, it's going to be Pittsburgh picking first. Am I reading that correctly?
Yeah, Pittsburgh.
Pittsburgh's picking first, then Arizona, then Detroit.
Yep.
So where Pittsburgh goes,
Pittsburgh takes Porter.
yeah, I think
I
Pittsburgh.
see that.
I don't think Porter makes it 34
I agree.
It's a perfect big Penn State guy going to Pittsburgh.
and his
Where his
dad
dad
played it.
played.
And also his size, that's a perfect steal pick.
So let's say Porter's off the board.
Yep.
Then you have Arizona, who took their offensive tackle.
They trade for a snow cone.
I would maybe think they have Zach Ertz at tight end, so I doubt they're going to take him.
And they just resigned him.
And they just resigned him. They're not going to take Will Levis. Maybe they take Brian Branch,
Maybe.
which then for us, for the Lions at pick 34, I would keep an eye on Osiris Torrance.
Is Banks still available? Deontay Banks?
No,
I think he got taken.
Banks
No.
was taken.
They traded up again.
I like him.
Deontay Banks was taken by
Giants.
the Giants. Drew Sanders is still on the board.
Oh,
Linebacker that we
that
don't
would
take
be
another.
so good, though. Drew
Another
Sanders
linebacker.
is
That would be
awesome.
great value at that pick.
I would
Yes.
have, we could have got him before.
Keely-
Double up. Why not?
Keely Ringo, even though I'm not in love with Keely Ringo.
Man, he dropped.
Steve Avila.
He was like a top
Steve
10 pick
Avila,
last year.
Keon White, John Michael Schmiz from Minnesota,
DJ Turner,
DJ Turner, the cornerback from Michigan, even though I think 34 would be early for him.
Darnell Washington, Luke
Darnell
Musgrave.
A lot of tight end options
You
there.
know, I might be able to.
I think they're going to end up with a tight end.
Yeah.
At that first
Hey,
pick.
you're going to take that
They
kid
can't
out
wait
of
much
Oregon
longer if they
State.
do want one.
Right.
Luke Musgrave.
Yep.
Musgrave.
Yeah.
I'd be okay with Osiris Torrance at 34.
Yeah, go guard.
I think that would be a good pick at 34 to get.
Let's say goodnight because there's a couple people dropping off. Eric
Okay.
Jepson, thank you so much for
ET,
chatting.
appreciate you.
Appreciate
See you
it.
guys.
Show. Thank you, everybody, for being a part of the show. Thank you for commenting. Thank you for hanging with us. You guys are great. We appreciate you. Have a good night.
Oh, we're signing off right when they do.
Take care.
Bye, people.
See you guys. Thanks for hanging out.
Appreciate you.
All right.